Chapter 1. The cold and beautiful school beauty is so charming. On the hotel's clean big white bed, Luochen opened his eyes and suddenly found a beautiful girl in dishevel lying next to him. His mind went blank. What's going on? The company he founded was successfully listed, and he drank to his heart's content at the celebration party. He drank so much that he lost his memory. Why did he end up in the hotel? He frowned and looked at it. The girl was wearing a blue and white school uniform with a white t-shirt underneath. She was lying flat on her back, and her curvy figure was extremely prominent. The key point is that her clothes are messy and her slender waist is exposed to the air. The t-shirt on top was also pulled down, revealing her charming shoulders and an unknown strap. Combined with her proud figure, this scene was extremely impactful. Luochen continued to move his gaze and saw the beautiful face clearly. His gaze suddenly froze and his body shook. Yes, it's her. The girl had a head of slightly messy black hair, a standard oval face, a tall nose, almond eyes, cherry lips, and skin as white as ice. There was an intoxicating redness on that delicate face, a sign of being drunk. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because this girl turned out to be Luochen's sweetheart in his youth, the school beauty he had a crush on for 3 years in high school, Su Chuyu. Why is she here? Wrong. Luochen looked down and found that he was also wearing a school uniform. He rushed to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He was stunned. That childish face, how could it look like a successful person at all? Luochen took 2 steps back, looking dull. After a long time, he returned to the bedside, and his complicated eyes fell on the disheveled beautiful beauty on the bed. He confirmed that this was not a dream. He was reborn. The memory of the long-dead man invaded his mind. This day in his previous life was a turning point in his life. On the first day of high school, Luochen fell deeply in love with the beautiful girl in front of him. He loved her so much, but he didn't have the courage to confess. This girl is so outstanding. Not only is she beautiful, she is also the top student in the class, and the key is, she also has a good family background. As a poor student from an ordinary family, he could only give his all silently and take good care of her, fantasizing all day that one day Su Chuyu would be moved by his true love. When the bell rang, he rushed to the cafeteria to help her get food. When he got home from school, he carried the school bag and brought water. It was pouring rain. He knew that Su Chuyu disliked her, so he would definitely hand her an unused umbrella in the rain as soon as possible. Su Chuyu's casual thank you could make him happy for the whole night. He was immersed in YY every day, and every time he dreamed of her, he would firmly believe that their fate was destined by God. I just licked it for 3 years, but there was no response. Instead, I was despised everywhere and often scolded. Not only was he not angry, he was also grinning foolishly. Why doesn't she lose her temper with others, but only with me? Because the closer we are to each other, the easier it is for us to hide our emotions. This was Luochen's ridiculous belief back then. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and today is the 100-day oath-taking meeting organized by the school. After the meeting, the head teacher arranged a dinner for the whole class. He thought this was a godsend opportunity, so he plucked up the courage and confessed his feelings in public. He was rejected, verbally rejected. The blow to him was no less than a calamity. After 3 years of licking the boots of a dog, in the end, he was left with nothing. He was drunk and worried about being discovered by his parents, so he lied and said he was staying at a good friend's house. Then he went to the hotel alone and got a room. He didn't know why Su Chuyu was in this room. He woke up, and was woken up by Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu's emotions broke down, and no matter how he explained, it was useless. She called the police. This matter continued to develop and eventually affected his life. Call. Luochen adjusted his breathing and calmed his thoughts. He slowly turned his gaze to the stunning beauty on the bed. Still beautiful and sexy. But this time, whoever wants to lick me can lick me, I'm not going to lick you anyway. No matter how charming you are not my type. Although I want to stay away from this woman as soon as possible, I still have to deal with today's affairs properly. Before I could think about it, an alluring moan sounded from the room. Woke up? Luochen gathered his thoughts, leaned against the wall behind him with his hands in his pockets, and looked around calmly. Su Chuyu sat up from the bed, with a dazed expression on her beautiful face. The clothes on her shoulders also slipped off, revealing a large area of charming whiteness. Luochen couldn't help but take another look. He was a little confused. How come she is so well developed at such a young age? Although there is fire in his body, there is no emotion mixed in, it is just pure blood and vigor. Su Chuyu rubbed his aching head and looked around in confusion. Where is this? Soon, the gaze fixed on Luo Chen, who was leaning against the wall. All of Su Chuyu's movements froze instantly. Luo Chen? Her hazy thoughts suddenly became clear. This is a hotel room? Why is Luo Chen here too? She tried hard to recall that she drank too much last night and only remembered asking a girl to take her to a hotel to stay for the night. Could it be that? She withdrew her gaze woodenly, lowered her head slowly, and noticed the Leek Spring scenery at a glance. Her expression froze for a moment. Disheveled clothes, hotel room, and Luo Chen, what else could these factors be combined into? She instantly felt as if struck by lightning. Luo Chen, you bastard! Why are you in my room? She quickly put her clothes in order, grabbed the edge of the pillow and threw it directly at Luo Chen. You are shameless! That pretty face was filled with an expression of devastation, and her beautiful eyes were filled with moisture. Luo Chen reached out and grabbed the pillow. He was beaten and scolded in the same way in his previous life. He didn't understand why, but he was still comforting Su Chuyu. Until now, I still feel very unhappy. Wouldn't this scare her? A sly smile gradually appeared on Luo Chen's lips, and he slowly approached the bed. This. Su Chuyu raised her little hands and grabbed her collar, looking a little messy. According to Luo Chen's personality, no matter what happened, he would definitely apologize to her in a soft voice at this time. What's this expression now? Luo Chen, what do you want to do? If you come over here again, I'll call the police. She clutched her collar tightly, her face full of vigilance. She couldn't understand why Luo Chen would do something worse than an animal. Is it just because you rejected his confession? Luo Chen was still approaching, his smile becoming more and more evil. Su Chuyu was completely confused. She felt that Luo Chen might pounce on her at any time. Luo Chen, can you please be rational? I just don't like you, what's wrong with me? If you keep going like this, your life will be ruined. Luo Chen stopped beside the bed and his smile faded. Yes. What's wrong with not liking it? He stared at that absolutely beautiful face. It was very beautiful and very attractive, but unfortunately, the fanatical feeling he once had was gone. He no longer had any interest in threatening. Goodbye, white moonlight. From now on, you are just a passerby. Luo Chen threw the pillow on the head of the bed, then supported himself on the bed with both hands and moved closer to Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu was panicked again. Just wanted to threaten. Luo Chen stared at her calmly and said casually, Su Chuyu, please put away your dirty thoughts. Su Chuyu's thoughts froze. I am dirty? Chapter 2, Orderly, is this Luo Chen? Luo Chen was the first person to use this word to describe her. Luo Chen continued, first of all, this is my room. You appeared in my room. Secondly, you were like this when I woke up. I didn't touch you. But you, lying next to me dressed like this in the middle of the night, what do you want to do? Are you trying to seduce me? This. Su Chuyu widened her beautiful eyes. I seduced you? Luo Chen. You. She instinctively wanted to get angry, but when she saw the unfamiliar smile on Luo Chen's face, she felt a little uneasy. What if Luo Chen gets beastly? She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and said, Luo Chen, this is clearly my room. Don't you think your explanation is weak? Do you think I will believe it, or will the police believe it? Luo Chen was too lazy to explain and stood up straight. Since you don't believe me, then you can call the police. By then, the whole school will know that the cool and beautiful schoolgirl who was popular in the city high school checked into a room with a poor student suitor. Who do you think is missing? He was very resentful when he talked about this. In his previous life, Su Chuyu called the police and ended up suffering no less impact than him. This stupid woman. You. Su Chuyu gritted her teeth, but was unable to refute. Luo Chen's words made her suddenly realize. Really? No one cares who checked into her room, they just. Luo Chen rolled his eyes in disdain. As expected, your IQ is just like that. What a pity, such a pretty person is a fool. Come on, follow me out. He no longer had any interest and just wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible and go home. Su Chuyu's expression froze slightly. Go out? Didn't he want to, what? Go out? Where are you taking me? She frowned slightly and asked warily. Luo Chen ignored him and turned around and walked out. She was a little hesitant, but when she saw Luo Chen opening the door, she quickly got out of bed. It is always better to stay outside than in the room. If he really dares to force himself on me, I can call for help. Luo Chen looked at her vigilant movements, feeling full of self-mockery. I licked for 3 years, but what did I lick? There is no trust at all. He turned and walked out of the room. Leaving the room, Su Chuyu saw guests and waiters in the corridor, which immediately made him feel safe. She stared at Luo Chen's back with her beautiful eyes, feeling disgusted. Snort! Fortunately, I didn't promise you. Scum, hooligan. Soon, we got out of the elevator. Luo Chen walked straight to the front desk, his expression turning cold. It was this hotel that ruined him in his previous life. Su Chuyu called the police. When the police came to collect evidence, the hotel, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, insisted that the hotel's surveillance was broken and they could not collect evidence. He was ignorant in his previous life, but in this life, that is not the case. There were more people here, and Su Chuyu was completely relaxed, but those strange looks made her feel very uncomfortable. Wearing school uniform and booking a hotel room. This is hard not to make people think about it. She could run away any time now, except. Of course, this matter cannot be let go. Although the clothes were not taken off, but the clothes were like that, had they been touched by Luo Chen? No. Snort. I'd like to see how you can explain it. Luo Chen arrived at the front desk. The receptionist looked up and saw that they were 2 students, so she didn't take it seriously and asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Chen hasn't spoken yet. Su Chuyu's cold voice sounded, "Hello, could you please help me check whose name is registered in room 304? The receptionist nodded. Good. She began to look through the notebook. Su Chuyu hugged his shoulders and looked at Luo Chen with disgust. Snort. See how you pretend. Luo Chen ignored him and tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers. Soon, the receptionist looked up. The registrant's name is Luo Chen. This. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Su Chuyu's face suddenly froze. What's going on? Isn't this her room? Luo Chen glanced at Su Chuyu. Did you hear that? He asked. Su Chuyu clenched her fists. Although she was a little confused, she still firmly believed in her judgment. What does it prove if it's your room? What if you brought me here last night? She responded with a cold face. She drank too much last night and couldn't remember anything. She didn't even know how she got to the hotel. Luo Chen nodded slightly. That makes sense. These words made Su Chuyu a little confused. What does it mean to make sense? Luo Chen looked at the front desk and said coldly, "Where is your surveillance camera? There is an extra person in my room for no apparent reason. I need to check the surveillance camera." That attitude made the front desk very unhappy. I'm sorry, brother. We need to protect the privacy of our guests. You can't see the surveillance, she said perfunctorily. After all, he is just a student and is easy to deal with. You can't check, right? Luo Chen looked at the front desk and asked. Su Chuyu looked at Luo Chen's cold face and felt a little strange. As far as I can remember, he always had that flattering smile on his face. The receptionist didn't even raise his head this time. Yes. According to the hotel rules, I have no right to let you check. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, then this is your responsibility." He glanced at the name tag at the front desk. Your name is Li Shui, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the unknown brand mobile phone from his pocket. Li Shui frowned and asked, "What do you mean, it's my responsibility? What did you say?" Su Chuyu also looked at him with confusion. Luo Chen looked very leisurely and said, "I checked into the room by myself, but when I woke up, there was an extra person in the room. First of all, I'm not an adult yet, so only one person can live in my room. Secondly, how did she get into my room? I think your hotel has safety risks. There is an extra person in my room, but no one knows about it? Is it because the staff are not doing anything, or is your hotel a shady place? Let me take a look at the surveillance video and figure out what's going on, and I won't cause any trouble for you. If you don't let me see it, I have no choice but to ask the police for help for my reputation." After he finished speaking, he showed the receptionist the number 110 that had been dialed on his cell phone. This. The receptionist stared blankly, somewhat at a loss. Call the police? Aren't these two students afraid that their parents will find out? Luo Chen shook his phone and said, no talk? Then I'll call. As soon as the words fell. Don't. Come with me. The receptionist said unnaturally. She turned and walked towards the elevator. Luo Chen followed. Su Chuyu opened her cherry lips slightly, her face full of surprise. Luo Chen's orderly appearance made her feel more and more unfamiliar. The key is, really check? Security room. The front desk clerk asked the security guards to go out and operated Data's desktop computer herself. Su Chuyu secretly looked at the sullen figure standing there, and the feeling of strangeness became even stronger. The main thing is that the firm idea just now has begun to loosen. Found my brother, this is when you come in. The voice from the front desk rang out. They both turned their eyes to the computer screen at the same time. In the picture, Luo Chen walked in from outside with an unsteady figure. Although it was difficult to see clearly, one could still feel the desolation emanating from him, as if he had lost his soul. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. He was so stupid at that time. Su Chuyu's eyes froze slightly as he looked at her in disbelief. How is it possible? Luo Chen came by himself? What about her? Chapter 3 The Truth is Revealed? The school beauty is ashamed. Her complicated gaze fell on Luo Chen's back, and she began to feel guilty. No way, it really has nothing to do with him, right? Before he could think about it, he saw that Luo Chen in the screen had already walked towards the elevator, and his feet became unstable, and he fell directly to the ground. Luo Chen slammed the ground with his fist, got up, and continued walking forward. That back figure looked depressed and lost. He even raised his hand and wiped it across his face, as if he was wiping away tears. Just by looking at his back, Su Chuyu could already feel how sad Luo Chen was at that time. She clenched her fists and looked at the handsome profile with complicated eyes. Rejecting his confession actually hurt him so much. Luo Chen glanced at Su Chuyu and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" That look was full of the feeling of keeping people at a distance. The strange feeling in Su Chuyu's heart became stronger and stronger, and he felt very uncomfortable. She nodded. At this point, she was already beginning to feel guilty. Luo Chen retracted his gaze and ordered, "Look for the time when this girl comes in again." The receptionist smiled and responded, "Okay, it's a small matter." Little girl? Su Chuyu curled her lips, feeling a little weird in her heart. Found it. The voice from the front desk rang out. Su Chuyu quickly raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on the screen. She was supported in by someone. She was drunk and unconscious. The person who supported her was a girl in school uniform. Su Chuyu widened her beautiful eyes and said in disbelief, "How could it be her?" 15 minutes later, Luo Chen walked out of the main entrance of the hotel. The problem is solved and I feel good. The culprit has already been identified. At this moment, he couldn't wait to go home to see his parents. Su Chuyu followed behind him with her head down, her cold face full of complicated expressions, like a child who had made a mistake. Immersed in guilt, she didn't notice that Luo Chen had stopped. She bumped into Luo Chen. Ah! Su Chuyu was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, her face slightly red. However, he still didn't dare to look directly at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, She wanted to apologize, but found it difficult to say it. Luo Chen no longer cared. Student Su Chuyu, you've also watched the surveillance video. Have you figured out what's going on? On that young face was a smile that didn't belong to that age, calm and relaxed. Su Chuyu was a little dazed. This name. In the past, Luo Chen always called her Chuyu, which made her extremely disgusted. Even though he had scolded her many times, Luo Chen still called her that shamelessly. Now, it feels so strange. I figured it out. She nodded and responded guiltily. Thinking of how confident I was in the room just now, I felt extremely ashamed. It's good that the misunderstanding is resolved. I'm a very generous person. I won't pursue the matter of you lying next to me. After all, it's not your fault. You were also sent to my room by someone else. Don't tell anyone about what just happened, including your parents and the person who sent you to my room. I will take care of it. Luo Chen said slowly. Su Chuyu curled her lips. What is there for you to pursue? You won't suffer any loss. She was originally struggling with how to deal with that person, but now that Luochen said so, she didn't have to worry about it anymore. Su Chuyu nodded. She was a little curious about how Luochen was going to deal with it. Luochen continued, now that the truth of this matter has come to light. If you don't have any objections, let's put this matter behind us. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. I'm going home too. Su Chuyu's heart tightened slightly. She raised her little face and asked, What do you mean, it doesn't matter at all? Luochen said, as a matter of course, we are not involved in this matter. What relationship did we have in the first place? This. Su Chuyu felt inexplicably anxious. Looking back on the past 3 years, Luochen has taken care of me meticulously and cared about me all the time. What kind of relationship is this? She was speechless. We are classmates. She hesitated for a moment before responding unnaturally. Luochen nodded in agreement and said, Yes, we are still classmates, but it's okay. The college entrance examination is coming soon. After graduation, this classmate relationship will come to an end. I won't bother you anymore. Su Chuyu clenched her fists. She suddenly felt that Luochen seemed to be trying hard to distance himself from any relationship with her. She felt a little blocked in her heart. Luochen, She wanted to say something, but Luochen didn't give her a chance. Okay, I'm going home. Goodbye, Su Chuyu. There was a smile on his handsome face, and he waved with a particularly sincere look. This goodbye is not said to Su Chuyu, who is in front of me, but the white moonlight in his heart. Su Chuyu felt inexplicably heartbroken when she felt that look. It seemed like something important was taken away from her heart. Luochen turned and left. Her breathing quickened, and her chest felt more and more stuffy. Luochen! She subconsciously called out to the figure from behind. Luochen looked back in confusion. What else are you doing? He asked, frowning slightly. That impatient tone made Su Chuyu even more uneasy. She bit her teeth lightly and said, It's too dark. I'm a little scared. In the past, as soon as the 3 words I'm scared appeared, Luochen would definitely rush to send her out of the unit door. She looked at the handsome face, and a hint of anticipation emerged in her heart. Luochen raised his eyebrows. Fear? Su Chuyu nodded slightly. Luochen grinned and said, If you are scared, just find the police. They are the angels who are willing to help. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. This. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, her beautiful eyes staring at the figure that was getting farther and farther away. Inexplicable grievance. If you don't want to send it, then don't send it. What's the big deal? If you have the guts, keep your word and stop bothering me. There are so many people pursuing me, and you are not the only one I need. Other people have their dignity and just walk away after they refuse, but you are like a dogskin plaster that can't be shaken off. Thank you for not interrupting me. She was venting her anger madly towards the gradually blurry figure, but the suffocating feeling did not disappear. On the contrary, it became more depressing. After Luochen left, he couldn't wait to rush home. The moment he turned the door lock with the key, his heart was so excited that it almost flew out. What a crap, Su Chuyu, how can he be more important than my parents? Dad. Mom. I'm back. As soon as Luochen opened the door, he couldn't help but shout. When I entered the room, I saw Luo Shubwa sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, while Bai Jing was busy in the kitchen. That familiar feeling of warmth instantly came over me. You little brat, the college entrance exam is almost here, but you don't study hard and go out to fool around. And didn't you say you were staying at your classmate's house? Why did you come back? Bai Jing pointed at Luo Chen with a rolling pin and scolded him. Hey! Luo Chen rushed over and hugged Bai Jing in his arms. I missed you guys, so I came back. Bai Jing was stunned when she heard that, with the rolling pin still raised in the air. How could such words come out from the mouth of this unfilial son? He turned around and rushed towards Luo Shubwa's position. Daddy! Hug me! Luo Shubwa put down the newspaper and raised his hand to stop Luo Chen, who was rushing over. He pushed his glasses and said, Don't give me that. Tell me, what trouble did you get into this time? Bai Jing suddenly realized. No wonder. She hugged her shoulders and looked unfriendly. Chapter 4, The Cold and Beautiful School Beauty is Like This? Luo Chen's enthusiasm was extinguished by this bucket of cold water. Dad, do you think I only cause trouble? He said helplessly. Luo Shubo put down the newspaper and picked up the teacup. How could that be? Luo Chen finally felt a little more comfortable. Luo Shubo took a sip of tea and said, besides getting into trouble, you will also fail the exam. Luo Chen was speechless for a moment. Luo Shubo sat up straight and said seriously, son, I want to interview you. Our Luo family is considered a scholarly family. How come you can fail every subject? You are not biased in your studies. Luo Chen was very embarrassed. This dad is such a hermaphrodite. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly and said, well, I'm going back to my room to study. He slipped back to his room. Leaning against the head of the bed, he felt mixed emotions. In my previous life, I had too many regrets. After waking up in the hotel, Su Chuyu called the police. He was taken away by the police and questioned for a whole day. He didn't blame Su Chuyu. Even though it was a little stupid, it was a normal reaction. Moreover, it was Su Chuyu who chose to reconcile in the end, so he avoided going to jail. But the sudden pressure made him seriously ill. He recuperated for a few days, but before he could recover, something happened again. A photo of him and Su Chuyu lying on the bed in a hotel circulated in the class. This incident had a huge impact. He was expelled from school. This is undoubtedly a devastating disaster for parents. Luo Shubo worked within the system, and the news spread within the company, which not only affected his future, but also made him unable to hold his head up in the company for the next 10 years. Bai Jing's health deteriorated. The gossips from her neighbors made her completely collapse. She became seriously ill, and although she was cured, the root of the disease remained. 2 years later, she died of illness. He sighed and calmed his thoughts. Dad, Mom, this time. I won't let you worry anymore. I want to make you proud of me. Luo Chen took out the textbooks from his school bag and started reviewing. Looking at the familiar knowledge, Luo Chen was full of confidence. When he was in high school in his previous life, these textbooks were like heavenly books to Luo Chen, but this life, it's different. After he was fired, he had no choice but to enter society. For the first 3 years, he worked. Although he had no knowledge or professional skills, he was smart and discovered business opportunities. During the second 3 years, he studied entrepreneurship while catching up on his professional knowledge, but self-study was too exhausting, so he chose an adult undergraduate degree. During those 3 years, I was busy starting a business during the day and frantically studying high school knowledge at night. To him, it was like a nightmare. Fortunately. Then I met her. Thinking of the beautiful figure in his mind, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. Wait for me. I'll come find you. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock. Inside the luxurious villa, Su Chuyu was lying on the bed in a cute suspender nightgown, her 2 white little feet dangling in the air. Her chin rested on her folded arms, her mouth slightly pouting. That little look is so adorable. I'm afraid no one knows that the cool school beauty in their minds would behave like this when no one is around. In front of her was a latest model flip phone with bright colors, and the screen displayed a QQ dialog box. That person's online name is Xiao Xiao Luo Yu. All the contents in the dialog box were sent by Xiao Xiao Luo Yu. March 3rd, 7 o'clock. Xiao Xiao Luo Yu, good morning. March 3rd, 2300 hours. Xiao Xiao Luo Yu, good night. March 4th, 7 o'clock. Xiao Xiao Luo Yu, good morning. March 4th, 2300 hours. Xiao Xiao Luo Yu, good night. March 5th, 7 o'clock. Xiao Xiao Luo Yu, good morning. Xiao Xiao Luo Yu withdrew a message. Su Chuyu watched the time change from 23 to 23:01. Luo Chen, you are late. What are you doing? She pursed her lips, her face full of resentment. Ever since the day Luo Chen added her on QQ, he always sent her messages on time, day after day for 3 years. She was extremely disgusted at first and asked Luo Chen not to send it to her. But Luo Chen didn't take it seriously at all. She adapted and chose to ignore it. She had nothing to do, so she started looking through the chat records. She could find the most recent messages, but 3 months ago, she hadn't said a word in these 3 months. That feeling of guilt emerged from the bottom of my heart. Soon, she turned her attention to the withdrawn notice. What was withdrawn? Is this something you want to confess today? It's 23:05 and there's still no notification sound from the phone. She checked it carefully. There is data flow and call charges. Suddenly, she thought of Luo Chen's words. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. After graduation, our relationship as classmates will come to an end. She felt that stuffy feeling in her heart again, and inexplicably irritated. Destroy Luo Chen. She couldn't help it any longer, so she picked up the phone and started typing with her slender white fingers. At the same time, Luo Chen also put his textbooks into his school bag. Lying in bed, full of anticipation. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a peculiar sound came from the cell phone. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth twitched violently. It is the voice of special concern in QQ. It really has a sense of age. No need to think. The only person he cares about on QQ is Su Chuyu. I didn't want to pay attention to it, but I was worried that something unexpected would happen today, so I took out my cell phone. First sunny then rainy. Luo Chen, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you about today's matter. Luo Chen glanced at the chat history, shook his head and smiled bitterly. At the beginning, I was so stupid. The first thing he did was to cancel the special concern, and then he replied to the message. Beep beep beep. The cell phone rang. Su Chuyu, who was lying on the bed, quickly turned over and picked up his mobile phone to check the message. Xiao Luoyu, it doesn't matter, there is no need to mention the past. Su Chuyu couldn't help but smile on her beautiful face, and she continued typing with her fingertips moving slightly. It's just not finished yet. Beep beep beep. Zioxioluyu, asleep. Chapter 5, Arrogant School Beauty, New Transfer Student? The movement of Su Chuyu's fingertips paused for a moment. Snort! She angrily closed her cell phone and lay down on the bed angrily. Just go to sleep. She pulled the big bear over and tapped its head hard with her fingers. I'm taking the initiative to apologize to you. Are you still being so arrogant? I just rejected you. You're so stingy. I just don't like you. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, don't look for me in your life. Snort! She ravaged the big bear for a while, then closed her eyes angrily. She wants to sleep. But Luo Chen's abnormal reaction today and his words to distance himself from the matter kept appearing in his mind. She felt very uneasy. That night, I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Early the next morning, Bai Jing had just put breakfast on the dining table when Luo Chen rushed out of the room. Have you eaten yet? It smells so good. He sat down and started eating with big mouthfuls. This. Bai Jing and Luo Shubo looked at each other in surprise. No need to call, just get up by yourself? Bai Jing said disdainfully, you're only active when eating. When will you be so active in studying? With your grades, I don't need to make so many delicious foods for you. Luo Chen smiled awkwardly and ignored it. Thinking of how happy his parents would be when the results came out, he couldn't suppress his excitement. I'm full. I'm going to school. I'm leaving. He rushed out of the room with his school bag. Bai Jing and Luo Shubo looked in surprise at the direction where Luo Chen left. Lao Luo, why do you feel like there's something wrong with your son? She asked puzzledly. Luo Shubo didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, what could be wrong? Don't worry about your son's studies. He has been free range for so many years. The last few months won't make a difference. Let him be. If it doesn't work, let him take over your cosmetics store. He said casually. Although he appears not to care on the surface, how can he not care in his heart? Bai Jing glared at him. What kind of words are you talking about? What good can my little shop do? My son is so outstanding, he will definitely have a great future. Luo Shubo smiled and asked, what's so good about your son? This. Bai Jing was speechless for a moment. She glared at Luo Shubo fiercely and said, my son is excellent. What's wrong? Eating can't stop your mouth, just eat your food. Luo Chen entered the classroom. There were already quite a few students in the class. When they saw him come in, many of them began to discuss in low voices. Look, here comes the confession guy. He is really infatuated, but he has no self-awareness. He is like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Don't insult the toad. If you smear ink all over the toad's feet and let it crawl on the test paper, you might get a higher score than the confession brother. Ha ha ha. The voices of discussion were neither loud nor soft, and there was no hint of taboo. Luo Chen heard it, but didn't take it seriously. After returning to his seat, he took out the book and started reading. Although we are full of confidence, we still cannot be careless. The admission score for her university is too high. Thinking of this, the charming figure appeared in his mind again, and he became more and more expectant. The voices of discussion continued, but Luo Chen had no interest in paying any attention to them. Soon, a petite figure sat down next to him. Ajwa, they are so annoying. What does your success or failure in confession have to do with them? The voice of defending injustice sounded. Luo Chen glanced sideways. Next to him was a little girl with dark skin, short hair, and a dissatisfied expression on her face. This is his former deskmate Wang Lingling, who left a deep impression on him. Because throughout high school, he put all his attention on Su Chuyu and had no social interactions. Others were laughing at him for being ignorant of the immensity of the world, and no one wanted to play with him. Wang Lingling could be said to be his only friend in high school. Later, they were separated because of academic performance problems. There were an odd number of students in the class, and as he was the last in the class, he was not liked by the teacher and sat at his own table. Luo Chen smiled and said, "They have their own mouths, so they can say whatever they want." Ha! Wang Lingling was a little surprised by Luo Chen's calmness. She returned to her seat. Almost all the classmates in the class have arrived one after another. Luo Chen glanced around the class. Su Chuyu had returned to his seat, with dark circles under his eyes and looking very tired. She didn't sleep well all night. Luo Chen swept his eyes across the place and finally fixed his gaze on a girl with shoulder-length hair. This is Li Yuan, the student council member of their class. This is not important. What is important is that she is the girl who sent Su Chuyu to Luo Chen's room last night. A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Although it is urgent to deal with it, now is not the time. This kind of thing should be solved privately. Before I could think about it, the noisy class suddenly became quiet. Luo Chen looked up and saw his head teacher Lu Yun walking up to the podium. It's not even time for morning self-study yet, why are you here so early? He was not interested and continued to review. Lu Yun looked down on him because he didn't study seriously, but it was not Lu Yun's fault. Who could have liked Luo Chen back then? He himself doesn't even think highly of it. Pa. Lu Yun clapped her hands and said, "Dear students, I have something to announce before self-study. There's a new student in our class." As soon as these words were spoken, the class was instantly in an uproar. Transferring to another school in the second semester of senior year? What's going on? Are you unable to survive in your school because you are being bullied? Do you have to be bullied? What if you do something shameful like the guy who confessed to me, and you can't stay here anymore, just transfer to another school? Luo Chen was also a little surprised. New classmates? That's right, he was being interrogated in his previous life. He fell seriously ill after returning, and before he could recover, the photo incident broke out. Although I came to the school several times later, I always went to the principal's office. He really didn't know that there were new classmates coming. Quiet. Lu Yun slammed the table. The classroom fell silent, and everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Luo Chen still had no interest and continued to do the questions. Lu Yun said sternly, "Students, please stop imagining nonsense. This student had to transfer to our school because of his father's job transfer. I hope all the students get along well." The students all showed expressions of realization. Lu Yun raised her hand towards the outside of the classroom and said with a smile, "Come on, let's welcome our new classmate together. Su Yuner." Clap, clap, clap. There was warm applause in the classroom. Luo Chen's writing action paused for a moment, and his heart beat violently. Su Yuner? How is it possible? Chapter 6. Is it really her? What a surprise! His incredulous gaze was fixed on the classroom door. I saw a girl walking in from outside. She was wearing a school uniform with the zipper pulled to the top. She lowered her head slightly so that half of her face was buried behind the collar of the uniform. Her long hair was scattered randomly, covering both sides of her face. However, despite this, the exposed fair skin and delicate nose still show the tip of the iceberg of her beauty. Wow! The students in the class immediately burst into exclamations. Luo Chen was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. He stared at the beautiful figure and was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. It turns out, it's really her. How is that possible? Luo Chen's thoughts were completely messed up. This Su Yuner was exactly the beautiful figure that could not be erased from his mind. It was she who helped Luo Chen successfully complete the adult college entrance examination. It was she who helped Luo Chen's company successfully break through the bottleneck and develop further. From the establishment of the company to its listing, there have been ups and downs during this period, but Su Yuner has always been with the company and has silently contributed to it. The company's employees have been replaced one after another, but only Su Yuner has always stuck to her post. Even though he couldn't afford to pay wages, Su Yuner never gave up. She was Luo Chen's greatest benefactor in his previous life, but also Luo Chen's greatest regret. Luo Chen clenched his fists as memories of his past life came to his mind. Su Yuner likes him. He felt it, but at that time he had not yet come out of the dark emotional experience of confessing his love to Su Chuyu. His father's future was ruined and his mother died of a serious illness. This relationship dealt him a devastating blow and he was particularly averse to relationships. I wanted to die alone. But as time passed, that cold heart was finally melted by Su Yuner's infinite warmth. Unfortunately, it melted too late. Before he had the time to accept Su Yuner's love, he received a call from the hospital. Su Yuner is critically ill. When he rushed to the hospital, the person was gone. The hospital said that he was the only one with a note in Su Yuner's mobile phone contacts, so they called him. He sat beside the bed, holding Su Yuner's cell phone. He looked through his address book. Just as the hospital said, he was the only one with a note in the entire address book. That night, he hugged Su Yuner and cried all night. He once asked Su Yuner what her biggest dream was, and Su Yuner's answer was that the biggest dream was to have no dreams. He never understood what it meant. Until I saw the notes. Su Yuner's note for him is, Dream Husband. Now that he has a new life, what Luo Chen wants to do most is to get into the university where she used to be and find her. Unexpectedly, Su Yuner actually appeared in his class. Hello everyone, my name is Su Yuner. Please take care of me, everyone. The soft voice brought Luo Chen back to reality. He looked at the timid figure on the stage, and infinite longing instantly burst out from the bottom of his heart. It's her. This feeling is definitely her. It was not until this moment that he finally came to his senses. He only knew which university Su Yuner was attending, but had never asked her where she went to high school. In his previous life, he was still recuperating at home at this time. Before he could recover, the photo incident broke out and he never returned to this classroom since then. It turns out, they missed each other once since that time. Luo Chen became emotional. He stared at the somewhat cowardly figure on the stage, his eyes filled with determination. We missed it twice in our previous life. Not in this life. There was thunderous applause in the class, and many boys were cheering. Su Yuner buried her head and became more and more nervous. All right. Lu Yun raised her hand slightly. The class quickly became quiet. She looks so beautiful. There's another beauty in our class. She might be the school belle. Not really? She is pretty, but can she be as pretty as Su Chuyu? No one has shown their face. Who do you know is good looking? The cheers died down, but the voices of discussion began. Lu Yun ignored it. Student Su Yuner, please go back to your seat first and sit in. She began to scan the class. Many little boys became excited instantly and sat up straight. It's just they sit at the same table. Lu Yun glanced around and her eyes finally stopped on the empty seat next to Luo Chen. Good news, there are seats available. Bad news, my deskmate is Luo Chen. Lu Yun frowned, feeling a little confused. Su Yuner is a model student. She fought for this class herself. If she were to sit at the same table with Luo Chen, who was the last in the whole group, what would happen? But it doesn't seem appropriate to change the seats temporarily now. Lu Yun was somewhat helpless. You sit there first, and we'll reshuffle the seats next week. She pointed to Luo Chen's side and said. The group of boys who stood straight were immediately disappointed when they heard this and looked in the direction Lu Yun pointed. The next moment, their gazes froze. Wipe. Sitting at the same table with the confession brother? Su Yuner slowly raised her head. Seeing this, Luo Chen withdrew his gaze in a flash and tried hard to calm himself down. Don't get excited. He lowered his head and pretended to write, but he didn't write a single word, and the hand holding the pen was shaking constantly. What's a surprise? Is there a bigger surprise than this? Good. Su Yun'er responded in a low voice and walked towards Luo Chen. The jealous eyes around were staring at Luo Chen. Luo Chen calmed his emotions without leaving a trace. Soon, Su Yun'er sat next to Luo Chen under the gaze of the whole class. Many people are already gritting their teeth. Su Chuyu glanced at it and didn't take it seriously, but when her eyes swept over Luo Chen, everything that happened last night came to her mind again. Snort! She glared at Luo Chen fiercely. After Su Yun'er sat down, she began to flip through her textbooks in her school bag. Luo Chen tried hard to suppress the urge to take a good look. This is the first time we meet in this life, so don't be abrupt. Bang bang bang. Lu Yun patted the desk and said, "Okay, everyone, concentrate on studying. There are still 99 days until the college entrance examination. This is the exam that will have the greatest impact on your life. Think carefully about what kind of university you want to get into. This is your last chance to sprint." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Luo Chen with an unfriendly gaze. There are still some students who don't study. If they insist on doing this, I hope they won't disturb other students who love to study. Did you hear everything clearly? The whole class was responding. Luo Chen looked up and glanced, and found that Lu Yun was looking at him. He also felt helpless. But there is really nothing to refute. In his previous life, he was a complete academic failure and didn't even have the chance to go to college, so it was normal for people to look down on him. But this life is different. Not only does he want to go to college, he also wants to go to the same college as Su Yun'er. Su Yun'er had already placed all the books on the table and was flipping through the textbooks, but her mind was not on that. After all, she had never sat at the same table with a boy before. Luo Chen really couldn't suppress the strong longing in his heart. Cough. He coughed lightly and asked in a low voice, "Classmate, which school did you transfer from?" Chapter 7, Clear your thoughts and solve the cause of the disease. Su Yun'er's delicate body trembled slightly. She exerted a little force in her small hand that was holding the tip of the pen. Isn't it impolite not to answer? County High School. She answered timidly. Luo Chen nodded. Oh. He didn't say anything more. If he continued talking, the little girl would get panicked. Luo Chen looked at him secretly. She was wearing a school uniform that did not belong to their city high school, and the clothes smelled faintly of laundry detergent. Although he couldn't see the face, Luo Chen had already imagined the charming face in his mind. Soon, his heart began to feel heavy. He remembered that the reason why Su Yun'er became ill in her previous life was because a huge change happened in her family when the college entrance examination was approaching. He fell into deep thought. Su Yun'er had talked to him about this in her previous life. The reason she transferred schools was not because of her father's job transfer, but because her father and mother divorced. About half a month before the college entrance examination, her mother was in a car accident. She was exhausted and her college entrance examination results were affected, and she did not get into her ideal university. The cost of her mother's surgery consumed all her college savings. In order to go to university smoothly, she started doing various temporary jobs after the college entrance examination, which exhausted her body. Coupled with long-term malnutrition, she became plagued by illness. After entering university, he studied hard and worked part-time to earn tuition fees, and his condition gradually worsened. However, Su Yun'er didn't even dare to go to the hospital. Can't afford to go. Luo Chen pieced together the fragments of his memories from his previous life and finally sorted out his thoughts. He looked at Su Yun'er's slightly dry hair, feeling distressed. My mother's car accident was the beginning of everything, and long-term fatigue and malnutrition were the triggering factors. These 3 problems must be solved. Ring ring ring. The class bell rang, allowing Luo Chen to completely collect his thoughts. Hello, teacher. The lifeless shouts echoed in the classroom. The first class is mathematics. Luo Chen had no interest in it. In his previous life, mathematics was the most frustrating subject. Su Yun'er's tutoring for him was also mostly mathematics. Now, these contents were nothing to him. He needs to focus on physics and chemistry. The teacher was speaking seriously on the stage. Luo Chen glanced at Su Yun'er and asked in a low voice, "Are you good at math?" Su Yun'er clenched her hands nervously and shook her head gently twice. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. That little look, like a frightened little white rabbit, cautious and cute. If you have any questions, you can ask me. he said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the physics textbook. Su Yuner secretly glanced at Luo Chen, then quickly looked away. Su Chuyu was fiddling with the delicate ballpoint pen in his hand, and his mind was completely unable to concentrate on his studies. Whenever I want to think, what happened last night pops up in my mind involuntarily. Snort. So angry. The more Su Chuyu thought about it, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and looked at the last row of the classroom. I happened to see Luo Chen flipping through the textbooks, looking very serious. Whispering sound. She curled her lips, feeling disgusted. Isn't it your bedtime? A new deskmate has arrived. Are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Snort. Su Chuyu withdrew his gaze angrily. At the podium, the teacher spoke incessantly. Below the podium, the students had different expressions. In a blink of an eye, the class time was half over and Luo Chen was a little tired. He lay down on the table, intending to take a short rest, but unexpectedly fell asleep in a daze. Boom, boom, boom. There came the sound of the teacher knocking on the blackboard. Su Chuyu also quickly withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the teacher along with the other students. The female teacher wearing glasses threw the chalk on the desk and asked, "This question, the additional question, is an extension of the question I just talked about. Who can do it? Raise your hand." All the students withdrew their gazes and lowered their heads in unison. Su Chuyu also withdrew his gaze. My mind was full of Luo Chen's thoughts just now, and I didn't listen at all. The math teacher frowned and asked, "You didn't raise your hands, right? Then I'll call your names." The students lowered their heads even more, afraid of making eye contact with the teacher. The teacher was very disappointed. In the end, he could only focus his gaze on Su Chuyu, and his expression softened a little. "Chuyu, come up and do this question." A rare smile appeared on her face. Su Chuyu is a top student in Class 5, Grade 3. The students relaxed. Soon, all eyes focused on Su Chuyu. This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, feeling embarrassed. I didn't attend the class just now. But everyone was watching, so she had no choice but to go up to the podium. Pick up the chalk and start solving the problem. The students in the audience cast envious glances at them. Soon, the gratified smile on the math teacher's face gradually faded. Because Su Chuyu stopped writing halfway through the solution. "Teacher, I don't know how to do it either." Su Chuyu looked at the teacher and said awkwardly. "This." The students all showed surprised expressions. "Are there any questions that Su Chuyu can't solve?" The teacher sighed and said, "Okay, go back. You've solved half of it, which is not bad." Su Chuyu walked back. Although there was no expression on that cold face, his toes were already digging into the ground. "Damn Luo Chen, it's all your fault." Snort. She was venting her anger in her heart. The teacher was a little depressed and asked, "No one can solve this problem?" The audience was silent. The teacher looked around and soon noticed Luo Chen, who was sleeping on the table. Too conspicuous. The originally depressed mood instantly turned into anger. "You're taking my class and still sleeping?" The teacher was already full of dissatisfaction, and his eyes became sharp at this moment. The other students felt it. Soon, all eyes followed the teacher's gaze and turned to Luo Chen. "It's the confession brother. It's going to be fun. It's so funny, he's worthy of being called the confession brother. How dare you sleep in this tigress's class? Confession bro is over." A series of mocking discussions were heard. Su Chuyu also noticed it and secretly revealed a fierce expression. "Humph, you deserve it." Luo Chen was completely immersed in sleep at this moment and didn't notice anything at all. Su Yuner lowered her head, and the fingers holding the pen turned a little white from the force. She bit her teeth lightly, moved her elbow imperceptibly, and gently rubbed Luo Chen's arm twice. Luo Chen woke up slowly. Before I could figure out what was going on, Su Yuner's low voice came, "Wake up, the teacher is watching you." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. This is Su Yuner calling him? Su Yuner's timid voice instantly brought his thoughts back to his previous life. Chapter 8. Luo Chen answers questions and shows his brilliance. He enjoyed that feeling so much that he was completely immersed in it and even ignored what Su Yuner said. The anger in the teacher's eyes grew more intense. The other students tried to suppress their smiles, but they were already impatient. Su Yuner clenched her fists. "You sleep so well, you don't even wake up like this?" She put her little hand down and patted Luo Chen's legs gently twice. Luo Chen almost laughed out loud. Luo Chen! Stand up right there! Suddenly, the teacher's angry shout came from the podium. The sound is like a loud bell. Su Yuner was frightened by the sudden shout and her body trembled slightly. The other students also had mocking smiles on their faces and eyes full of sarcasm. Luo Chen was also startled. It was not until this moment that he realized why Su Yuner called him so embarrassing. He quickly stood up, scratched his head, and said, "Teacher, you called me?" Snort! The teacher snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "I've been watching you for a long time, don't you know? Sleeping in class, is this your attitude as a senior high school student?" Luo Chen smiled awkwardly and said, Teacher, you explained it so well. I just closed my eyes and thought about what you said, and I accidentally fell asleep. I'm sorry, teacher. Phew, ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of laughter all around. It's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing. We have more and more reasons to confess our love to our brother. Without a few years of mental illness history, I really can't come up with this excuse. TSK, it makes me laugh to death. There was constant discussion around. Su Chuyu also curled her lips in disgust. I originally thought that Luo Chen had become a stranger, but unexpectedly, this familiar feeling came back so quickly. Still the same him. Su Yuner couldn't help but feel embarrassed for Luo Chen and lowered her head even more. The teacher couldn't help but clench his fists. You really work hard. You are the bottom student in the whole group, and you think about the problems in my class so much that you even dream about them? Do you want me to talk to your head teacher about this? She forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart and shouted. Puff. There was another burst of laughter all around. Su Chuyu was too lazy to watch, but his heart was filled with a sense of joy. Su Yuner opened her mouth in surprise. Bottom of the whole year group? Didn't I say I'd ask you to help me with any questions I had? You're such a boaster. Luo Chen also felt helpless after hearing this. He smiled and said, Teacher, I was at the bottom of the whole group, but now I have changed my ways. I have been studying hard these days. Turn over a new leaf? Study hard? The other students were already laughing too much to have any more energy. In their eyes, Luo Chen has completely become a walking joke. Weird. The teacher was even more furious. Good. You've reformed, right? You're studying hard, right? Since you're working so hard, it would be unreasonable not to give you a chance to prove yourself. Come on, come up and solve this problem for me. The anger in her heart could hardly be suppressed. The other students saw this with playful smiles on their faces, full of anticipation. This time, what excuse do you have? Who would have thought? Luo Chen didn't say anything, he just walked straight to the podium. This. The classmates were stunned when they saw this, their eyes full of confusion. Do you really dare to go? Are you crazy? The teacher glared at Luo Chen, but Luo Chen pretended not to hear him. He picked up the chalk on the podium and started writing. Su Chuyu still had no interest at all and tried hard to immerse his thoughts in the previous question. After all, she already knew the result. Su Yuner was also a little surprised and couldn't help but look up. The mocking eyes of the other students followed Luo Chen's figure, laughing sarcastically, waiting for the ending they wanted. The teacher stood aside, folded his arms, and watched coldly. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard continued to ring. The angry expression on the teacher's face froze slightly. The other students also looked at him in confusion. Not to mention other things, just the word solution has already made them confused. No. When did Luo Chen's spider-like handwriting become so beautiful? The word is vigorous and powerful, and every stroke of the word reveals a sense of dominance. The key is. Luo Chen waved the chalk on the blackboard smoothly without any pause. The content was blocked by Luo Chen's body and they couldn't see it. They instantly felt like Luo Chen was scribbling on the blackboard. Su Chuyu was also attracted by the continuous sound of chalk. She looked up. Just one glance, and all the expressions on that beautiful face froze in an instant. She was sitting in the first row by the window. From this angle, she can see it. This. There was a look of surprise in Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes. She raised her fair little hands and rubbed her eyes, then looked over again in disbelief. The chalk slid smoothly across the blackboard, as if it didn't require any thought from the brain at all. The key point was, the person holding the chalk was undoubtedly Luo-chan. She was stunned. The expression on the teacher's face also froze. He stared with wide eyes in shock. My breathing stopped. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard continued. Click. For the last stroke, Luo-chan tapped heavily on the blackboard, making a crisp sound. The chalk broke. Luo-chan turned around and casually threw the remaining chalk into the chalk box on the table. Pa pa. Luo-chan gently patted off the chalk dust on his hands and said with a harmless smile, "Teacher, I'm done. Then I'll go back." After he finished speaking, he walked towards his seat with a graceful step. At this time, Su Yuner was also looking up at the blackboard. Luo-chan walked back and just happened to see the delicate face revealed. Just one glance and his heart skipped a beat. He had seen this face countless times in his dreams. Finally, I saw it again. Chapter 9. The whole class is shocked. Is this Luo-chan? Because she has been covered tightly all year round, Su Yuner's skin is extremely white, so white that it looks sickly. Although her skin is not as smooth as Su Chuyu's due to malnutrition, her facial features are particularly delicate. A pair of beautiful eyes that are clean and clear, a tall nose, pearly teeth, and cherry lips. Stay clean and untainted by the mud. That pure breath perfectly interprets what the feeling of first love is. Although that face was much more childish than the one in his dream, it still made his heart beat wildly. Yuna, I miss you so much. Luo-chan was shouting madly in his heart, but he couldn't express himself in words. The whole class was silent. Everyone stared at the rows of dragon-like characters on the blackboard in amazement, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Is this the word for confession, brother? This is so. Everyone's thoughts were frozen. The point is, they could only be shocked by Luo-chan's handwriting, they had no idea how to solve this problem. The teacher looked on in confusion. Su Chuyu was also completely immersed in the shocking emotion and couldn't wake up. Because she can understand it. At first I couldn't figure out which graph the missing value was calculated from, but after seeing Luo-chan's detailed analysis step by step, I instantly understood. So that's how it is. But, how did Luo-chan do it? How could he possibly solve this problem? Su Chuyu's mind went blank. The silence of the whole class lasted for a full minute. Su Yuner was also completely attracted by the answer on the blackboard. She had just been studying this problem and was also stuck at the next few steps. Seeing Luo-chan's answer at this moment, everything became clear. Luo-chan couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. So this is what it feels like to be a top student. It's quite exciting. Cough. He coughed slightly. Everyone in the class finally came back to their senses from the shock. Su Chuyu opened her cherry lips slightly, and her beautiful eyes moved to Luo-chan, her eyes still full of incredible light. That strange feeling came over me instantly. How did he do it? Did you guess the topic? The teacher has also carefully reviewed the solution process several times. This step is perfect. The other students also looked at Luo-chan in shock, and then turned their eyes to the teacher. This question, right? But before I could think about it, I saw the teacher turned around. There was a hint of embarrassment on that serious face at the moment, but more of it was excitement. She stared at Luo-chan with burning eyes, clenched her fists, and said excitedly, Luo-chan's answer is absolutely correct. Hiss. There was a sound of people gasping in shock in the class instantly. Those extremely shocked gazes were all directed at Luo-chan. How is this possible? A smile appeared on Luo-chan's lips, and he casually twirled the pen in his hand. Su Chuyu withdrew his gaze. That beautiful face was still filled with shock, and she still didn't understand what was going on. The teacher said excitedly, Student Luo-chan, it seems that the teacher really misunderstood you. You've really changed your ways and are really working hard to learn. The teacher apologizes for his mistake. You really surprised me. You answered a question that no one in the 4 classes I taught could answer. That look was sincere and excited. Luo-chan felt a little touched when he heard this. In his previous life, these teachers looked down on him and he was extremely disgusted with them. Unexpectedly. Now that I think about it, I understand that these teachers were simply disappointed in their students. He stood up and responded, I'm sorry, teacher. It was my fault for sleeping in class. I will pay attention in class next time. The child suddenly got it. The teacher smiled and nodded, and his previous dissatisfaction with Luo-chan also disappeared for the most part. After all, Luo-chan gave her such a big surprise. It took her a long time to calm down before she continued her lecture, but none of the students in the class were in the mood to listen anymore. Everyone was shocked and dazed. This question that even the top student in School Beauty couldn't answer was answered by this guy who was at the bottom of the whole group. This world is crazy. Su Yuner had also come back to her senses. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Luo-chan's face with surprise. Unexpectedly. Is he really that awesome? Luo-chan also happened to look at her face, and their eyes met through a few strands of hair. Su Yuner withdrew her gaze quickly, like a frightened little white rabbit. Seeing this, Luo-chan couldn't help but smile. She is still so socially anxious. But he could understand Su Yuner's state of mind very well. Growing up in an environment of inferiority for many years was no longer as simple as social phobia. He leaned a little closer and whispered, "Thank you for waking me up just now." After the words were spoken, he listened attentively. Su Yuner clenched her pink fists, and the tips of her exposed ears turned red. "No, you're welcome." Luo-chan looked at her well-behaved appearance and instinctively raised his hand to rub her head. But in the end he endured it. Time passes. The fourth class in the morning also ended with the ringing of the bell. The teacher is gone. The students also quickly rushed out of the classroom, ready to grab seats in the cafeteria. Su Yuner sat up straight and sorted out her books. She showed no intention of moving. A wicked smile slowly appeared on Luo-chan's lips. There were still many classmates in the class walking out one after another. Luo-chan was not in a hurry to move and was also pretending to organize his books. Su Chuyu walked outside with her deskmate. But that complicated gaze couldn't help but fall on Luo-chan. Until now, she was still immersed in the puzzlement of how Luo-chan solved that problem, and she couldn't figure it out at all. She stared at Luo-chan from her seat and walked to the door. Pity. Luo-chan never raised his head from beginning to end. Su Chuyu felt that uncomfortable feeling again. In the past, after class at noon, Luo-chan would definitely go to the cafeteria to save a seat for her first. Now. Soon, all the students left. Luo-chan and Su Yuner were the only ones left in the huge classroom. Su Yuner still kept her head down, looking very unnatural. The little hand that was originally reaching for the school bag also stopped, looking like it didn't know where to put it. Luo-chan turned his head and glanced sideways. Su Yuner told him in her previous life that she had never been to the high school cafeteria. Don't think. This must be the food that Su Yuner brought from home. He was there, so Su Yuner was embarrassed to take it out. He pondered silently. The problem of malnutrition must naturally be solved by food. But how do I take her to the cafeteria? Chapter 10, Eating Together? Pretty fast progress? Luo-chan fixed his eyes on the face hidden by the hair and said with a smile, "Student Su Yuner, thank you for waking me up just now. Otherwise, I don't know how long I can sleep." For him, communicating with Su Yuner was a luxury fantasy in his previous life. Now, it has come true. Su Yuner responded unnaturally, "No. You're welcome." That voice, soft and sweet. From childhood to adulthood, I grew up surrounded by ridicule. The word thank you was unfamiliar to her. Luo-chan listened to the soft and sticky voice and felt his heart melt. That familiar feeling. He smiled and said, "Let's go to the cafeteria? Let's go together." Ah. When Su Yuner heard this, her beautiful eyes, which were hidden by her hair, whitened instantly. They go to the cafeteria together? Having never come into contact with the opposite sex, she felt that this sentence was a bit abrupt. She gently waved her fair little hands twice and said, "No. No, you go ahead. I'm not hungry yet." Luo-chan naturally understood what Su Yuner was thinking and didn't take it seriously. He knew Su Yuner's character very well, so it was easy for him to control her. Don't get me wrong. He smiled brightly and said, "I just wanted to thank you. You haven't applied for a meal card yet, right? That's perfect. I'll treat you to a meal. How about it?" That smile reduced Su Yuner's defensive feeling a lot. Most importantly, his expression is also very sincere. But she still couldn't accept going to the cafeteria with a boy and eating together. Really no need, I'm not hungry. She shook her little head again, quietly and cutely. She wanted to say that she brought her own lunch, but she couldn't say it. Although I have gotten used to the sounds of ridicule, I don't want to become the object of ridicule in class as soon as I arrive at the municipal high school. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw this. It seems that I can only use my ultimate move. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you dislike me so much?" When Su Yun'er heard this, her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with surprise. No. She quickly shook her head in denial. Luo Chen kept smiling bitterly and said, "Forget it, no need to explain, all my classmates dislike me. I thought you were new here and didn't have any opinion of me. I didn't expect. Never mind. I understand." As he said this, he felt like laughing, but he tried his best to suppress it. Su Yun'er was confused. In her eyes, Luo Chen's sunny looks and cheerful personality must make him very popular in the class. The key is to study well. How could she know that Luo Chen would be disliked by his classmates? I don't have any opinion about you, classmate. I don't dislike you. She hastily defended herself. After all, Luo Chen's words touched her heart. In the past, she was the one disliked by the whole class. She understood that kind of pain, so she couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw Luo Chen like this. Luo Chen shook his head and pretended to be indifferent and said, "It's okay, I understand you, no need to explain. I'm sorry to bother you. I won't bother you anymore." He was almost about to laugh, but he tried his best to hold it back. These few words were like a heavy hammer hitting Su Yun'er's heart. She empathized instantly. She understood these words too well, she understood them too clearly. She clenched her fists and instantly abandoned any thought of rejection. "Classmate, I really don't dislike you. I'm not very good at communicating. Well, let's go eat. You treat me," she said quickly, explaining carefully. She was still worried that Luo Chen wouldn't believe it. Luo Chen looked up doubtfully and asked, "Really?" Su Yun'er pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. "Real." Luo Chen pretended to be hesitant and said, "Okay, I'll trust you for now. If you dislike me, just tell me earlier and I will definitely not bother you, okay?" Su Yun'er nodded quickly. "Good." She responded obediently. Luo Chen then smiled and said, "Okay, let's go." After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked outside. He smiled secretly, with an expression of doting on his face. Really? She is still the same simple and kind-hearted girl. Su Yun'er lowered her head and followed behind. She deliberately distanced herself from Luo Chen, feeling confused. Luo Chen first went to the cafeteria to buy a set of tableware, and then took Su Yun'er to the cafeteria. The rush for seats has passed. When Luo Chen came in, all the students had already sat down to eat, but the food area was very quiet. His appearance was just noticed by Su Chuyu. Snort! Su Chuyu snorted softly and withdrew his gaze, his heart filled with deep resentment. She turned her anger into appetite and chewed hard. That little expression was as if he treated Luo Chen as the food in his mouth. Her deskmate Wang Miling asked in confusion, "Chuyu, what are you eating? Why are you chewing so hard?" Su Chuyu returned to his cold and aloof demeanor. "Eating assholes." Wang Miling? Luo Chen didn't notice it and took his lunchbox out of the cabinet. Su Yun'er still kept her head down, her movements somewhat stiff. Luo Chen could understand it. After all, it was her first time in the cafeteria, and there were so many people. Su Yun'er slowed down her pace and felt an urge to turn around and leave. Although no one looked at her, but there were too many people. Luo Chen glanced around and said, "Come with me, there is an empty seat over there." A layer of intoxicating blush had already appeared on Su Yun'er's fair face. She hesitated for a long time, but finally followed him. Wang Miling saw the scene. She came closer to Su Chuyu and whispered, "The relationship between the confession brother and his deskmate is progressing very quickly." "You all ate together?" Su Chuyu paused chewing. She quickly raised her head and locked her gaze on Luo Chen. "Really?" Su Yun'er was following Luo Chen with her head down. Su Chuyu pursed her lips, and the uncomfortable feeling became more intense. "Scumbag!" She withdrew her gaze angrily and said coldly, "What does it have to do with me?" Wang Miling was slightly stunned. Haha, it's okay, it's okay." She also lowered her head and started eating. Su Chuyu continued eating, but his thoughts were no longer here. She was extremely angry. There was no source for that anger. Chapter 11 He changed his mind? Chu Yu was disappointed. Su Yuner sat in the empty seat, feeling uncomfortable. She glanced around secretly, and when she found that no one was looking at her, the nervous feeling eased a little. I'm back. Eat it. Luo Chen placed all the food on the dining table and sat opposite Su Yuner. The moment he sat down, Su Yuner suddenly came to her senses. Eat together? She hadn't thought about this matter just now, but now sitting opposite Luo Chen, she suddenly had the urge to run away. However, only one word came out of his mouth. Luo Chen's casual voice sounded, the food is ready, come and eat it. If you don't eat it, it will all be wasted. Su Yuner's thoughts froze slightly. Look closely. There were 2 bowls of rice and 4 bowls of vegetables on the table. So much? Su Yuner opened her mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. Gurgle. Even though I was a little resistant in my heart, my stomach still made an honest noise. Luo Chen suppressed his smile and said, do you want to eat it or not? If not, I'll throw it away now. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to stand up. This. Su Yuner's beautiful eyes widened a little. Eat? She sat down obediently. Although it was just food from the cafeteria, for her, such a sumptuous meal could only be eaten during festivals. Pour it out. What a pity. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction and handed over the chopsticks. This set is all newly bought and just washed, so feel free to use it. There was a faint smile on his face. After saying that, he lowered his head and started eating. Su Yuner felt complicated again. Newly purchased. Quite expensive, right? But she has no money either. She picked up the chopsticks, lowered her head and started eating. Even when eating, that delicate face was only half exposed. But it was enough for Luo Chen to appreciate. She ate slowly, gently, and quietly. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile, enjoying the quiet moment. Eat more. If you can't finish it, it's all wasted. He said it casually. The word waste is the biggest crime for Su Yuner. Oh. She responded and ate with big mouthfuls. Luo Chen was eating too. Su Chuyu had finished eating and was very angry. She stood up and wanted to wash the lunchbox, but her eyes looked towards Luo Chen for some reason. When she saw Luo Chen and Su Yuner sitting opposite each other, she felt like she was having trouble breathing. This scumbag. Didn't you say that you would only love her in this life? She stared fiercely with her eyes, and her slender fingers tightly grasped the lunchbox. Without waiting to think about it. Then I saw Luo Chen actually picked up a chicken leg and put it in Su Yuner's lunchbox. This. Su Chuyu's breathing became slightly rapid, and her already proud chest began to rise and fall violently. However, Luo Chen didn't notice it at all. Eat it, these 2 chicken legs are yours. I'm stuffed. Luo Chen said with a chuckle. Su Yuner raised her chin slightly, and glanced at Luo Chen across from her through her bangs with her beautiful eyes. I can't eat it. It's too much. She said unnaturally. Luo Chen said indifferently, it's okay, just throw it away if you can't eat it. Su Yuner curled her lips. It's a shame to waste. She muttered something and lowered her head to eat. Luo Chen supported his chin with his hand and watched with a smile. Sure enough, this girl is very easy to deal with. He found that just watching Su Yuner eat quietly was a pleasure. I haven't enjoyed enough yet. Bang! Suddenly, a clear voice was heard. Su Yuner was so frightened that her body trembled. Luo Chen was also startled. He frowned and looked up, only to find that Su Chuyu was standing next to the table, putting the lunchbox on the table with force. Wang Miling stood behind her, hugging her shoulders and looking at him unhappily. Su Chuyu's beautiful face was filled with a cold expression and her eyes were very sharp. Luo Chen said unhappily, you scared me, what are you doing? Su Chuyu raised her head, not looking at Luo Chen, and said calmly, I'm done eating, please clean the lunchbox for me. Wang Miling came over and put the lunchbox on the dining table. And mine. Together. That expression was very arrogant. This. Many of the students who had not finished eating widened their eyes when they saw this. That's Su Chuyu's lunchbox. Usually Luo Chen would rush to help brush, but he was rejected by Su Chuyu every time. This time, why did you deliver it to me on your own initiative? Su Yuner was still confused and looked at it in confusion. Luo Chen laughed angrily. He raised his head and asked seriously, "Hey, you two, don't you have arms? Let me help you wash your lunchboxes? You guys, are you crazy? This." Su Chuyu widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Luo Chen. You said I was crazy? Luo Chen, you're the one who begs me to help you brush it every time. Who are you calling crazy? She clenched her fists and said angrily. Luo Chen also came to his senses. He slapped his forehead, feeling helpless. I have forgotten about this matter. In my previous life, I was so mean. He said calmly, "Okay, I take back what I said to you. I was the one who was a jerk before. You can find whoever you want for this kind of thing in the future. There are many people over there who are jealous of me. Go and ask them to help you." He waved his hand gently, with a hint of impatience. This. Su Chuyu clenched her teeth. But I haven't said much yet. That. I'm full. Su Yuner's timid voice sounded. She still kept her head down. She was already self-deprecating and didn't even have the courage to raise her head in front of a noble school beauty like Su Chuyu. Luo Chen glanced at it. There is still a chicken leg left in the bowl. He knew that Su Yuner had almost finished eating, and given the current situation, it was obvious that she couldn't continue eating. Okay. Then let's go and wash the dishes. With a faint smile on his face, he packed up his lunchbox and walked towards the sink. Su Yuner also quickly followed with her lunchbox. Whoosh, whoosh. Su Chuyu's proud chest heaved violently, and her angry eyes stared at Luo Chen's back. Scumbag. That's too much. But before I could think about it, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from behind. Chapter 12, this answer touched Yuna. Su Chuyu turned her head and saw several boys from the same class rushing over with excited smiles on their faces. Su Chuyu, I'm just about to go wash the lunchboxes, how about I help you? I'll do it. I can scrub it clean. Give it to me. Not only today, I'll pack all your lunchboxes in the future. They scrambled for it, their faces full of anticipation. Su Chuyu's pretty face was full of coldness, and she said coldly, I have my own hands. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the pool with her beautiful legs. This. Several boys were turned away and were in a very bad mood. Soon, those jealous eyes were cast on Luo Chen's back. This is a joke, why? Luo Chen turned on the faucet and washed his lunchbox. Su Yuner came close to Luo Chen and was about to turn on the faucet. The water is cold. Let me do it. That random voice sounded. Before Su Yuner could think about anything, the lunchbox was snatched away by Luo Chen. No. Before she could answer, Luo Chen had already started washing. Su Yuner stood aside, accustomed to ridicule, and now she was not used to Luo Chen's help. The key is, Luo Chen is still a boy. She looked at it with complicated eyes, especially when she saw the remaining chicken leg in the bowl. She felt a little regretful. Wasted. Pop. Su Chuyu threw the lunchbox into the pool, splashing water everywhere. Su Yuner was startled. She instinctively moved her eyes away and kept some distance. Luo Chen frowned and looked sideways, just in time to meet Su Chuyu's angry gaze. This look is murderous. He swallowed the words that were already on the tip of his tongue and was too lazy to pay attention to them. Su Chuyu blared at Luo Chen fiercely. She put all her anger on the lunchbox and rubbed it vigorously. Damn Luo Chen. You stinky scumbag. You're washing her instead of me, right? You only love me in this life, right? You're pretending to be cool, right? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. She couldn't help herself and was about to speak. Luo Chen turned and laughed. Su Chuyu took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his anger. Luo Chen and Su Yuner returned to the classroom. Although they came back together, Su Yuner still deliberately kept a distance from Luo Chen, and was afraid that others would see her and Luo Chen together. Luo Chen understood and didn't take it seriously. He sat down for a while before Su Yuner came back and sat next to him. Luo Chen flipped through the textbook and asked casually, Today is your first day here. Did your mother send you here? Su Yuner felt that this question seemed a little strange. Looking sideways. There was no expression on Luo Chen's face. He was reading seriously, as if he was just asking casually. No, my mother is at work and my uncle brought me here. She responded. The sound is not loud, but it is very pleasant to hear. Every time he spoke, there was a soft and sticky feeling. That cowardly look made Luo Chen instinctively want to take good care of her. Oh. Luo Chen nodded. Su Yuner also started flipping through the textbook without thinking much about it. Although she just had a meal with Luo Chen, to her, the feeling with Luo Chen did not seem so strange anymore, nor was it as unnatural as it was in the morning. Luo Chen was silent for a long while before he continued to ask, "What does your mother do for a living?" Su Yuner clenched her little fist slightly. She found it difficult to speak. All matters concerning family are the source of her inferiority complex and are also the topics she tries her best to avoid. She didn't want to answer. But, for some reason, Luo Chen didn't give her that feeling. She pondered. Luo Chen continued to pretend to flip through the textbook, pretending to be indifferent. In fact, my heartbeat quickened. Her mother's car accident was the source of everything, and this matter must be resolved thoroughly. Su Yuner bit her teeth lightly and believed in her intuition. My mother is a sanitation worker. Her voice became even quieter, and it was very difficult to answer this question. Sanitation? Luo Chen silently memorized it in his heart, and then responded, "Sanitation?" These words made Su Yuner's heart tremble. She clenched her fists tightly, and every time after she answered, the person who asked the question would have a suspicious tone, followed by a look of disgust. I thought Luo Chen seemed a little different, but I didn't expect. She lowered her head a little again. But before I could think about it, Luo Chen continued, "It's very hard work, exposed to the wind and sun. My grandfather used to be a sanitation worker, and I followed him." This. Su Yuner's action of lowering her head paused instantly. She instinctively raised her head and faced Luo Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance fixed on Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen looked up. That delicate face came into view intact. The facial features were still so delicate, the skin was almost pathologically pale, the thin lips were very dry, and the innocent eyes were already filled with moisture. An indescribable feeling arose in Su Yuner's heart. Different answer. Luo Chen could naturally feel Su Yuner's inner turmoil, and he felt very distressed. "What's wrong?" he asked in feigned confusion. Su Yuner finally came to her senses from her complicated emotions and quickly looked away. Nothing, she responded. But in her heart, Luo Chen has already been labeled as different. Luo Chen didn't say much. After all, the relationship between the two must develop step by step and cannot be rushed, otherwise it will easily backfire. In the blink of an eye, school was over. Su Yuner packed her school bag and was about to leave. "Wait a moment." Luo Chen's voice sounded. Su Yuner tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Although they had only known each other for one day, after the problem at noon, she no longer felt nervous when communicating with Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't answer and reached for her school bag. This. Su Yuner dodged instinctively, but after realizing it was Luo Chen, she paused again. Luo Chen unzipped the bag but did not open it. He took out a chicken leg wrapped in a plastic bag from his pocket and shook it gently in front of Su Yuner. "This is what's left over from lunch. This is your chicken drumstick. I put it in there for you. Remember to eat when you get home tonight. Otherwise it's a waste." He stuffed the chicken leg into his school bag and zipped it up. Su Yuner gave a complicated look. "Good." She nodded and stood up. Her little hand smoothed the strap of her school bag, and there was a gleam of hesitation in her eyes. "Well, next time I'll treat you." She wanted to express her gratitude, but the words came out weakly. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. "Okay." Su Yuner left with a red face. Luo Chen quietly looked at Su Yuner's back and wanted to follow her, but he couldn't, as he still had things to deal with today. Su Yuner left the class. Luo Chen then turned his gaze to Li Yuan, who was packing her school bag, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The photo issue needs to be resolved. Otherwise, this time bomb may explode at any time. Chapter 13 Bastard Luo Chen, I hate you. On the playground. Su Chuyu and her best friend Wang Miling were walking out of the school together. Su Chuyu was in a daze throughout the day. Her thoughts kept jumping back and forth between study and Luo Chen, and she felt confused. Why is this broken school bag so heavy today? Worn out. Su Chuyu was in a bad mood and complained. Wang Miling smiled and said, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if it's heavy. Anyway, we have Luo Chen, the follower. Just watch, I'll have to come over to help you carry your school bag in a bit. Su Chuyu was slightly stunned when he heard this. Yes. No wonder it felt heavy. She rarely carried a school bag because there was no chance. Every time after school, Luo Chen would help her carry it. She never took it seriously before and had gotten used to it. But now she realized that Luo Chen has been doing this for almost 3 years. Only this time, Luo Chen's coldness and impatience towards her echoed in her mind, and that unpleasant feeling resurfaced. Will it? She murmured to herself. Whispering sound. Wang Miling made a disdainful sound and said, "He is so shameless that he can't be beaten away even with a stick. How can he not know how to do it?" Su Chuyu was a little dazed, immersed in memories. Yes. No matter how she disliked or how angry she got, Luo Chen never stopped, and always carried her school bag and sent her to the car regardless of rain or shine. 3 years? A complicated thought arose in her mind. Look. What did I say? Just his shameless energy, his invincibility, he came right after I finished talking about it. Wang Miling's proud voice rang out. Su Chuyu paused and her beautiful eyes widened a little. She had always been disgusted in the past, but this time, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She turned around quickly and saw Luo Chen rushing towards her from the teaching building. Is it really coming? Su Chuyu felt inexplicably relaxed. Snort. No, I can't forgive him so easily. Dare you be mean to me? Today I will let you know what happened to Miss Xiangbin. She thought proudly in her heart. But before he could organize his words, Luo Chen was already nearby. Wang Miling's mocking voice also rang out, Luo Chen, why are you here again? Weren't you very arrogant in the cafeteria at noon? If you have the nerve, just keep being so arrogant. Why are you still looking for my Chuyu? If you have the guts, don't bother my Chuyu for the rest of your life. In this life? As soon as these words came out, Su Chuyu felt a little anxious. Why do you talk like that? But before I could think about it anymore, they were surprised to find that Luo Chen had no intention of stopping and ran straight past them towards the carport. This. Su Chuyu was stunned. Before she could show her proud expression, her expression froze again. Wang Miling's face was also full of confusion. Luo Chen's light voice came from the air, what's wrong? If you are sick, go to the hospital. By the time the two girls came to their senses, Luo Chen had already run very far away. This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and couldn't help but pout. Luo Chen, you bastard. I hate you. Wang Miling widened her eyes and asked in confusion, Chuyu, is Luo Chen crazy? Why is he scolding me? Is he sick? Chuyu, you are such a person. Hey. Chuyu. Without waiting for Wang Miling to finish her words, Su Chuyu walked out of the school with angry steps. Wang Miling followed quickly. Luo Chen naturally didn't know what happened over there. Just when he was trying to come up with something to say, Li Yuan actually left. Fortunately, he didn't run far. After he got on his bike, he followed from a distance behind. It was just after school and there were people outside the school. Luo Chen could only find a place where no one was around to solve the problem. Li Yuan was also riding a bicycle towards her home. As a student council member, she was still immersed in knowledge and had no idea that Luo Chen was following her. Clank, clank. The sound of bicycle bells rang out. Yuan, ride faster, I'm overtaking you. Li Yuan looked back and saw sports committee member Lu Hao catching up with her on a bicycle. The two of them lived in the same neighborhood and often went to and from school together. No, just ride faster yourself. She responded calmly. Lu Hao also slowed down and said, Yuan, what do you think happened with the confession brother today? Did he steal the question? There was a strong jealousy in his words. He is one of the few suitors of Su Chuyu in the class. Others are self-aware and have no illusions at all, but Lu Hao is different. As a sports student, he is very confident. A gleam of light also flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Today, she was also shocked. The teacher has already said that Luo Chen's solution is different from the standard answer. How? She responded casually. Snort. Lu Hao snorted coldly and said, anyway, I don't believe it. No, I will find a chance to expose him some other day. The two were chatting. Luo Chen, who was following behind, frowned slightly. This was a bit difficult. I originally wanted to find a place where there was no one to ask, but I didn't expect someone to show up halfway. How to do this? Time passes. If we don't step forward to stop them, they will be home soon. Luo Chen made up his mind and speeded up to catch up. Lu Hao was still complaining, muttering, "TSK, with his character, he was at the bottom of the group for the whole year. How could he answer a question that even my goddess couldn't do? No one would believe that. If you don't believe me, I'll find a chance to make him say it himself some other time." As the words fell, his expression became fierce. He was very unhappy that Luo Chen was in the spotlight. Li Yuanyuan shook her head and lost interest in responding. But I haven't thought about it much yet. Suddenly, a figure rushed past her, then drifted and parked the bicycle across in front of the two of them. Squeak! Li Yuanyuan was startled and braked quickly. When she looked up, she saw Luo Chen staring at her with an expressionless face. Luo Chen! Are you f***ing crazy? Go get into a car and die. What the FCK are you doing? After Lu Hao saw it clearly, he shouted loudly. I was already unhappy with Luo Chen and had been grumbling about it all the way. Now that I saw Luo Chen, I was even more furious. Luo Chen glanced at Lu Hao indifferently and ignored him. Li Yuanyuan, I have something to tell you. Is it convenient for us to talk alone? His eyes were cold and his voice was even colder. This. When Li Yuanyuan met that gaze, her body couldn't help but tremble. This look is a bit scary. But, Luo Chen was looking for her? What was there for them to talk about? Lu Hao glared at him and said in a low voice, Can't you hear me talking to you? Are you treating my words as farts? Just finished speaking. Luo Chen's cold gaze met his. Lu Hao's body tensed. What kind of look is this? Chapter 14, Kill the sports committee member instantly and force him to reveal the photos. Luo Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned his gaze back to Li Yuanyuan. I have something to tell you. He repeated it again. His attitude was cold, but Luo Chen was trying his best to endure it. In the previous life, everything was ruined by that photo. He didn't take direct action, which was already the greatest kindness he could show. Li Yuanyuan was very puzzled, especially when facing Luo Chen's eyes. She couldn't help feeling nervous. Lu Hao also came to his senses from the look just now. I was really scared by the confession guy? He suddenly felt humiliated. I'm fucking talking to you. Are you deaf? He turned over and got off the bike, raised his hand and pointed at Luo Chen, letting his bike fall to the ground. Luo Chen glanced at him and said coldly, It has nothing to do with you, go do what you need to do, don't try to make a name for yourself here. This Lu Hao was the one who mocked him the most in his previous life, and it was he who gave him the title of Confession Brother. Luo Chen hates this person very much. What the hell? You're talking to me, aren't you? You little bastard, are you tired of living? Lu Hao instantly became angry. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Luo Chen had been trying his best to suppress his anger, but when he saw Lu Hao's appearance, he could no longer control the rage in his heart. He glanced around and said calmly, Lu Hao, let me tell you one last time. I have something to tell Li Yuanyuan, you, get out. There's no one around here. If you don't understand what people say, and something happens, I won't be responsible. As the words fell, his eyes were filled with a chilling chill. After all, he was a successful person in his previous life, and his eyes exude the aura of a superior. This. Li Yuanyuan looked at it in surprise. She felt that Luo Chen in front of her seemed like a different person. But Lu Hao didn't have the energy to think about so much. He was already unhappy with Luo Chen, and now such provocative words completely infuriated him. You are not responsible? I want to see how you are not responsible. Do you think my 3 years of high school training were in vain? If I don't teach you a lesson, you probably won't know how I became the sports committee member. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hao's expression suddenly became sharp and he rushed directly towards Luo Chen's position. A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. I experienced many dark moments in my previous life, and in order to protect myself, I even practiced Sanda for several years. Although this body doesn't have that strength now, it still has some reaction speed. He turned over and got out of the car. Lu Hao also pounced over with a ferocious look on his face, trying to pin him to the ground. Luo Chen dodged sideways, stretched out his foot to trip Lu Hao, and at the same time, pressed his right hand on Lu Hao's back and exerted force suddenly. Ah! Lu Hao lost his balance instantly, and with the help of Luo Chen's strength, he fell directly to the ground. He let out a wail of pain. Li Yuan covered her mouth and stared at the scene in front of her in amazement. The most muscular guy in the class. He was killed instantly by Luo Chen with just one move? Luo Chen couldn't control the anger in his heart, and he raised his leg to kick. This. Lu Hao's pupils suddenly constricted. Lying on the ground, he had no power to dodge and could only watch Luo Chen's feet grow bigger in front of his eyes. Stop hitting me! Luo Chen, stop fighting, I want to talk to you. Li Yuan's anxious cry rang out. This shout woke Luo Chen up from his anger. Yes. The society now is not the same as in the previous life, and I am still a student. He quickly retracted his strength and stopped his foot in front of Lu Hao. Lu Hao opened his mouth wide, gasping heavily, his thoughts in a mess. He couldn't understand how he fell. Luo Chen stood firmly, glanced around, and fixed his sight on the fence by the river not far away. Let's talk over there. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over. Li Yuan came to her senses. She hesitated for a moment, but finally followed. After all, she has a good relationship with Su Chuyu and is quite familiar with Luo Chen. She doesn't believe that Luo Chen would do anything bad. On the side of the road, only Lu Hao was left lying on the ground. Luo Chen stood at the fence by the river, his hands in his pockets, staring at the river with cold eyes. Li Yuan came over. She felt more and more that Luo Chen was a bit strange. Tell me, what's the matter? She stood next to Luo Chen, less than 2 meters away. Luo Chen said calmly, I remember you have a good relationship with Su Chuyu, right? Li Yuan rolled her eyes fiercely. That's right, you want me to help you pursue her? Luo Chen, forget it, I won't help you, and Chuyu won't like you either. She instantly lost all interest and said. Luo Chen stared at her sideways, his eyes sharp, and said coldly, you have such a good relationship, why did you frame her? He and Li Yuan have never had any grudges against each other. The photo was obviously not directed at him, but it implicated him. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Li Yuan's face suddenly froze. She stared at Luo Chen with wide eyes. Framed? Luo Chen, what are you talking about here? Are you crazy? How could I frame Chuyu? Li Yuan asked in disbelief. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Based on his many years of experience in judging people, this reaction was very real. Unfortunately, it has all happened in the previous life. His eyes were sharp and he said in a cold voice, don't admit it? It doesn't matter, just bring your phone. Li Yuan still looked at it with a confused look on her face. I brought it, what for? She asked vigilantly. She has now begun to suspect whether Luo Chen has some mental problems. Luo Chen stared at her and said, since you said you didn't harm her, do you dare to show me the photo album on your phone? Photo album? Li Yuan was already confused and said, what are you talking about? What does it have to do with my photo album? The album is all my selfies, why should I show it to you? Is there nothing else? I want to go back. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. She was a little scared. Luo Chen's eyes were too scary, and he was not mentally normal either. Just took a step. Luo Chen's cold voice slowly sounded, if you want to leave, then I can only call the police. Li Yuan paused for a moment. Call the police? She turned around and said in a low voice, Luo Chen. What has provoked you? What does calling the police have to do with me? Why should I show you my photo album? Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, you still don't admit it? Then let me remind you that there is a photo in your phone that shouldn't be there. A photo of Su Chuyu and I lying on the bed in the hotel. As the words fell, his eyes were filled with icy coldness. This. Li Yuan instinctively wanted to refute, but soon, an idea flashed in her mind. Hotel? She remembered. I do have photos of Chuyu in the hotel on my phone, but what does it have to do with you? How did you know I took the photo? She frowned and asked in confusion. Luo Chen sneered. Admit it? Chapter 15, still not looking for me? Chuyu feels wronged. Luo Chen stared at her coldly and said, you sent Su Chuyu to my room, put her on my bed, and took a picture of us. What does it have to do with me now? Li Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Your room? What do you mean your room? Are you kidding me? She retorted hastily. Luo Chen said impatiently, whether it is true or not, won't you know after looking at the photo? Why all that nonsense? This. Li Yuan clenched her fists and said, just watch. She quickly pulled out her cell phone and looked through the photos from that day. She took a closer look and handed the phone to Luo Chen. Look. I took this photo of Chuyu. What does it have to do with you? However, before she could finish her words, her gaze suddenly froze. She was confused. Luo Chen also looked over. The scene in the photo was exactly the scene of him and Su Chuyu in the room that day. Su Chuyu was lying on the bed with her clothes a little disheveled, and her posture had not changed. Next to me was a bulging quilt, and inside the quilt, there was a face. It's Luo Chen. It's very hidden, but it's there. This time, what else is there to say? Luo Chen's cold voice sounded, filled with anger. This. Li Yuan was confused. She raised her head and said hurriedly, Luo Chen, I didn't know you were here. Why are you here? I didn't even notice you. This. I really don't know what's going on. There was a confused expression on her face. Luo Chen frowned slightly when he saw this. Li Yuan's series of reactions really didn't seem like they were fake. And she is so young and doesn't have such good acting skills? He asked coldly, you don't know? Then why are you taking pictures? Li Yuan said quickly, yes. Chuyu asked me to send her to the hotel. I was also drunk. I took the photo to tell her that I sent her safely. I planned to show it to her today. I swear. I didn't know you were under that quilt. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known it until now. The expression on his face was already somewhat flustered, and he was explaining anxiously. Luo Chen frowned and stared. Li Yuan stared at him with wide eyes, at a loss as to what to do. Luo Chen continued to ask, then do you know that you sent her to my room? Li Yuan shook her head vigorously and said, no. I don't know. I was also drunk. I looked at the number plate and it seemed that the door of that room was not closed, so I sent him in. That's your room? Her face was filled with anxiety, but she spoke hesitantly. Luo Chen watched quietly, trying to analyze whether she was lying from her expression. Li Yuan continued anxiously, I really don't know. Besides, Chuyu and I have a very good relationship, so I have no reason to frame her. I'm sorry, if I did something wrong, I'm sorry Luo Chen. I really don't know. The tone was anxious and sincere. Luo Chen stared for a moment, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So, it was a misunderstanding? Call. He struggled to catch his breath, not knowing what to think or do. The thing that caused his family to be broken up, ruined his reputation, and affected his entire life and his previous life turned out to be just a misunderstanding. He's already numb. Luo Chen, I really don't know, then, is there any accident? What happened next? Did Chuyu misunderstand you? Do you need me to help you explain to Chuyu? I can do anything, I will definitely explain it clearly. I really don't know about this. Li Yuan still spoke anxiously. After hearing these words, Luo Chen was completely speechless. Ridiculous fate. He adjusted his breathing, calmed his emotions, and stretched out his hand. Give me the phone. This time, Li Yuan didn't hesitate at all and quickly put the phone in Luo Chen's hand. Luo Chen operated and deleted the photos. She checked again and found that there was indeed only this one photo. The rest were Li Yuan's conceited selfies. No need to explain, nothing happened. It's all right. He handed the phone back. The thing I hated for so long turned out to be a misunderstanding. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? In his impression, Li Yuan has always been a classmate with a good personality, and coupled with what he just said, he no longer had any intention of dealing with the matter. The key is, how to deal with it. Li Yuan took the phone and continued to look at it worriedly, fearing that her mistake would lead to some bad consequences. Don't tell anyone about this. Just pretend it never happened. Luo Chen said this coldly, then turned and left. Destiny? Ridiculous fate. In the blink of an eye, it got dark. After Luo Chen had dinner, he returned to his bedroom. After calming down for a long time, he finally let go of the incident with the photo. It's fate, no one is to blame. Although the photo left him with too many regrets in his past life, but, after all, it gave him the opportunity to make up for his regrets. He calmed himself down and devoted himself to studying. The reason why I studied hard was, first, to make up for the regret of not having gone to college in my previous life, and second, to go to the same university as Su Yuner. As for the third, when he went to college, the internet immediately became popular. The internet is where he can display his talents. He had to integrate this knowledge before the rise of the internet and not be held back by professional knowledge as he had in his previous life. In his previous life, his achievements were already remarkable. Now that he has the memories of his past life, his goals are naturally far beyond what he had in his previous life. In this life, he will reach the pinnacle. Su family, inside the villa. Su Chuyu was wearing a cute suspender nightgown and lying on the big pink bed, her two white and straight legs dangling in the air. There were several books in front of her. However, for the entire day, she was completely unable to concentrate on her studies. As long as I calm down, Luo Chen will pop up in my mind. The scene in the cafeteria, the scene after school. Snort! Stinky Luo Chen. Su Chuyu sat up straight, her thin cherry lips slightly pursed, her beautiful face full of a fierce expression, without any trace of the image of a cold school beauty. She cast her angry gaze on the big bear beside the bed and pulled it over. You don't help me wash my lunchbox, you don't help me carry my school bag, and you eat with that new guy. Damn Luo Chen, do you know I'm angry? She poked the big bear's head hard and said aggrievedly. However, she didn't know what she was angry about, nor did she know what she wanted Luo Chen to do. In short, I'm angry. She dropped the big bear and checked the time. It's 22:50. She turned on her phone and kept the screen focused on the conversation with Luo Chen. Snort! If you don't apologize to me today and say goodnight to me, I will never talk to you again in my life. She lay on the bed with a pout and put the phone to her ear. After thinking about it, I am still dissatisfied. No, I won't talk to you in my next life. A proud expression also appeared on that beautiful face. That look is as adorable as it can be. Unfortunately, no one knows. Chapter 16, Sundara Chuyu, is she sulking? Su Chuyu lay on the bed, pouting, with her cell phone placed in front of her. She closed her eyes but listened carefully. These 10 minutes seemed particularly long to her, and her cell phone remained silent for a long time. She gritted her teeth, getting a little anxious. Luo Chen. If you don't message me again, I will never forgive you. Beep beep. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound coming from her cell phone. Su Chuyu opened her eyes in surprise. Look closely. The clock on the wall suddenly stopped at 12 o'clock. Su Chuyu quickly sat up straight, and her beautiful face was instantly filled with a charming smile. Her little expression instantly became arrogant. Snort! Can't help it? I don't know you yet? She was filled with a sense of pride, and the dissatisfaction she had just felt disappeared. She was about to turn on her phone. Wrong. You can't just forgive him like that. Her eyes rolled around, and then she opened her phone with a proud look on her face. But the moment he saw the news, the proud expression on his face froze instantly. The person who sent the message was not Luo Chen. This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and pursed her lips again. She suddenly felt her heart plummet. The key was the person who sent the message, which made her already dissatisfied heart even more upset. It's Li Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuanman, Chuyu, can you come to school early tomorrow? I have something to tell you. The coldness returned to Su Chuyu's face. She put her hands on the keys and wanted to question Li Yuan Yuan about sending her to the hotel. But halfway through the fight, he suddenly remembered that Luo Chen had said he would take care of it. She finally endured it and ignored it. 23:01. Su Chuyu pursed her lips and murmured angrily, Stinky Luo Chen, why isn't it you? Why don't you talk to me? She switched the interface of her mobile phone to the dialog box with Luo Chen, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. All the things that happened in the past came to mind. She could never have imagined that the thing she hated most every night before would become the thing she looked forward to the most now. Humph, what's so great about that? Damn Luo Chen, do you think you are so important? I don't have to worry about you anymore. She pouted and quickly found the button to delete the contact information. Just wanted to press. She couldn't help but recall the past events. Luo Chen was in the rain, delivering an umbrella, carrying a school bag, and occupying a seat. Her fingertips hesitated, and an inexplicable feeling of reluctance welled up in her heart. Should I give him another chance? Snort! Damn Luo-chan, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't make me happy again, I will ignore you in my life. Su Chuyu made a decision and quickly leaned against the head of the bed with her phone in her arms. She seemed to have convinced herself, with a charming smile on her lips. Her white fingers began to press. Beep beep beep. The message alert sound woke Luo-chan up from the ocean of knowledge. He turned on his cell phone. First sunny then rainy, what are you doing? Luo-chan frowned slightly. In the past, no matter how he sent messages to Su Chuyu, she never replied at night. Why did you take the initiative to find him? He replied. Beep beep beep. Su Chuyu heard the notification tone of her cell phone and quickly turned on the phone. Xiao Luoyu, studying, is there anything wrong? Su Chuyu pursed her lips. What an attitude! Not even an expression? Although he was dissatisfied, his hands still honestly placed on the keys. Only. She didn't know what to reply. Snort! If you want to chat with me, I have to find topics to talk about. She didn't know why she wanted to look for Luo-chan. Luo-chan didn't talk to her, which made her feel like something was missing. She thought for a moment and found a topic. First sunny then rainy, our class is organizing a small camping trip this weekend. Participation is voluntary. Do you want to go? Luo-chan looked at the message on his phone and became more and more confused. What happened to Su Chuyu? Xiao Luoyu, I don't have money, so I want to go. He said it casually. I have no friends in the entire class, so why should I go to this kind of activity? When Su Chuyu saw the news, a smug smile appeared on his face. First sunny then rainy, I'll pay you the money, and you just need to help me pack up the things when the time comes. After the message was sent, Su Chuyu felt a lot more relaxed. After all, it's just a matter of paying someone to work for you, and giving him a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me. Beep beep beep. The message alert sounded again. Su Chuyu smiled proudly. She thought Luo-chan would agree without hesitation, but when she saw the news, she was dumbfounded. Xiao Luoyu, no, I want to go. Just two simple words, still without even a hint of expression, he rejected me so coldly. The expression on Su Chuyu's face froze. She has already put aside her pride and given Luo-chan a chance, but Luo-chan is still refusing? Su Chuyu's proud chest heaved violently. She suddenly felt like she was being ignored. Snort! She threw her phone hard on the bed and shouted, Damn Luo-chan, I will never talk to you again in my life. We have to think of a way to help him make money and avoid the problem of Su Yuner's mother getting into a car accident. I don't know how long it took, Luo-chan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a gleam of light in those eyes. Got it. Chapter 17 The First Words of Anger, Starting to Vent? The next day, Luo-chan had breakfast and went to school early. 15 minutes. Luo-chan rode his bicycle to the outside of the school. From a distance, I saw a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the school gate. Luo-chan couldn't help but shook his head slightly. What a coincidence. Except for Su Chuyu, no one else in the whole school can enjoy such treatment when going to and from school. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. The Mercedes drove away, revealing Su Chuyu's pretty figure. Although she was wearing a school uniform, it could not hide her sexy figure at all, but instead added a touch of youthful beauty to her. Luo-chan stared at the beautiful back quietly. Although there was no ripple in his heart, he still couldn't help but marvel at it. Indeed, it is so beautiful. Too bad, it's not my cup of tea. Su Chuyu turned her head and took a look as if she had telepathy. The two of them looked at each other. Luo-chan withdrew his gaze. Su Chuyu's eyes widened, and everything that happened last night flashed through his mind. She stood there, her pretty face full of coldness. She stared at Luo-chan closely. At the same time, I have begun to organize my words quickly in my mind. This time, I will never forgive you. Soon, Luo-chan arrived in front of him. Su Chuyu took a step forward and opened her red lips, but before she could say anything, Luo-chan rode straight past her. Didn't even look at her. This. Su Chuyu stood there in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with incredible light. Soon, Luo-chan's figure disappeared. Su Chuyu also woke up. Her already proud breasts began to rise and fall violently again, her silver teeth were clenched, and her beautiful eyes were full of anger. Luo-chan! I will never forgive you in my life. You have no chance. She stomped her feet hard on the spot, then walked quickly towards the teaching building with a cold face. Classroom. When Luo Chen came in, half of the students in the class had already arrived. Just came in. He felt two cold gazes. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. One of the questions came from the sports committee member, Lu Hao, who was taught a lesson by him yesterday. The other one is Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu sat in her seat, her beautiful face full of coldness, and she was staring at him with great displeasure. Luo Chen turned a blind eye and went straight back to his seat. Su Yuner hasn't come yet. He glanced at Su Yuner's desk and a smile appeared involuntarily on the corner of his mouth. This feeling is so good. Time passes. More and more students entered the classroom, and it gradually became noisy. Finally, a graceful figure with head lowered entered the classroom. Luo Chen raised his head. Just then he saw Su Yuner walking towards him quickly. Soon, Su Yuner sat down. Luo Chen calmed himself down and said, "Good morning, why did you come so late?" While packing her school bag, Su Yuner said, "I overslept." There was a hint of shyness in that tone. Luo Chen couldn't laugh, and that feeling of heartache appeared again. No alarm clock, no cell phone. She also has to get up early and walk to school. He really wanted to offer to pick her up from school, but as it stood now, there was no way Su Yuner would accept it. Don't rush things. Today, Su Yuner responded to her very smoothly, and Luo Chen was very satisfied with this progress. How did you sleep last night? He chatted casually. Chatting now is also a means to bring them closer together. Su Yuner nodded and said, "Very good. That voice is soft and sweet, very pleasant to hear." Luo Chen laughed and was about to speak. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew towards me. Bang! Then, a pile of notebooks were slammed on his desk. Luo Chen was startled. He saw Su Chuyu standing by the table with her shoulders folded, her beautiful face full of coldness, and she didn't even look at him. "What are you doing?" Luo Chen said dissatisfiedly. Su Chuyu still didn't look at him and said coldly, "Hand in your English homework." Forehead. Isn't this unfair revenge? Luo Chen then remembered that Su Chuyu was the English class representative of their class. He glared, not bothering to respond. Soon, he took out a notebook from his school bag and placed it on the pile of notebooks. Su Yuner also quickly placed her notebook on it with both hands. She didn't even dare to look at Su Chuyu. After all, Su Chuyu was so dazzling that every time Su Yuner saw her, she would feel extremely inferior. Luo Chen smiled and asked, "How are you doing with English?" Su Chuyu looked at the smile on Luo Chen's face and couldn't help but clench her fists again. He was so cold to her, not even looking at her, and now he is smiling at Su Yuner. In an instant, Su Chuyu's heart was filled with sour feelings, and the feeling of grievance became even stronger. Su Yuner's timid voice sounded, It's okay." She no longer had any problem communicating with Luo Chen. The key is, Su Chuyu is here. Luo Chen smiled and said, "You are too modest. You must be a good student." Su Yuner clenched her fists and became even more nervous. When Su Chuyu looked at Luo Chen, the uncomfortable feeling had reached the point where she could no longer control it. "Luo Chen, are you sure you have done your English homework? If you didn't write it, I advise you not to hand it in, so as to avoid embarrassment," she said coldly. The voice was not concealed and immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the class. Many people have started to laugh. Luo Chen raised his head, his smile faded, and he said calmly, "It's my fault, what does it have to do with you?" The completely different expression and tone almost broke Su Chuyu's teeth. "I'm the representative of the English class. If someone didn't write it, I'd be embarrassed. Is it not possible? If you didn't write it, take it back and don't embarrass me." She couldn't suppress the sour feeling in her heart, and her tone became increasingly cold. Luo Chen frowned. He didn't understand why Su Chuyu was targeting him like this. "If I don't bother her anymore, shouldn't she be happy?" He said coldly, "I have written it, don't worry, I won't lose you." After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Su Yuner's position again, and the smile quickly returned to his face. Class was about to start, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity to build closer relationships. However, that smile deeply stimulated Su Chuyu. The speed at which her expression changed made her feel that her dignity was severely hit. "You're doing your English homework?" How many times have you written in these 3 years? She asked coldly. Gee. There was a burst of sneers all around, and everyone stared at him sarcastically. Luo-chan raised his head with an impatient expression on his face. Can't you tell whether it's written or not? Chapter 18, The Fierce First Words, Revenge for Personal Gain. This. The impatient attitude and cold eyes made Su Chuyu dazed again. In 3 years, Luo-chan has never treated her like this. The feeling of grievance in her heart became even stronger. Just look. She gave a tender cry and reached out to open Luo-chan's notebook. Seeing this, the people around showed mocking smiles on their faces. Everyone is full of expectations. After all, it was common knowledge in the class that Luo-chan didn't do his homework, to the point where even the teacher was too lazy to say anything. Can he do his homework? The key is, this is English homework. In their impression, Luo-chan's ability to memorize the 26 English letters from memory is already his greatest knowledge reserve. Everyone's sarcastic eyes fell on Luo-chan. Su Chuyu gritted her teeth and quickly opened Luo-chan's notebook. Page after page of spider-like handwriting came into view, intermittent, and each page looked like it was scribbled on. You can't even tell what the letters are in the words, they're just scribbled randomly. Luo-chan, you provoked me. I won't give you any face no matter what I say today. As she flipped through the pages, she was thinking about how she would word the text later. Soon, the notebook turned to the last page. Without even thinking, Su Chuyu said coldly, You call this writing? Look for yourself. But before he could finish his words, Su Chuyu's expression suddenly froze. She thought this page would be just like the previous ones, with just scribbles. But after she had said her words, she realized that the page was actually full of writing. The handwriting was powerful, neat, and beautiful. This. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes widened and she even got goosebumps all over her body. Written by Luo-chan? Her thoughts became increasingly hazy, and she wanted to question it, but the handwriting that Luo-chan had written on the blackboard yesterday came to her mind. It's this font. Su Chuyu stood there in a daze, staring at the English content on his notebook, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, the sarcastic smiles on the faces of the people around gradually froze. What's going on? Why aren't you talking anymore? Luo-chan asked coldly, Can we go now? Su Chuyu woke up as if from a dream. She met Luo-chan's impatient gaze, without saying anything in reply, and the feeling of grievance was spreading wildly in her heart. There was a hint of moisture in those beautiful eyes. Snort! Su Chuyu stomped her feet hard, turned around, and walked quickly out of the classroom. This. The other students' mouths twitched when they saw this. The result is obvious. Luo-chan actually did his English homework? They looked at each other, confused expressions on their faces. Completely confused. Luo-chan naturally had no interest in them and wanted to continue chatting with Su Yuner. Pity. The first bell rang, and it was time for morning self-study. Luo-chan shook his head helplessly and could only focus on studying. When they got outside, Su Chuyu couldn't help it. She was holding a stack of notebooks, leaning against the wall, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Stinky Luo-chan. I hate you. Soon, that little face began to firm up. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, pursed her lips, and her face was puffed up. You wait. I will definitely make you look good. She made up her mind and walked towards the English teacher's office. In the blink of an eye, class started. The first class was Chinese, but Luo-chan had no interest in it and continued to study his physics knowledge. In the blink of an eye, the third class was over. Luo-chan closed his textbook and stretched. He felt a little dizzy from reading so much. Just wanted to go out for some fresh air. You like physics so much? Suddenly, a soft and sticky voice sounded beside my ear. Luo-chan's movement to get up suddenly paused. Su Yuner actually took the initiative to talk to him? Although it's not a big deal, it's indeed incredible considering Su Yuner's personality. Su Yuner was looking at him sideways, her hair covering part of her face, but her clear and beautiful eyes were already looking into his eyes. Luo-chan couldn't help but feel a little happy. Did the relationship progress so quickly? He was a little surprised. Su Yuner was originally just curious why Luo-chan kept reading physics, but she didn't expect Luo-chan to react like this. A blush appeared on that fair face and she quickly looked away. Her little heart began to beat faster. Cough. Luo Chen recovered, coughed lightly, and said, "It's not that I like you, it's that I'm not good at physics and chemistry." Su Yuner's face was still blushing. "Oh." She nodded. Luo Chen naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to chat, so he asked, "Are you good at physics?" Su Yuner dodged her gaze and said, It's okay." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Then, can you teach me?" Su Yuner raised her hand awkwardly to adjust her bangs. Luo Chen instantly lost interest in going out for some fresh air, and grabbed Su Yuner and started chatting. The last class in the morning is English class. Su Chuyu sat in her seat, her beautiful face still puffed up. She glanced at Luo Chen secretly. At this glance, I saw Luo Chen and Su Yuner were chatting happily. Her uncomfortable feeling resurfaced again. Snort! Such an obscene smile. "Luo Chen, you were the one who provoked me, so don't blame me for not giving you face." Thinking about what was about to happen, her little pink fists began to clench. "Let you be cruel to me. You deserve it." She looked away angrily. Ring ring ring. The class bell rang. Su Chuyu sat up straight, a wicked smile barely visible on her beautiful face. "It makes me happy just thinking about it." I saw a young female teacher with big wavy hair walking in from outside. Su Chuyu stood up. "Stand up." All the students stood up and shouted weakly, "Good morning, teacher." Soon, the course was in order. Luo Chen is still immersed in physical chemistry, and he has been almost going crazy studying it these past 2 days. Before I knew it, the course was halfway through. The teacher put down the chalk and said, "The college entrance examination is coming soon. I remind you again that you must not lose points in the listening comprehension part." I copied 2 copies of the listening content of the college entrance examination in previous years and asked 2 students who are good at English to read them. The other students listened carefully and found the answers to these questions on the blackboard for me. The students became excited. Students who are good at English? Soon, those burning gazes fell on Su Chuyu. Who is good at English? Who is good at spoken English? No doubt about it, Su Chuyu. There was a subtle curve at the corner of Su Chuyu's mouth, and a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Damn Luo Chen, just wait for your embarrassment." "Chuyu, come here," the teacher said with a smile. Su Chuyu stood up obediently. The teacher looked around, pondered, and said, "The other one." She really couldn't find another person. Su Chuyu raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I recommend Luo Chen. Let him study with me." When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen looked at Su Chuyu in astonishment. This girl, what does she want to do? Chapter 19, Pure Accent, shocking everyone. All the students had confused expressions on their faces. Is this a recommendation? This is a humiliation. Soon, a few people led by Li Hao began to laugh out loud. Although Luo Chen completed his homework in the morning, but, after all, English homework is not difficult, it is basically just copying. This is reading aloud. The teacher also looked at him in surprise and asked, "Chuyu, are you sure?" Luo Chen felt helpless when he heard this. He understood. Su Chuyu is taking personal revenge. Sure. Teacher, yesterday Luo Chen said he wanted to reform himself and study hard. I finished my English homework again today. I think, maybe he really wants to change his ways. We should give this kind of student with a fighting spirit a chance. She spoke clearly and seriously. Luo Chen rolled his eyes fiercely. Quite eloquent. The teacher's mouth twitched slightly. This thing is not something you can learn just by making up your mind to change your past. But since Su Chuyu said so, she could only give him face. All right. Then Luo Chen, come and read this dialogue with Chuyu, she said with a headache. Chi. A sneer sounded in the class, and those sarcastic eyes fell on Luo Chen again. Luo Chen stood up and said, "Teacher, I don't know how to do it. Let's change to another student." After saying that, he sat down. He is not the kind of person who likes to show off. English is not stressful for him. He would rather spend his time studying physics. He is still waiting to get into a good university with Su Yuner. Whispering sound. A voice of disdain suddenly rang out in the class. The teacher also relaxed a lot. All right. Then. But before he could finish his words, Su Chuyu's stubborn voice sounded again, "Teacher, I believe him. Students like this need encouragement. If Luo Chen really makes a comeback, he will be a role model for our entire class. He can do it. There was a cold expression on her face, which was inconsistent with what she was saying. All the students' eyes lit up. They naturally sensed Su Chuyu's strange attitude. Now that they had said that, what about Luo Chen? Soon, all those malicious gazes focused on Luo Chen. Su Yuner pursed her lips. She lowered her head and muttered softly, "What a bully." Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that Su Yuner seemed to be very familiar with him. "You said this out loud?" He immediately felt in a good mood, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The teacher also felt helpless. She turned her gaze to Luo Chen and asked, "Luo Chen, is this possible?" The other students stared at him mockingly. A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. He slowly stood up and said, "Since our English class representative trusts me so much, I can't let her down." "Okay, come on then." "Xie." The sound of sneering was heard again all around. "You really agreed? Are you crazy?" As expected, the confession brother is very dignified. This method of provoking him is very effective. Dignity? If you can't read a single word later, then your dignity will be wiped out. Ha ha ha. There was a murmur of discussion around. The teacher shook his head helplessly. "Okay, in that case, then you too should read this conversation," she said slowly. Su Chuyu and Luo Chen also stepped forward, took the A4 paper copied by the teacher, and returned to their seats. Su Chuyu opened her red lips slightly. "Hi David, do you have a minute to talk?" The standard British English echoed in the classroom, coupled with the pleasant and melodious voice, giving the sentence a unique sense of beauty. Wow! The other students looked on in amazement. A smug arc appeared at the corner of Su Chuyu's mouth, and his sharp eyes were still staring closely. Snort! Damn Luo Chen, this is what happened to Miss Xiong Ben. Soon, those mocking glances were directed at Luo Chen. They tried hard to hold back the laughter in their hearts, waiting for Luo Chen to speak and burst out. Luo Chen's mouth curled up subtly, and he said calmly, "Sure. You look unhappy. What's the matter?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on everyone's faces in the class suddenly froze. The teacher suddenly looked up, his eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. The other students' expressions that were about to laugh at them were instantly petrified. Although it was just a simple sentence, the spoken language. Luo Chen's speech was not as clear and standard as Su Chuyu's, but that accent gave everyone an illusion. It feels like I'm not in class, but watching an English movie. Because the feeling and tone of Luo Chen speaking are exactly the same as those foreigners in the movies. Such an authentic accent. Su Yuner couldn't help but raise her head, her little mouth slightly opened, and her clear eyes were also full of shock. Su Chuyu's provocative look froze and gradually turned into confusion. The whole class fell silent in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Luo Chen's mouth curled up subtly, and he continued, "Has the cat got your tongue?" This sentence is not in the conversation content. The students were silent. The teacher's eyes lit up, and there was a gleam of light in his eyes. That expression, one of uncontrollable surprise. This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, feeling equally confused. However, that spirit of not admitting defeat emerged. She continued to speak according to the dialogue in the textbook, but, no matter what she said, Luo Chen responded calmly, still with that pure accent. All the students have been petrified. Only the excitement on the teacher's face became more and more intense. The more Su Chuyu spoke, the more she felt something was wrong. Because her father was in business, she had many opportunities to communicate with foreigners in English over the years. This was her most confident area. However, facing Luo Chen at this moment, she actually felt a little frustrated. The key point is that every time she hesitated, Luo Chen would ask her in English that was not in the context of the conversation. This made her feel overwhelmed. Soon, the conversation ended. Su Chuyu was already sweating profusely. She stared at Luo Chen in shock, her heart filled with confusion. For the last math problem, Luo Chen might still have a chance to predict the answer. But today, it was definitely improvisation. Chapter 20 Chuyu is shaken? Absolutely impossible. Okay, please sit down. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that classmate Luo Chen would actually start studying hard. The teacher spoke excitedly, his eyes still shining. Su Chuyu sat down. She clenched her fists, her heart still filled with confusion. She doesn't understand. Even if Luo Chen really starts to study hard, but can he learn it in a day or two? This moment, Luo Chen's image suddenly became mysterious in her mind. The plan failed. Su Chuyu should obviously be very angry, but she was completely immersed in the shocking feeling and had no intention of getting angry at all. She glanced at Luo Chen secretly. Why did he seem like a completely different person after I rejected him? At the same time, a complicated feeling spread from my heart. The shocked gazes of the other students were also fixed on Luo Chen. They don't understand either. The teacher was praising on the stage and was particularly excited. Luo Chen wasn't interested either. After years of growth, I had become immune to those words of praise. You are so amazing. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded beside my ear. Luo Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. I am immune to compliments, but not to Su Yuner's words. Su Yuner was looking at him sideways, her delicate face full of surprise. He smiled calmly and said, "It's okay. You can do it too." Su Yuner felt a little complicated when she heard this. I can? What she heard most over the years was all kinds of ridicule and disgust, and no one ever gave her any affirmation. These words made her feel a little dazed. At the same time, the distance between her and Luo Chen in her heart was also quietly narrowing. Su Chuyu looked at Luo Chen, who was chatting with a smile on his face, pursed her lips, and her little pink fists under the table began to clench involuntarily. That uncomfortable feeling resurfaced. She didn't know why she felt uncomfortable, but when she saw Luo Chen treating her differently, she couldn't control the feeling at all. Stinky Luo Chen. Hate you. She withdrew her gaze angrily and focused on the content of the conversation. At the same time, Luo Chen's magnetic, pure English accent began to echo in her mind. I don't know why. Su Chuyu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. What are you regretting? Su Chuyu was immersed in his own emotions, and his eyes were a little confused. Do you regret rejecting him? Thinking of this, a charming blush quickly appeared on Su Chuyu's beautiful face. Impossible. How is this possible? Snort. Su Chuyu shook his head vigorously, throwing away the complicated thoughts in his mind. Pity. It's a tangled mess that can't be sorted out. Get out of class is over. Su Chuyu and Wang Miling left the classroom together and went to the toilet. First language. Can you come over here for a moment? I want to tell you something. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard. Su Chuyu looked in the direction of the voice, her brows slightly furrowed, and her beautiful face was instantly filled with coldness. The person who spoke was Li Yuan. Su Chuyu glanced at Li Yuan coldly, then walked towards the pavilion not far away. There's no one here at this time. She entered the pavilion and asked coldly, "What do you want to say?" The surveillance video showed that it was Li Yuan who sent her to Luo Chen's room that day. If Luo Chen hadn't reminded her, she would have found Li Yuan long ago. Li Yuan stepped forward quickly, her face full of anxiety. Stop. Su Chuyu gave a delicate cry. Li Yuan said with a bitter face, Chuyu, you must believe me, I really didn't mean it. I drank too much that day too. I saw that Luo Chen's room door was open, and I thought it was the waiter who opened it, so I sent him in. And I really didn't see Luo Chen when I went in. Will you believe me? I really don't know. I swear to God. After he finished speaking, he raised 3 fingers with a very sincere expression. Su Chuyu frowned slightly. Her father is a business tycoon, so he has been cultivating her ability to judge people since she was a child. Li Yuan's expression is very sincere. Didn't see it? She said coldly. Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not, this matter, how could she not be angry? Li Yuan was almost crying. She said sincerely, I really didn't see it. Luo Chen was curled up in the quilt, I couldn't see him. I really don't know. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes gleamed, and she asked, I didn't see him, but I knew he was wrapped in the quilt. Li Yuan, are you conflicted? Her keen perception quickly discovered the contradiction in this statement. Li Yuan quickly explained, you didn't know when I sent you there. I only found out Luo Chen was inside the quilt after I looked at the photos. Su Chuyu's expression froze slightly. Photo? Did you take pictures? There was a hint of anxiety in her tone. If this photo was seen by others, wouldn't she be dead? Li Yuan quickly waved her hands and explained, I took the photo to send it to you. I wanted to tell you the next day that I completed the task and successfully sent you to the hotel. Then I was so busy the next day that I forgot. You don't know that I'm taking pictures? Su Chuyu frowned slightly. This explanation is reasonable. Li Yuan is rigorous in her work and it is indeed something she can do. She said coldly, you didn't send it to me, how do I know you took the photo? Li Yuan was slightly stunned. Yes. I didn't post it, and I didn't show it to anyone else. Then, how did Luo Chen know that I took the photo? It was not until this moment that she discovered the problem, and her puzzled look turned to Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu frowned slightly. Luo Chen? Now when she heard the word Luo Chen, a strange emotion would arise in her heart. Li Yuan nodded. He stopped me after school yesterday. He asked me why he wanted to hurt you, and I was stunned. Later, he asked me to turn over the photos. It was only after I looked at the photos that I realized there was a person wrapped in the quilt. Su Chuyu's little heart beat vigorously twice. Is this to vent her anger? Snort. Since you care about me, why are you so mean to me? Chapter 21, School Beauty Chuyu, go find Luo Chen? She pursed her lips and thought angrily, her expression faintly resentful. First language? Li Yuan waved her hands and looked at him in confusion. Only then did Su Chuyu come to his senses from that little emotion, and his expression returned to its calm state. She focused her thoughts on the key point of the matter. What about the photos? She asked. Li Yuan said hurriedly, the photo has been deleted by Luo Chen. He deleted it himself. If you don't believe me, ask Luo Chen. Real. Su Chuyu pursed his lips. Deleted? She was immersed in this matter, thinking silently. Li Yuan was still looking at him sincerely, with anxiety still on her face. For a long time. Su Chuyu then sighed slightly and said, okay, I understand. Her tone was not as cold anymore, but it contained a hint of helplessness. Li Yuan grabbed Su Chuyu's arm and said anxiously, Chuyu, I really didn't mean it. I really don't know. Su Chuyu nodded. I know, it's just a misunderstanding. She is very smart. Putting aside the sincere emotions at the moment, if Li Yuan really did it on purpose, she would not have explained to her. Moreover, the photo was still in Li Yuan's hands at the time, and she had many choices. At least, it can threaten her with many things. But Su Chuyu also couldn't understand how Luo Chen knew that Li Yuan took the photos? And deleted it on the spot? Snort. You stinky Luo Chen, since you helped me vent my anger and deleted the photos, I will forgive you a little bit. Unconsciously, those two thin lips outlined a slight curve. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, the fourth class was over. The other students quickly stood up and rushed to the cafeteria. Only Luo Chen and Su Yuner were left. Su Yuner also felt a little unnatural again. Let's go eat. Luo Chen stood up and murmured. Ah. Su Yuner said nervously, I won't go, you go and eat. There was really no other way yesterday, and there is naturally no need for it today. Luo Chen had naturally anticipated this. He said slowly, yesterday you said you didn't dislike me, right? Su Yuner nodded. No. I don't mind. She responded seriously. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth slowly curved into an arc. That's good. I'll tell you again, if you dislike me, just tell me, if you don't, I'll assume you don't dislike me. He said slowly. Su Yuner's face was full of confusion. Although she didn't understand, she still nodded. But I haven't thought about it much yet. Suddenly, Luo Chen raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. This. Su Yuner's beautiful eyes were full of confusion, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. Student Luo Chen, what are you doing? You let me go. She struggled slightly, but couldn't get free. Luo Chen had a sly smile on his face. Can you let go? Then let's go eat? If you don't want to go, I can only drag you out like this. There are a lot of classmates outside, and it's not good to be seen by others. He said it very calmly. This. Su Yuner hesitated. Luo Chen pretended to use force. Su Yuner finally couldn't help it and said quickly, I'll go with you, you let me go. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's go. Remember this next time. We can skip all these steps and just follow me. Do you know? He walked forward and gave instructions. Su Yuner lowered her head and did not respond, her face already flushed. She was still immersed in the fact that Luo Chen had grabbed her wrist. Soon, we arrived at the cafeteria. Luo Chen originally wanted to go get some food. Su Yuner's timid voice sounded behind her. Luo Chen, where can I recharge my meal card? Can you take me there? Luo Chen asked in confusion, why are you charging your meal card? Su Yuner lowered her head and whispered, today I will treat you to a meal. Although she was reluctant to spend money, Luo Chen had already treated her to a meal once, so there was naturally no reason for Luo Chen to spend money again this time. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, no, I still have quite a bit of money in my meal card. If I don't spend it now, I won't be able to spend it all before the college entrance examination. Su Yuner bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. But Luo Chen interrupted with a wave of his hand and said with a smile, no buts, didn't you say last time that you could teach me physics and chemistry? Well, I'll treat you to a meal as your tutoring fee. This is much more cost-effective than taking extra classes outside, and I'm making money. Su Yuner clenched her fists. She naturally understood that Luo Chen had no need to ask her for tutoring and he just wanted to treat her to a meal. But she didn't know what to say. Luo Chen made a prompt decision and said, it's settled. Go find a place to sit. I'm going to get some food. That tone gave her an unquestionable feeling. Luo Chen left. Su Yuner looked at Luo Chen's back, feeling a little complicated in her heart. Why did he buy me food? Su Yuner found a place to sit down, but was still thinking about this question in her heart. Not far away, there was a pair of eyes watching her. Wang Miling gently touched Su Chuyu with her arm and said, Chuyu, what do you think this new student looks like? Does he have a birthmark? Why does he cover himself so tightly every day? Su Chuyu glanced at it casually. Just in time. I saw Luo Chen sitting down opposite Su Yuner. Su Chuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and an uncomfortable feeling suddenly surged in his heart. The key is. Luo Chen also brought a lunchbox to Su Yuner. She held the chopsticks with a little force in her little hands, and her little mouth couldn't help but dig. First language? Wang Miling stretched out her hand and waved it gently in front of Su Chuyu, looking at him in confusion. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and said, let's go eat somewhere else. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up his lunchbox and strode towards Luo Chen. Wang Miling looked at it in confusion. Although he was puzzled, he quickly picked up his lunchbox and followed. Su Chuyu standing up immediately attracted the attention of many classmates. They also looked at it in confusion. Luo Chen naturally didn't notice it. He picked up the chopsticks and said, eat more. It will be a waste if you can't finish it. Su Yuner pursed her lips and muttered softly, I can't finish it. You bought so much. Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Dare to refute? There is progress. He said confidently, I like to eat more dishes. Su Yuner didn't respond and started eating. Luo Chen smiled. From today on, Su Yuner's malnutrition problem has been solved. The key is. He found that controlling this little girl was still as easy as ever. He picked up a piece of braised pork, and before he put it in his mouth, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew beside him. Ha! Luo Chen frowned slightly. When he looked sideways, he found Su Chuyu sitting next to him. Pop! Wang Miling also put the lunchbox on the table and sat next to Su Yuner. Su Yuner suddenly became nervous when she saw this. She lowered her head slightly and covered her face with her hair. Seeing this, the students around him also showed angry expressions on their faces. Su Chuyu went to find Luo Chen? And took the initiative to sit next to Luo Chen? Chapter 22, No one else wants it, only Luo Chen? The suitors, led by Lu Hao, clenched their fists and looked on with jealousy. What are you doing here? Luo Chen frowned and asked. He just wanted Su Yuner to finish the meal easily. With Su Chuyu coming, she wouldn't have it easy. Su Chuyu's pretty face was filled with a cold expression. Wang Miling said dissatisfiedly, this cafeteria is owned by your family? We can sit wherever we want, why do you have to control us? Su Chuyu ignored him, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. But, her eyes couldn't help but glance at Su Yuner. Unfortunately, there is nothing to see. Luo Chen frowned. Although I am dissatisfied, there is nothing I can refute about these words. Luo Chen turned his gaze to Su Yuner and said, "Don't worry about them. Eat slowly and pretend they don't exist." Su Chuyu paused while eating. The uncomfortable feeling in her heart became stronger. She doesn't understand. Is it because I rejected him that he became so cold to me? Then why did he still question Li Yuan? Su Chuyu felt a little confused. Su Yuner didn't look up, but nodded slightly. She looked like a frightened little white rabbit, extremely nervous. Luo Chen felt a little distressed. He picked up a chicken leg from the lunchbox and put it in Su Yuner's bowl. Su Yuner didn't react and continued eating. Whispering sound. Seeing this, Wang Miling made a sound of disgust and rolled her eyes. Su Chuyu's eyes were fixed on the chicken leg. She felt sour in her heart. "Luo Chen, I want to eat too." She raised her head and looked at Luo Chen's face and said softly. There was no emotion in the tone, it was very calm. She didn't know why she said that. It seemed that the sour feeling stimulated him and he said it involuntarily. Wang Miling's disgusted expression froze on her face in an instant, and she widened her eyes and stared at Su Chuyu in disbelief. Lu Hao and others' eyes widened instantly. Luo Chen was also confused. He looked at Su Chuyu in confusion, he really didn't understand. In the past, Su Chuyu wished that he would stay away from her, so why is she taking the initiative to get closer to him now? Want more chicken legs? But Luo Chen didn't take it seriously. He still remembers the English homework clearly, who knows if Su Chuyu has any other conspiracy? Auntie still has some. Go buy some if you want to eat. I'm not selling it, he said casually and continued eating. When Su Chuyu saw Luo Chen's casual attitude, she felt a slight pain in her heart. She glanced at the other chicken leg in Luo Chen's bowl, looked away, and continued eating. Only. There was a hint of moisture in her beautiful eyes, and she was trying hard to control her tears from flowing out. She didn't know why. But she was so sad. Although Wang Miling was confused, she also felt dissatisfied in her heart. Luo Chen. How can you be so stingy as a grown man? It's just a chicken drumstick. Have you forgotten the time when you tried so hard to stuff food into Chuyu's bowl? Wang Miling pointed at Luo Chen with chopsticks and said dissatisfiedly. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. He said calmly, have you also forgotten the time when she threw the chicken drumstick I stuffed into the trash can? I didn't even touch that chicken drumstick. Just because I put it in her bowl, she even threw away the bowl of rice. I still remember it clearly, so it's better not to embarrass yourself. After he finished speaking, he started eating. This. Wang Miling wanted to refute, but she had no idea what to say. Su Chuyu's delicate body trembled. The memory of that day that Luo Chen mentioned also emerged in her mind. She did. Because he thought the chicken leg that Luo Chen had touched was dirty, he threw away the whole bowl of rice and ridiculed Luo Chen. Su Chuyu lowered his head. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. She was confused and full of regret. If Luo Chen hadn't brought up this matter, she would never have remembered that such a thing had happened between them in her life. Looking back now, it was so much. Luo Chen continued eating. Chu Yu. What's the point of talking to a guy like him? I have it here, give it to you. And mine. You should eat them all, Chu Yu. I have some here too. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Lu Hao and the other two boys had already gathered at the edge of the table, grabbing their chicken legs and trying to put them into Su Chuyu's bowl. Snort! Wang Miling snorted coldly and said sarcastically, did you see that? What do you think is so great about you? Let me tell you, we Chuyu have many suitors. You think a broken chicken leg is a good thing? If you don't give it to me, there are plenty of people who will give it to me. As he finished speaking, his expression began to become smug. Lu Hao and the other two boys also sneered, with excitement on their faces. Luo Chen ignored it. The next moment, Su Chuyu raised his hand to cover his bowl. Her pretty face was slightly cold, and she said coldly, take it away, I think it's dirty. This. As soon as these words were spoken, the smug expression on Wang Miling's face froze. The chicken legs that Lu Hao and his friends were originally putting into Su Chuyu's bowl suddenly stopped in mid-air. They were stunned. Chuyu, didn't you say you wanted to eat chicken legs? Lu Gang asked confusedly. The other two boys also looked puzzled. Su Chuyu put down her chopsticks, raised her head, and her pretty face was full of coldness that kept people at a distance. "First, is it you who called Chuyu?" she said coldly. "This." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao and others showed embarrassed expressions on their faces. Su Chuyu continued, "Second, I'm asking Luo Chen for it." "Have I asked you guys for it?" That look was filled with chilling coldness. Lu Hao and others were confused. "What the fuck does this mean? I don't want what they gave me, so I only want Luo Chen's?" Chapter 23, Too Much Bullying? I won't tolerate you. Many people around were watching. Lu Hao felt that his dignity was being pressed to the ground and rubbed hard. Naturally, he couldn't hate Su Chuyu, and his vicious gaze instantly turned to Luo Chen, his back teeth almost breaking. "Luo Chen, just wait." Wang Miling also looked at him with confusion. She really didn't understand what Su Chuyu was thinking. Luo Chen was also a little surprised. Although he was puzzled, he had no interest and lowered his head to continue eating. Su Chuyu was destined not to be the same kind of person as him. He was too lazy to put any thought on Su Chuyu. If he had that thought, wouldn't it be better to just take care of Yuna? Su Chuyu tried hard to calm herself down. "I'm done." After she said this coldly, she took her lunchbox and walked towards the faucet. Wang Miling glanced at Luo Chen angrily and said in a low voice, "Luo Chen, you are going too far." After he finished speaking, he left angrily. Luo Chen had no interest in paying any attention. Su Chuyu's departure made the nervous Su Yuna relax a lot. "You guys don't have a very good relationship?" she asked puzzledly. Luo Chen looked into those clear eyes and responded with a smile, "I have nothing to do with them." Time passes. No matter what subject he was taking, Luo Chen always focused on physics and chemistry. But the second to last class is not possible. Physical education class. Accompanied by the ringing of the school bell, all the students in Class 5 of Grade 3 had lined up in the playground. The physical education teacher in sportswear walked over from a distance. The students were full of passion. My favorite class in high school is naturally physical education. In the crowd, Lu Hao's fierce gaze was always fixed on Luo Chen, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He was already very dissatisfied with Luo Chen, and after what happened this afternoon, he had begun to bear a grudge against Luo Chen. The teacher glanced around and said, "The college entrance examination is coming soon, but students should also pay attention to combining work and rest. There is not much content in the physical education class today, so I plan to organize a basketball game within the class. Girls are free to move freely, boys. Hey, Lu Hao, pick out the people in your class who can play basketball, gather 10 of them, and use this class to have a game." "Yeah." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls in the class cheered happily. When Lu Hao heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Okay, teacher." As soon as he finished speaking, that malicious gaze was cast on Luo Chen, and a sneer slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. The opportunity is here. Soon, Lu Hao began to make arrangements. Although almost all the boys in the class can play basketball, their levels vary, and it is not easy to get 10 of them to play. Lu Hao started selecting people. Luo Chen is among them. "Teacher, I've chosen it. These 10 people are all good. They are the best at playing basketball in the class." He took the list of names to the teacher and pointed them out one by one. The teacher nodded slightly and said, "Okay, you arrange the team. There happens to be a competition in the city soon. I want to see if there are any particularly good ones. If they are really good, they will have the opportunity to represent our school in the competition." A sneer slowly appeared on Lu Hao's lips. Although their basketball skills are excellent, the school has its own basketball team after all, and they were selected only as substitutes. Then this opportunity will naturally be used to teach Luo Chen a lesson. He was already beginning to look forward to it. "Wang Jun, Lu Zhe, Xia Ran and Zhang Wenbing, we are a team of 5. Luo Chen, Lu Tao, Bai Long, Lu Jun and Zhao Chang, the 5 of you will form a team." Lu Hao quickly made arrangements. Wang Jun and Lu Zhe looked at each other and sneered. They are the 2 people next to Lu Hao in the cafeteria at noon today. There are only 3 of them who are good at playing basketball in the whole class. If the 3 of them are grouped together, then what are the players on the other side supposed to play? Luo Chen also found something wrong. He said calmly, "Don't choose me. I can't play basketball. Let's choose someone else. He has no interest in this kind of thing." After all, he is no longer a child and has no thoughts about such grudges. Many people in the class showed sarcastic smiles. Although the girls had disbanded, they were still quite interested in this kind of basketball game and were all watching over here. Among them are Su Yuner and Su Chuyu. Lu Hao took a glance. When he saw Su Chuyu in the crowd, he felt like he had taken stimulants. He said calmly, "There is no one else but you. Teacher, do you think this arrangement of mine is okay?" He didn't give Luo Chen a chance to explain and turned around and walked towards the teacher's seat. The teacher waved gently. "It's up to you." Lu Hao turned his gaze to Luo Chen. He sneered and said, "Luo Chen, the teacher has agreed, so it's settled. It's okay. If you're really scared of us, you can tell us. I'll save some face for you, okay?" The other two students also showed mocking smiles in their eyes when they heard this. Many girls looked at Luo Chen with sympathy. "Luo Chen, it's terrible." Lu Zhe and Wang Jun had playful smiles on their faces as they waited silently. Luo Chen glanced at it calmly. He naturally felt Lu Hao's eagerness for revenge. "I didn't mean to attract attention, but this is a bit too much." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Let's not do it. You are the sports committee member of our class. If I beat you, where will you put your face?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was speechless. Those who originally had some compassion changed their stance at this moment and looked at Luo Chen with great disgust. How can the confession brother be so arrogant? I give in. If you pity him too much, you should be humiliated. Seriously humiliated. He's so pretentious. Doesn't he know his own level? He can run 2 miles for a 3-step shot. How can he beat Lu Hao? There were bursts of discussion all around. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously. In the entire high school, there was no one he cared about except Su Yuner. Reputation or impression didn't matter to him. Lu Hao is going too far. Then, of course, he can't be spoiled. Chapter 24 shows off his brilliance and shocks everyone. Wang Miling in the crowd had a look of disgust on her face. How can a person be so shameless? How did he come up with such a lie? How shameless. She rolled her eyes at Luo Chen and muttered. Su Chuyu did not respond. Her complicated eyes were staring quietly at Luo Chen. That strange feeling became stronger and stronger. In the past, Luo Chen would never have been able to say such words. Lu Zhe and Wang Jun squatted on the ground, holding their stomachs and laughing. Lu Hao was almost laughing to the point of tears. He waved his hands with difficulty and said, "No. It's okay. I'm definitely willing to lose to you. Since you've already said something harsh, then don't just stand there. Come and try it? I can't wait to see how you torture me." That look was full of teasing. The people around also had speechless and choked expressions. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Good. Since the sports commissioner wants to be abused so much, then I have to fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the basketball court. Lu Hao, Lu Zhe, and Wang Jun looked at each other and sneered. Soon, both teams headed towards the stadium. Lu Hao and the others had sneers on their faces and were full of fighting spirit. In contrast, Luo Chen's other 4 teammates were all dejected and helpless. All the boys followed, their faces filled with expressions of watching a show. Girls also love watching the game, and many of them came over. Su Chuyu looked at him with complicated eyes. Luo Chen's words in the cafeteria were still echoing in her mind. She thought about it for a long time. For 3 whole years, Luo Chen owed her nothing, on the contrary, she owed Luo Chen too much. Wang Miling excitedly pulled Su Chuyu's hand and said, "Chuyu, let's go watch the show. Luo Chen is going to be tortured. You can finally vent your anger." This. Su Chuyu clenched her fists. I don't know why. Thinking of how Luo Chen would be beaten to a pulp by Lu Hao and the others in a while, she felt a little bit of resistance. I don't want to go. What's there for me to vent my anger about? She shook her head and said. Wang Miling was still excited and said, "Oh, go ahead. Luo Chen has been so arrogant these past 2 days. He dares to be mean to you. I rejected his confession, but he's still so arrogant? Let's see how he has the nerve to walk out of the stadium later. Come on, Chuyu, we have to see it." After he finished speaking, he pulled Su Chuyu towards the edge of the court. This. Su Chuyu didn't know what excuse to make, and in the end he couldn't persuade Wang Miling anymore, so he was forced to follow. Su Yuner saw Luo Chen in the middle of the court at a glance. She stopped, a little curious. Just then, Luo Chen looked over. Su Yuner quickly lowered her head, and a blush quickly appeared on her fair face. A smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Although I don't want to be in the spotlight, I'm still willing to show off in front of Su Yuner. Soon, everyone arrived. The teacher stood at the dividing line with his hands in his pockets, holding a basketball, and both sides quickly got into position. The students around him couldn't help shaking their heads. The three of Lu Hao are all tall. The shortest one, Lu Hao, is about 1.8 meters tall. The remaining two are not tall but strong. On the other hand, Luo Chen. Luo Chen's height was acceptable, about 1.78 meters, but the other four were short and small, and they all looked dejected. Is it still necessary to play this game? Start by fighting for the ball. Luo Chen and the tallest Lu Zhe on the opposite side were standing in the middle and long position. The tallest Lu Zhe, with a height of 1.85 meters, was almost higher than Luo Chen. Lu Hao had a sneer on his face and a fierce look in his eyes. Luo Chen. Now. I will return all the humiliation I incurred yesterday and at noon to you. Wang Miling watched with excitement, and also couldn't wait to see Luo Chen being completely defeated. Su Chuyu lowered her head and clenched her fists. Miling, why don't we go? But before she could finish her words, Wang Miling grabbed her hand and said excitedly, the first language will start soon. Hurry up and watch, don't miss the wonderful scene. Luo Chen is going to be embarrassed. After hearing this, the feeling of resistance in Su Chuyu's heart became even stronger. I don't know why. At this moment, she had no interest in seeing Luo Chen make a fool of himself. The teacher glanced around and said, we don't have that much time. 10 balls, the game is over, 3 points count as 2. Do you understand the rules? Lu Hao and his friends shouted loudly, I understand, teacher. The momentum was huge. On the other hand, no one responded to Luo Chen's question. Luo Chen looked at Lu Zhe in front of him, with a sneer on his face. You are still you. But I am no longer the same person I was in my previous life. In his previous life, he was not good at basketball and had no interest in it at all. However, after practicing Sanda, my abilities in all aspects have been significantly improved. After several attempts, I fell in love with the sport of basketball. This is also the only sport he loves. The teacher put the whistle in his mouth and blew the whistle the moment he threw the basketball into the air. Luo Chen and Lu Zhe quickly stepped forward and jumped. Wang Meili looked disdainful and said, competing with Lu Zhe for the ball? How dare Luo Chen? He overestimates his own abilities. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, somewhat afraid to look. The students around him also looked at him with mockery on their faces after hearing this. Lu Zhe jumped first and stretched out his hand to hit the basketball, preparing to hit it into the hands of his teammate. It's just that he didn't control the timing of his jump well, it was a little bit early. Fortunately, the basketball also fell into his hands. He didn't take Luo Chen seriously at all. Just when he was about to hit the ball, a hand appeared in front of him without warning. Bang! Luo Chen slapped the basketball and knocked it away. The basketball fell into the hands of Luo Chen's team. This. Lu Zhe was stunned when he saw this. Are you kidding? The mocking smiles on the faces of Wang Miling and others froze slightly. How could it be? Did Lu Zhe never snatch Luo Chen? Chapter 25 Luo Chen blocks the shot. Everyone is stunned. Her face was full of confusion. When Su Chuyu heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes and he couldn't help but raise his head. Unfortunately, I didn't see it. She didn't know why she had this reaction, it was like an instinct that she couldn't control. Lu Hao shouted in a low voice, Lu Zhe, what are you doing? He quickly stepped forward to defend. Luo Chen didn't hesitate at all and quickly rushed to the three-point line in the bottom corner. Although my physical fitness is not as good as in my previous life, I still have the experience after all. Lu Zhe and his men ignored Luo Chen at all, and there was no one defending at all. Luo Chen stood in the bottom corner and shouted, ball. Pity. The student with the ball was like a crab, staring at his basketball and moving with difficulty, and it seemed like he couldn't even shoot the ball well. Luo Chen felt helpless when he saw this. He stood there silently. Whispering sound. Luo Chen is still asking for the ball? He wants to shoot a three-pointer? Can he reach the basket? Wang Meili muttered angrily. The classmates around him nodded in agreement. Su Chuyu felt inexplicably annoyed when hearing this, but she ignored it and her eyes couldn't help but fall on Luo Chen. Even though I will be abused, but Luo Chen has already grabbed the ball, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing even if he loses, right? She had no idea why she was thinking these things. Lu Hao seized the opportunity and quickly went around to the position of the student with the ball from behind. Seeing this, Luo Chen shook his head slightly, and without hesitation, ran directly to his own backboard. Lu Hao quickly made a sneak attack and stole the ball. Wow! Wang Meiling instantly let out an excited shout, and the crowd had the same reaction. Many girls stared with shining eyes. Lu Hao is good looking to begin with, and as a sports student, he is strong and healthy, so he is naturally popular with girls. Pity. He only had Su Chuyu in his eyes, so naturally, no one else had a chance. However, this does not stop them from appreciating Lu Hao. Lu Hao sneered, dribbled the ball faster, and rushed to the opposite side quickly. The others quickly started chasing, but Lu Hao had already left them behind. All the students were watching with great anticipation. Especially the group of girls, they were ready to scream. Lu Hao was also preparing for this highlight moment. Soon, it was halftime. I thought I could make a cool layup with no one around, but I found that Luo Chen was already standing under the backboard. When did it pass? Lu Hao frowned slightly. But soon, a cold smile appeared on his face again. What a godsend! He has already started fantasizing in his mind. Judging from Luo Chen's posture, he would definitely jump to block the shot. If he did a 3-step slam dunk and used his body to knock Luo Chen away in the process, wouldn't that be so cool? After he lands, he will show off his muscles to Su Chuyu. So cool! His excited heart began to beat wildly, as if he could already hear the screams outside the stadium. He quickly increased his speed to the extreme and took the first step at the free throw line. Wang Meiling grabbed Su Chuyu's hand excitedly and started to use force. The other students are full of expectations. Only Su Chuyu clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with nervousness. She has already felt Lu Hao's momentum. At the same time, Lu Hao had already taken the second step and jumped. His whole body was tense, ready to crash into Luo Chen the moment he jumped up to block the shot. His blood was boiling. The other two team members stopped and looked at the scene in front of them. Lu Zhe and Wang Jun were extremely excited. The emotions of all the students outside the venue instantly reached an extreme level. Lu Hao jumped. He caught the ball with one hand and smashed it directly towards the basket. However, Luo Chen did not defend directly as he expected, but dodged sideways. Avoided? Grass. Coward. Lu Hao was immediately disappointed and could only slam the ball into the basket with all his strength. Although he failed to slam dunk, he showed his momentum. However, just when the basketball was about to slip out of his hands, suddenly, a hand rose in front of Lu Hao and went straight to the basketball. Lu Hao was stunned when he saw this. He hasn't even reacted yet. Bang! The sound of the palm hitting the basketball was heard. Lu Hao was stunned. He was blocked. Wang Meiling's excited scream was ready to burst out. Okay, huh? The shout that just came out suddenly stopped. After seeing it clearly, her eyes almost popped out. Luo Chen did not confront him head-on, but dodged and blocked the shot from the side. There was a confused expression on her face. Lu Hao was blocked by Luo Chen. Or was it blocked? The expressions on the other students' faces also froze as they looked at the scene in disbelief. The same is true for Su Chuyu. Her mouth was slightly open, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. No. In the last physical education class, Luo Chen didn't even know how to dribble the ball, so how come he blocked Lu Hao's shot? Lu Hao was completely confused and forgot that he had rushed out with all his strength. His body uncontrollably crashed into the basketball hoop. Bang! He hit the basketball hoop hard and fell to the ground, his face instantly filled with pain. Everyone was silent. Teammates from both teams stood there in a daze, looking on in confusion. The teacher's originally listless eyes suddenly sparkled with joy and surprise. Luo Chen didn't even look at it, he quickly grabbed the ball and rushed towards the opponent's backboard. The dribbling speed is incredibly fast. Lu Zhe and others came to their senses and quickly deployed their formations to prepare for defense. But Luo Chen is too fast. In an instant, he had entered the three-point line, and with a flexible movement, he easily shook Lu Zhe off. He flew up and hooked his hand lightly. Swish! The basketball goes into the net. The whole audience was silent. After Luo Chen stood firm, he ran towards his own backboard with a calm look on his face. The only sound on the entire basketball court was the sound of the basketball bouncing on the ground. Lu Zhe and Wang Jun were dumbfounded. Lu Hao opposite was sitting on the ground in a daze, with a blank expression on his face. The classmates around were also shocked. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 26, The handsome Luo Chen shows his charm. No. How did he get in? This is too smooth, isn't it? Is this Luo Chen? He shook off Lu Zhe and blocked Lu Hao. Can you tell me this is Luo Chen? What? What the hell is this? How do I get in? After a long time, those confused voices sounded. Everyone has a question mark face. Wang Miling's mouth twitched and she was stunned. Su Chuyu was also covering her mouth, with an expression of surprise on her pretty face. Everyone on the court was still, except Luo Chen, who was running towards his own backboard. This moment. Luo Chen is the most dazzling person in the whole venue. Wipe. What are you doing? Don't make any mistakes this time, play well. Lu Hao stood up and growled, suppressing his anger. His voice brought everyone back to reality. The expressions of Lu Zhe and others also became serious and earnest. A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. When Su Chuyu saw that smile, some nerve in her heart was touched slightly. Why does this expression look a little bit handsome? Pooh. Su Chuyu, what are you thinking about? She shook her head and quickly threw the thought out of her mind. Soon, the opponent served the ball. Lu Zhe returned to the backboard, and Wang Jun passed the basketball to Lu Hao outside the three-point line. Luo Chen took the initiative to step forward to defend, with a sneer on his face all the time. Lu Hao smiled contemptuously and asked, "You come to defend me? How dare you?" He kept dribbling the ball between his legs and doing all kinds of fancy moves. Luo Chen was speechless for a while. This posture. It seems like I'm missing a pair of overalls. However, many girls around were fascinated and their eyes were shining. Luo Chen said calmly, "Speak less, it's 24 seconds. Oh. Lu Hao sneered and said mockingly, "It will only take 3 seconds to pass you." As soon as he finished speaking, he made a fake move and changed direction to the right, trying to pass Luo Chen. Who would have thought? Luo Chen had seen through it long ago, and he stretched out his hand steadily and accurately and hit the basketball. Lu Haoren passed by and the ball was gone. He was stupid. As soon as I turned around, I found that Luo Chen had dribbled the ball towards the opposite backboard. No one guarded. His pupils have begun to tremble. Was it intercepted by Luo Chen? The fangirls around were all stunned for a moment, and their confused eyes followed Luo Chen's elegant and graceful figure. Bang! Bang! With 2 brisk steps, Luo Chen scored steadily with a 3-step shot. There was no showmanship, just normal movement. After landing, he slowly walked towards his own backboard. However, this scene made Luo Chen exude a different kind of charm. The students looked at each other in confusion. Su Chuyu pursed her lips, not knowing what to think. Su Yun'er originally wanted to stand there and watch, but the footsteps unknowingly began to approach the edge of the court, and her eyes were attracted by Luo Chen's handsome figure. Lu Zhe asked in confusion, "Haozi, what happened to you? Was he intercepted?" Others' eyes also turned to Lu Hao. Lu Hao clenched his fists and felt like his face was on fire. I made a mistake. I took a wrong step. Small problem. I need to start getting serious. His expression turned serious. Soon, the ball kicked off again, and defender Lu Hao was still dribbling the ball. Just after halftime, Luo Chen appeared in front of him again. Lu Hao's expression turned fierce. Luo Chen had a smile on his face and asked, "Are you still going to say something harsh?" Lu Hao narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, "If you steal my ball again, I will stand upside down and eat shit. You." Before he could finish his words, Luo Chen suddenly attacked. This. Lu Hao was totally unprepared and suddenly felt his hand lighten. The ball is gone. Everyone around was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. You sneak attack. Shameless. Lu Hao was furious and chased after him. Luo Chen intercepted the ball and made a fake shot, immediately shaking Lu Hao away. He held the ball with one hand and threw it casually. The ball goes in. Gulp. There was a sound of swallowing saliva all around. 3-0. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, "What do you eat when you stand upside down?" After he finished speaking, he walked calmly to the other side. Lu Hao was about to explode on the spot. But no one was looking at him at this moment. All the students' eyes were fixed on Luo Chen. This moment, they suddenly felt the charm of Luo Chen. Su Chuyu felt it the most deeply. Because the contrast that Luo Chen brought to her was the biggest. Lu Hao took a deep breath, calmed himself, and shouted at one of his teammates, "Serve." "What are you looking at?" The student didn't dare to refute and served the ball obediently. Lu Hao was still immersed in anger and casually reached out to catch the ball. "Careful." Suddenly, Lu Zhe's anxious cry rang out. Lu Hao's heart trembled. Unfortunately, it's too late. Luo Chen came back without knowing when and intercepted the ball directly. With a fake move, he easily got past the classmate who served the ball and scored a layup. 4-0. Everyone around has become numb. Luo Chen still walked leisurely, neither hurried nor slow, neither arrogant nor impatient. The physical education teacher's eyes are shining. All the female classmates were staring at Luo Chen, as if they were inexplicably attracted by him and couldn't move their eyes away. The same goes for Su Chuyu and Su Yuner. Lu Hao shouted angrily, "What else can you do besides sneak attacks?" Luo Chen did not answer. The teacher's dissatisfied voice rang out from outside the court, "What do you mean by sneak attack when playing basketball?" Luo Chen was able to react quickly, but who can you blame for not being able to react? Lu Hao lowered his head, almost furious. The corner of Luo Chen's mouth showed that smile again. Su Chuyu watched quietly. I don't know why. This smile looked particularly charming in her eyes at this moment. Lu Hao dribbled the ball again, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. The next moment, Luo Chen rushed in front of him again. "Howsy, if it doesn't work, just pass the ball. Don't pass it to him." Lu Zhe's anxious voice sounded. These words completely shattered Lu Hao's face. He also understood that being intercepted again would only be more embarrassing. He reluctantly passed the ball to a classmate. That classmate was unguarded and shot quickly. Unfortunately, didn't he get in? Seeing this, Lu Zhe's eyes flashed and he jumped quickly to grab the rebound. But just as he was about to touch the ball, a hand appeared out of thin air. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the basketball was firmly grasped by a pair of big hands. Look closely. Luo Chen. Hiss. There was another sound of people gasping for air all around. Lu Zhe never snatched away. Luo Chen. Chapter 27, Attitude Change? Luo Chen is so handsome. Lu Zhe stood there, watching in disbelief. He doesn't understand. Defense. Lu Hao shouted angrily and rushed quickly to his own backboard. At the same time, Luo Chen approached quickly. There was a cold light flashing in Lu Hao's eyes, and his expression became more determined. If I don't steal the ball from you, where would I put my face? He tried his best and finally rushed to Luo Chen in front of the three-point line and quickly took a defensive stance. That look is particularly sharp. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Luo Chen. Luo Chen dodged and prepared to break through to the right. Lu Hao sneered, followed quickly, and stretched out his hand to steal the ball. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, suddenly, Luo Chen took a step back to the three-point line and quickly made a fadeaway jump shot. Lu Hao was confused. Everyone's eyes were following the parabola of the basketball. Swish! The basketball goes into the net. 3 points. Lu Hao was petrified on the spot, while Lu Zhe, Wang Jun and others looked as if they had seen a ghost. Su Yuner has already approached the edge of the court, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. She didn't expect that Luo Chen was not only good at studying, but also good at basketball. Luo Chen's image was changing little by little in her heart, becoming more and more charming. At the moment the goal was scored, Su Chuyu instinctively raised her hand slightly, but she forcibly held back the action of clapping. But that expression was already stunned. Good. Suddenly, an excited shout came from the crowd. Su Chuyu held back, but someone else couldn't. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and took a glance, only to find that it was his former deskmate Wang Lingling. He smiled and waved to Wang Lingling. Wang Lingling put her hands to her mouth and shouted, "Luo Chen, you are so handsome." Luo Chen shook his head and smiled. The other students also had complicated expressions on their faces. I have to say, it's really handsome. But they were still immersed in their previous impressions of Luo Chen, so they really couldn't cheer and applaud. Su Chuyu couldn't help but glance at Wang Lingling. I don't know why. She actually felt a little envious. She didn't know what to envy. The physical education teacher had an excited smile on his face and said, 6-0. Lu Hao felt his face being rubbed hard under Luo Chen's feet. Luo Chen, you made me completely serious. He growled unwillingly. As soon as the words fell, Wang Lingling mocked him without hesitation. Lu Hao, you have been serious several times, which one was the real one? Lu Hao's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. The female classmates who were fascinated by it couldn't help but curl their lips. So disappointed. Lu Hao cast a vicious gaze on Luo Chen and quickly passed the ball. The ball fell into Wang Jun's hands. Luo Chen guessed that Lu Hao was going to pass the ball, and the moment he shot, he quickly rushed towards Wang Jun's position. Wang Jun was in an open position, standing outside the three-point line. The moment he caught the ball, he shot quickly. But just after taking off, suddenly, Luo Chen's face appeared in front of him. Wang Jun's pupils suddenly contracted, he panicked, lost his composure, and acted rashly. Bang! Luo Chen slapped the ball and blocked it again. Lu Hao's eyes were filled with hatred as if they were about to spit fire. He quickly rushed over to grab the ball, but was still one step ahead of him by Luo Chen. Luo Chen rushed to the opposite side quickly. Lu Hao followed closely. He thought Luo Chen would definitely go for a three-step shot, but he didn't expect Luo Chen to make a quick-stop jump shot at the three-point line. Lu Hao didn't even have time to react. Everyone's eyes followed the parabola of the basketball again, following it closely. Swish! The basketball went into the net again. Wow! Wang Lingling instantly let out a cry of surprise. Several female classmates couldn't help but shout out as well, their eyes shining. Su Chuyu felt as if an electric shock was passing through her body. She looked at Luo Chen with a complicated gaze, and felt that Luo Chen exuded a strange charm. Her heartbeat couldn't help but start to speed up. She doesn't know what's wrong with her. Lu Hao was almost crying. Is this a cheat? 100% accuracy. Professional players can't be this accurate, right? Luo Chen was also surprised. Today's feel is surprisingly good. The teacher excitedly gestured and said, 8-0. Lu Hao held the ball again. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were on Luo Chen. Can't move at all. Luo Chen smiled and asked, why are you silent? You have to be serious and not let me off. Lu Hao's back teeth were almost broken. Stop talking nonsense. You haven't won yet. He quickly passed the ball to Wang Jun and rushed inside. Give me the ball. He roared. Wang Jun instinctively wanted to pass the ball, but Luo Chen appeared in front of him again. He was panicked. He suddenly felt a little scared. Soon, he dribbled the ball and prepared to find a suitable opportunity, but just as he shot, Luo Chen seized the opportunity, stepped forward quickly, and reached out to steal the ball. Bang! Luo Chen rushed to the opposite side with the ball. Wang Jun stood there in a daze. The expressions on Lu Zhe and Lu Hao's faces froze, and they forgot about chasing. This moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Luo Chen. He just stopped leisurely outside the three-point line, lifted his heels slightly, and shot. The basketball hit the hoop. Bang! Bang! The basketball was still bouncing on the rim and everyone held their breath. The next moment, the bouncing basketball finally went into the net. 3 points, scored again. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. He was a little surprised by the accuracy. The whole audience fell silent. Everyone's shocked gazes were fixed on Luo Chen. Su Chuyu was also staring at him intently. She felt the electric current stirring wildly inside her delicate body, a shock she could not understand at all. The whistle sounded. The physical education teacher shouted excitedly, 10-0, the game is over. Luo Chen's side wins. The whistle brought everyone back to reality. They are going crazy. The 3 basketball giants in their class were together. It was a situation that they would be defeated instantly. Luo Chen turned the tables on his own. 10-0. Luo Chen got 10 points. This fact is right before our eyes, but no one can accept it. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, the feeling of regret deep in her heart became stronger at this moment. Luo Chen walked out of the venue casually. The eyes of the entire class were still following him, and they were still in shock. Lu Hao and the other two clenched their fists and their bodies were shaking violently. That look could kill people. There was a gleam of light in Su Yuner's beautiful eyes. But before I could think about it anymore, suddenly, a figure rushed towards Luo Chen's position. Chapter 28. Miling is slapped in the face and Chuyu is disappointed. Student Luo Chen, wait. Luo Chen stopped. When I turned around, I realized it was the physical education teacher running towards me. The teacher had a smile on his face and put his arm around Luo Chen's shoulders in a very familiar manner. I didn't expect that there was such a great man hidden in class 5 of grade 3. You hit it well enough. The teacher laughed heartily. This scene made Lu Hao's jealousy reach its peak. Luo Chen smiled politely and said, "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." The teacher looked expectant and said with a smile, "We have a basketball game with number 2 high school next week. Luo Chen, are you interested?" The two walked away. All the students in class 5 of grade 3 were still standing at the edge of the playground, looking at each other in silence. This moment, Luo Chen's image in everyone's mind has undergone a drastic change. From math to English, and now basketball. They simply couldn't understand how Luo Chen did it. In the blink of an eye, school was over. Su Chuyu and Wang Miling walked out of the teaching building together. "Chuyu, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem absent-minded all day?" Wang Miling asked doubtfully. Su Chuyu raised her hand and gently fiddled with her bangs, and responded unnaturally, Is there? Ever since the physical education class, Luo Chen's handsome figure has been lingering in her mind. She had mixed feelings. That feeling. It's hard to explain and it's a tangled mess. Wang Miling looked at him suspiciously, then suddenly realized something and asked excitedly, "Chuyu, you're not going to fall in love, are you? Tell me quickly. Who is this handsome guy? Is he our school idol Wang Binghui? Or..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted anxiously by Su Chuyu. "Oops. What kind of love is this? What does it have to do with that king? I don't even know him. I'm thinking about my own things, don't disturb me." After saying that, the little face quickly turned cold. The confusion in her heart became even stronger. Wang Miling looked at it in surprise. "No? Then who else could it be? What else could it be?" Su Chuyu's face turned cold and she didn't dare to say anything more. Soon, the two crossed the playground and came to the road leading out of the school. Su Chuyu was immersed in thoughts. Snort! What a narrow road for enemies. Why do I keep running into him everywhere? It's such bad luck. Wang Miling's disgusted voice rang out. Su Chuyu's little heart beat rapidly twice. Who else could be so annoying to Wang Miling? Luo Chen. She looked up quickly and saw Luo Chen riding a 28-inch bicycle coming towards her from the bicycle shed. She stopped instinctively. Wang Miling urged, "Chuyu, hurry up and leave. Otherwise he will come back to haunt you again." This sentence made Su Chuyu feel a little dazed. Get entangled? She thought of how Luo Chen would come to help her carry her school bag every day after school. No matter how much she refused, he would snatch her school bag and hold it in his arms, then walk her all the way to the car. But he hasn't been here for several days. Thinking of the tone and annoyance she used every time when scolding Luo Chen, she felt a little heartbroken again. The complex feeling was extremely strong. Wait me a moment. Suddenly, Luo Chen's happy shout was heard. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes brightened a little. He is here again? Wang Miling's disgusted voice followed, "See. I told you this guy is shameless and won't be able to keep pretending for a few days. So disgusting. Chuyu, get in the car quickly and don't let him get to you." She pushed Su Chuyu and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz outside the school. Seeing this, Su Chuyu quickly became anxious and said, "Miling, what are you doing? Let me go." Wang Miling ignored him and said hurriedly, "When that idiot comes later, you won't be able to leave. What are you thinking about if you don't leave now? You are But before she could finish her words, Wang Miling heard the sound of a bicycle passing by. She was stunned. Su Chuyu was also stunned. Because Luo Chen rode his bicycle straight past them towards the school gate without even looking at them. The movements of both of them froze. Su Chuyu maintained a posture of slight resistance, while Wang Miling was pushing hard. Their eyes were all fixed on Luo Chen. Didn't he stop? Aren't you calling them? At this time, they discovered that there was a thin figure standing at the school gate, facing Luo Chen. It's Su Yuner. He couldn't help but pay attention. However, he no longer had any thoughts about Su Chuyu. Are you okay? Su Yuner lowered her head slightly and walked forward silently, her words still sounding a little unnatural. Luo Chen glanced at him and said slowly, after all, we've been deskmates for a semester. Can't we walk together? This. Su Yuner quickly waved her hands and said, no. No. I just want to ask you if there's anything else. Luo Chen smiled. He naturally understood what Su Yuner meant, he just wanted to tease her. Nothing else. It's just on our way, let's chat together. It's boring to walk alone anyway. He held the bicycle with one hand and looked ahead silently. Su Yuner nodded. Oh. Luo Chen was in no hurry to speak, silently enjoying the beauty of the moment. Not talking is already a kind of enjoyment. But, the most important thing now is to quickly close the distance between them. Just wanted to speak. You're really good at basketball, too. Suddenly, Su Yuner's soft voice sounded. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. This girl actually started to actively find topics to talk about? Chapter 29 Domineering Luo Chen, full of aura. Luo Chen kept the smile on his face and said, it's just that I feel good today. Luck does play a big role. Even in my previous life, I had never felt so smooth. Su Yuner looked up secretly and glanced. He is quite humble. That. Then the teacher came to you and said what? She asked curiously. Luo Chen responded truthfully, they told me to participate in the basketball game with number 2 high school next week. I refused. Su Yuner couldn't help but raise her little face and asked, why? Luo Chen said slowly, I don't like to be in the spotlight. This. Su Yuner was a little surprised when she heard this. Don't like the limelight? She had only been here for 2 days, and she had already seen Luo Chen's 3 highlights. But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. Although he is in the limelight, it seems that Luo Chen is always passive. This boy is so special. She stared at Luo Chen's handsome profile, and this thought inexplicably came to her mind. She lowered her head. The little heart began to beat wildly, but he didn't notice that he had stepped onto the crosswalk. Suddenly, there was a roar of an engine, accompanied by a harsh friction sound. Careful! Luo Chen shouted anxiously. Su Yuner's heart trembled, and then she realized that a speeding motorcycle was heading towards her. Her mind went blank in an instant. Before she could think about it, an arm wrapped around her shoulders from the right side. As the distance approached, Su Yuner suddenly felt dizzy. There was a sound of a motorcycle rubbing against the ground ahead. Su Yuner opened her eyes in shock, only to find that Luo Chen had fallen to the ground, and she was being held tightly in Luo Chen's arms. No pain, no injuries. She had no intention of being shy and quickly struggled to get up. Luo Chen! Luo Chen, how are you? She waved her 2 little hands back and forth in front of Luo Chen, her delicate face full of worry and helplessness. Those clear eyes were instantly filled with moisture. From childhood to adulthood, I grew up in ridicule and humiliation. No one has ever cared about her or taken care of her, let alone done such a dangerous thing for her. She was messy and anxious. She didn't know where to put her hands. Her anxious eyes scanned all over Luo Chen, and tears rolled down her eyes unknowingly. Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, it's okay, I just fell down. Why are you crying? Seeing this, Su Yuner felt much more relieved. She pursed her lips, tears flowing faster, but before she could say anything. Fuck! You 2 little bastards, don't you have eyes to look at when you walk? Suddenly, an angry growl was heard. Su Yuner's delicate body trembled. I saw the motorcycle lying on the side of the road with its wheels still turning. A dusty young man in front of them was staring at them angrily, with scratches on his face. Su Yuner instinctively lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. She was already timid, and faced with this situation, she completely lost the ability to organize her language. Her mind went blank. Sorry? Look at what you've done to me. And my motorcycle. Do you know how much it cost? 8,000. Are you sorry? What's the use of you being sorry? Pay me money. The young man pointed at Su Yuner and roared madly. 8,000. Su Yuner was suddenly struck by lightning, and tears flowed quickly from the corners of her eyes. She was completely numb. Panic, helplessness. All the negative emotions made her lose the ability to speak, and her mind went blank. Suddenly, a hand patted her shoulder twice. The soft voice said, "Go sit down for a while, I'll take care of it." Su Yuner raised her head. Her delicate face was already tearful from crying. She pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth were trembling. That helpless little look was on Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen, I. She didn't know what to say, she was terrified. Luo Chen felt a sharp pain in his heart when he saw this. He smiled softly and soothed her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Come, sit here. Leave it to me. Don't worry, I can handle it." Su Yuner looked at the young man in front of her. These two sentences gave her the warmth that she had never experienced since she was a child. A sense of security I've never experienced before. She was a little dazed. Luo Chen stood up straight, and the smile on his face disappeared the moment he turned around. Instead, there is endless coldness. The young man frowned and said in a low voice, "Boy, you came out here to act like a hero? Have you grown all your hair yet? Are you trying to imitate others in saving the damsel in distress? You must have watched too many TV dramas. What the hell are you dealing with? In a word, pay the money. Otherwise, quickly find your parents." That attitude was extremely arrogant. Su Yuner also woke up from the sense of security just now, bit her teeth lightly, and her heart became panicked again. Yes. How can he deal with it? Without waiting to think about it. Luo Chen's cold voice has already sounded, "Have you never heard or learned to give way to pedestrians at the crosswalk we are walking on? Don't you know how fast you are riding? Do you need to find a surveillance camera if you are speeding or not?" As he finished speaking, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The young man's arrogant attitude froze slightly, and he looked a little confused. This little brat knows so much? Just wanted to refute. Luo Chen's cold voice sounded again, "Now you are the one who bumped into us. We haven't even spoken yet. What are you talking about? Clean up your stinky mouth. If I hear you say a single curse word again, we'll have to find another way to solve this problem. Do you understand?" As soon as the words fell, a cold aura instantly spread. Everyone around looked on in surprise. Su Yuner was also shocked by Luo Chen's temperament at this moment. Is this still him? At this moment, Luo Chen seemed like a different person. Chapter 30. Such temperament, is this Luo Chen? The young man was confused. That breath actually made him feel a little nervous. Aye. You were the ones who didn't look for cars when crossing the road. Do you want to put the blame on me? Is that what your teacher taught you? He calmed his thoughts, argued with reason, and said in a low voice. Luo Chen asked back, "Does your family own this road? Motorcycles don't have eyes, and neither do you? Bumping into my friend, where do you get all that bullshit from?" The young man's face flushed, and he shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense." She herself said that she was distracted. What are you still explaining? Hurry up. Either pay me money or call your parents over. After all, they were just two little kids, he had no reason to be afraid. Pity. The person he met was Luo Chen. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, "Excuse me, who do you think you are? If you ask me to call my parents, I will call them?" The young man couldn't help but clench his fists. Without waiting to think about it, Luo Chen said again in a cold voice, "I'll give you two choices. The first choice is to apologize to my friend first, and then compensate her for her medical expenses and mental damage. The second option is that I call the police and solve the problem however I can. Choose." Su Yuner's little face was full of disbelief. Isn't it asking her to pay the money? How come, now the young man is being asked to pay? The young man laughed angrily and asked doubtfully, "Little bastard, are you crazy? You want me to pay her money? Are you okay? Luo Chen smiled indifferently. It's just a choice, you don't have to choose. In that case, we can only choose the second one. Let's call the police. The young man frowned slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect Luo Chen to be so calm. This little brat can't be scared? Wipe. Who the hell are you trying to scare? Call the police if you want. I don't have to go to school anyway, so let's see whose time you're wasting. If the police are called and you still can't pay, then you'll just have to stay there. Do you know? This. Su Yun'er clenched her fists and became more and more flustered. She was scared. But Luo Chen is not afraid. He said slowly, you are quite good at pretending. You must have scared others like this before, right? The young man frowned. You, what are you talking about? Luo Chen ignored him and continued, first, you didn't give way to pedestrians, and you exceeded the speed limit, hit us, and asked us to pay for it. What do you think? The young man looked a little grim. Second, your motorcycle doesn't even have a license plate. Are you sure you dare to call the police? A sneer appeared on Luo Chen's lips. This. Everyone around was stunned and looked carefully, only to find that the motorcycle really did not have a license plate. The young man widened his eyes and panicked in an instant. He never thought that Luo Chen could actually observe these things. Is this the calmness that students should have? Luo Chen raised his head slightly and said with a smile, oh, yes, there is a third one, but the third one is just one of my problems. Do you have proof? As soon as these words came out, the young man's eyes suddenly widened. He was panicking. Luo Chen was not sure at first, but after seeing this scene, he was sure. This is even more interesting. Gulp. The young man swallowed hard, unable to remain calm. What are you talking about? How dare I go on the road without a license? Forget it. It's just my bad luck. Meeting you guys is the worst bad luck of my life. Go. You don't have to pay for it. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the motorcycle. This. When Su Yun'er saw this, her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with incredible light. She was stunned. Just 2 sentences solved the problem? Suddenly, Luo Chen's cold voice sounded again, I let you go? The young man paused, turned around and said in a low voice, I won't ask you to pay for it, but you're still not done? What do you want? Luo Chen sneered and said, I just said, compensate my friend for the medical expenses and mental damages. Do you understand this sentence? This. After Su Yun'er heard this, she had no idea what to feel. She gently tugged at Luo Chen's sleeve. Or, forget it. She was already shocked that she didn't have to pay compensation, and she didn't ask for anything else. The key is. This young man was too fierce, and she was a little worried. Luo Chen glanced at her sideways and said, he scolded you, you can't forgive him. Go sit over there, I'll take care of it. The tone is gentle, but it gives people an unquestionable feeling. Those words of protection made Su Yun'er feel warm in her heart, but she was still very worried. She stood there, at a loss. The young man shouted coldly, boy, don't go too far. My motorcycle broke down and I didn't say anything, but you're asking me to pay for it? I'm leaving now, what can you do to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Luo Chen sneered. Walk? Wait. He said calmly, pulling out his cell phone from his pocket. The young man turned around impatiently and asked coldly, what the hell are you doing again? Click. Suddenly, a crisp sound of taking a photo was heard. The young man frowned. What are you doing? Did I ask you to take a picture? He pointed at Luo Chen and shouted coldly. Luo Chen glanced at the photo on his phone and murmured, I advise you not to leave. The young man showed a mocking smile on his face and said sarcastically, do I need your advice? Boy, you are really sick. I've accepted my bad luck today, so I'll quit while I'm ahead. Do you know? If you have the guts, stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression was full of contempt, and he turned around and walked towards the motorcycle. Luo Chen slowly put away his phone and said, let's go, hurry up. You hit someone, and if you run away now, that would be a hit and run. I have your photo here, and when the police find you, it won't be as simple as paying money and apologizing. If you hit and run, you will be held criminally liable, do you understand? Su Yun'er was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She didn't understand what was being said, but she could feel the strong aura emanating from Luo Chen. Luo Chen at this moment is very different. Chapter 31 Inadvertently, a slight contact. As the words fell, a smile appeared on that handsome face. The young man's footsteps paused instantly, his eyes widened, and he stared at Luo Chen with a confused look. He was confused. Luo Chen is so young, how on earth does he know these things? The key is, he doesn't understand. He didn't know what Luo Chen meant, but he was frightened by the words criminal responsibility. He stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Luo Chen urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. I'm waiting to call the police." Everyone around looked at each other in shock. They also couldn't imagine that Luo Chen knew so many things at such a young age. Gulp. The young man swallowed hard, he was dumbfounded, his mind went blank. He was indeed a little scared. Luo Chen said impatiently, "Why are you in a daze, brother? Let's go, you are so arrogant, what is there to be afraid of? Right? This." The young man clenched his fists, completely at a loss. "You. How much do you want?" After a long while, he asked tentatively, his tone instantly weaker than before. "That's how guilty I feel." Su Yuner was even more shocked when she saw this. "Really, I'm going to lose money." Luo Chen said calmly, "My friend fell, but it's not a big deal." "But he was scared and you scolded him. This is serious." He pinched his chin and began to think. The key point is that he has somewhat forgotten the consumption level of this era and doesn't know how much is appropriate. After recalling for a long time, it finally became clear. "Just pay $500. He said casually. This. Su Yuner's pretty face was full of shock. 500? This is a huge sum of money for her. The young man suddenly widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? 500. This is my monthly salary." "You." Luo Chen waved his hand impatiently to interrupt, and said, "I didn't ask for your opinion, either pay the money or leave. Why are you wasting so much time?" This. The young man was confused. Luo Chen's calmness made him feel extremely uneasy. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, Little brother, I don't have that much money. Can you have less?" Luo Chen waved his hand gently and said, "Then you can go, or you can call the police." "I don't mind. I can wait." As he finished speaking, a harmless smile appeared on his face. This. The young man was so angry that his teeth were itching. But he didn't dare to call the police. Without taking photos, his car would be confiscated. He fumbled in his pocket, found a pile of crumpled bills, and said with a wry smile, "Little brother, I only have 400 here. Look. I really don't have any other money, this is all I have." Luo Chen frowned slightly. "It is indeed inconvenient without online payment. Well, since you are relatively obedient, I will give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my friend, 400 is 400. He said casually. This. Su Yuner's beautiful eyes widened again. The young man's eyes almost popped out. "Kneel down? You?" Luo Chen didn't give him a chance and asked, "Are you not satisfied? Then forget it." This. The young man clenched his fists so tightly that his back teeth were almost broken. "But what else can we do?" He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Soon, he knelt down in front of Su Yuner's position. This. Su Yuner looked at everything in front of her in disbelief, her whole body numb. The young man said with great humiliation, "I'm sorry, little girl, I was driving too fast, I'm sorry." This. Su Yuner couldn't help but stand up and moved closer to Luo Chen. She stared at Luo Chen with her big watery eyes, completely at a loss as to what to do. Luo Chen took the money in his hand. "Okay. You can go now." He nodded lightly and then spoke casually. The young man lowered his head, extremely ashamed, turned around and walked quickly towards the motorcycle. Luo Chen raised his head and glanced, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. He said calmly, "Remember to ride slowly next time. Not everyone you meet is as easy to talk to as me, understand?" Everyone around was speechless. "Are you easy to talk to?" The young man clenched his fists tightly and did not respond, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Soon, the motorcycle was lifted up. He kicked it several times but there was no response, so he could only push it away. Luo Chen sneered and looked away. He turned his gaze to Su Yuner and said, "Here, take it." As soon as he finished speaking, he handed over the money in his hand. This. Su Yuner's mind was already in a mess due to the shock. "Give me?" "No. No need, it's you who asked to come here. What are you doing for me?" You keep it." She waved her hands quickly and could not speak clearly. $400. Her mother probably only earns this much after working hard for a month. Luo Chen rolled his eyes at her and said, "You are the one who was frightened. This money is for you. Of course it is yours. Keep it." Su Yuner shook her head vigorously and said, "I don't want it." "That's the money you wanted." Luo Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard that. It turns out this girl was so kind when she was little. Even though he was so short of money, he still refused to accept the 400 yuan. He didn't waste any words and stepped forward. At the same time, slowly reach out your hand. This. Seeing this, Su Yuner's body tensed up and she instinctively wanted to step back. Because Luo Chen's hand was reaching for her trouser pocket, she was very flustered. But thinking that this was Luo Chen, she held back. The next moment, Luo Chen opened his trouser pocket with his right hand and stuffed 400 yuan directly into it with his left hand. His gentleman hands were very careful and there were no unnecessary movements. However, despite this, the moment he put the money in it, Luo Chen felt a warm and soft touch on his fingertips. Chapter 32. Are we friends? Yuna is shy. His heart was shocked. Su Yuner's delicate body felt as if it were electrified, and two intoxicating blushes quickly appeared on her delicate face. Luo Chen pretended nothing had happened and patted his pockets twice. "Okay. Let's go home." After he finished speaking, he turned around and picked up the bicycle. Although Su Yuner was shy, she didn't want to think too much. She felt the 400 yuan in her pocket and cast her complicated gaze on Luo Chen's back. She no longer knew what to say. This is 400 yuan. Luo Chen just gave it to her like that? He could have kept it for himself. Money is too important to Su Yuner. Because of this, she completely couldn't understand why Luo Chen did this. Luo Chen came over pushing his bicycle, with a smile on his face, and said, "Let's go." Su Yuner was shocked by the scene before her. The handsome boy, with a clean smile, walked towards her against the light. Combined with the strong sense of security she had just felt, her little heart began to beat faster and faster, completely out of control. Luo Chen stopped in front of her and waved his hand. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. Su Yuner woke up as if from a dream and lowered her head shyly. "No. I didn't think about anything." Luo Chen pushed the cart forward and said, "Let's go." Su Yuner followed silently behind. "Watch the road. Be careful when you cross the road next time, don't be distracted, okay?" Luo Chen's voice of instruction rang out. Su Yuner pursed her lips and said, "I know." After crossing the road, the two walked forward in silence. Luo Chen really wanted Su Yuner to sit on his bicycle, but he couldn't say it now. He could only hope. Su Yuner's two little hands hung in front of her, slightly tangled. "After thinking about it, I still feel uneasy. Just now, thank you, classmate Luo Chen. If it weren't for you," she said shyly, hesitating. "From childhood to adulthood, I had almost no opportunities to thank others. She is not very good at expressing herself." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Why are you being so polite to me? We are friends." Friend? These two words made Su Yuner feel a little complicated. For her, these two words are too luxurious. Does she deserve friends? If another boy said this to her, she would refuse without hesitation. Whether it is out of inferiority complex or resistance to the opposite sex. However, when these words came out of Luo Chen's mouth, she didn't even have any thought of resistance, and even felt a little nervous. If Luo Chen knew her family situation, then would he still be friends with her? Before it even started, she was already worried about the ending of this relationship. She didn't know how to respond and was still in deep thought, but she didn't notice that Luo Chen in front of her had stopped. Luo Chen turned and looked at her. Bang! He watched Su Yuner's little head hit his chest, bouncing her back. Ah! Su Yuner quickly stepped back, her fair face becoming even redder. Sorry," she said shyly, and the two entangled little hands became more forceful. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Luo-chan suppressed his laughter and asked in confusion, "Why didn't you answer me? Do you think I'm not qualified to be your friend?" His face was full of seriousness. This. Su Yuner couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She looked up quickly and waved her hands. No. No, I am qualified. She responded hurriedly, fearing that Luo-chan would misunderstand. Luo-chan's mouth curved into an arc and asked, "So we are friends now?" Su Yuner lowered her head instinctively. Her little heart was beating wildly and her face felt hot. She pondered for a long time before finally nodding. Luo-chan's heartbeat quickened when he saw this. First step, success. He smiled and said, "Okay, since we are friends, please don't say thank you or sorry to me too much in the future." "We are friends, right?" Su Yuner bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. "Although they are friends, but..." Luo-chan saved her. "There are still $400. No matter which one it is very important to her." She hesitated for a moment and nodded. Luo-chan showed a satisfied smile and said, "Okay, let's go." Su Yuner followed. She looked up at Luo-chan's back, and the complicated thoughts in her heart began to flow out uncontrollably. This boy is so different. Time passes. The two of them walked on the side of the road, one after the other, without communicating. Soon, we arrived at a crossroads. Luo-chan, I'm going this way." Su Yuner called out to Luo-chan and spoke in a low voice. Luo-chan looked up and silently memorized the location. He turned away. The moment their eyes met, Su Yuner quickly lowered her head. "Do you really consider me a friend?" Luo-chan asked. Su Yuner didn't understand why Luo-chan asked this and nodded vigorously. Luo-chan continued, "Have you ever seen anyone add the word classmate after calling their friend?" This. Su Yuner's face turned red again. Luo-chan. She said this very unnaturally, and her face became even redder. Luo-chan nodded with satisfaction. Unfortunately, it's still not friendly enough. He suddenly felt a little annoyed why his name was not 3 characters long. However, she is 3 words. Luo-chan suppressed his laughter and said, "Then I can call you Yuner, okay?" Ah. Su Yuner's neck had turned red from nervousness. She didn't know how to answer. From childhood to adulthood, only her mother and uncle called her like this. Luo-chan pretended to be disappointed and said, "It doesn't matter, forget it if it doesn't work, classmate Su Yuner." That tone made Su Yuner feel a dull pain in her heart. She didn't hesitate and said quickly, "Okay, I didn't say no." Luo-chan could no longer hold back the urge to laugh. He tried his best to endure it. "Okay, I'm this way. I'm leaving too, Yuna." He said it very naturally. This. When Su Yuner heard this, her face turned so red that blood almost came out of it, like a ripe tomato. She nodded again. Luo-chan's eyes rolled and an idea flashed in his mind. Chapter 33. Let us make an appointment and meet tomorrow. He continued, "Well, I'll wait for you at this intersection tomorrow morning. Let's go to school together." Su Yuner's head was buried deeply in her neck. I don't know why. This sentence gave her the illusion that she was on a date. But she didn't know how to refuse. The most important thing is that she didn't seem to have any intention of refusing. A sound came out of her mouth. There was a gleam in Luo-chan's eyes. He smiled and said, "Okay, see you tomorrow." Su Yuner's thoughts were completely confused. So much happened in less than 20 minutes. She lowered her head and walked to the other side. Luo-chan's dissatisfied voice sounded, "Raise your head and look at the road carefully." Su Yuner secretly curled her lips. Oh. Only then did she look up. Luo-chan was in no hurry to leave. He sat on his bicycle, silently gazing at the pretty figure. The smile on the corner of his mouth could no longer be suppressed and revealed itself. The figure was getting farther and farther away. Only after the figure disappeared did Luo-chan ride away on his bicycle. He is going to buy materials. Make money. Taking care of Su Yuner still requires money, and he naturally cannot ask his family for this money. For him, making money comes easily after he has been reborn. The only difficulty for him is that he has no capital. The few hundred yuan of New Year's money he has saved can't be used for anything, so he needs something low cost. He had already thought about it last night. In this era, there is nothing that is competitive, has a market, and has low cost. The first thing that comes to his mind is cold drinks. In his previous life, when he had just graduated, he worked odd jobs in some milk tea shops, and he already knew how to make these things. He had already identified his target last night. Lemonade. This thing is simple, crude, healthy, and has a market. For him, that was enough. He bought all the necessary materials and packaging and returned home. However, he has not found a good sales method yet, so he simply made a few bottles of samples. After finishing it, I devoted my attention to studying again. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Su family villa. Su Chuyu was still lying on the bed in the same position, her two little feet swaying gently in the air. The pajamas she was wearing were still in a very cute style. Her little mouth was slightly pouted, and there was a hint of sadness on her beautiful face. The difference from before is that this time, there was not even a book on the bed, only a cell phone placed next to it. She had been in this position all night. She didn't know what she was thinking, her eyes were a little dull, and everything that happened to Luo Chen today kept echoing in her mind. What he said in the cafeteria, his heroic performance on the court. She covered her head and shook it vigorously, trying to get rid of these images from her mind. But she couldn't do it. It's 22:58. Su Chuyu turned her eyes to the phone, pursed her lips, and said faintly, "Luo Chen, are you really not going to talk to me anymore?" She thought of the scene of their separation in the hotel that day. Luo Chen said that he would not bother her again, but she didn't take it seriously at that time. She thought he would continue to bother her that night. Unexpectedly. Now 3 days have passed, and Luo Chen still has no intention of contacting her. So stingy. I just rejected you, you won't continue to pursue me. Su Chuyu pursed her lips, her little face full of resentment. As soon as she finished speaking, the expression on her face suddenly froze. What did I say? She covered her face, trying to calm herself down. But her heart was like being possessed by a demon, and she couldn't calm down at all. The second hand was ticking. Finally. It's 2300 hours. There was still no movement from the phone. Su Chuyu put her little hands on the big bear's body and rubbed it, with her mouth slightly pouting. Destroy Luo Chen. I will never talk to you again. Click. Su Chuyu turned off the lights in the room and covered herself with a quilt. She closed her eyes and breathed heavily. But the figure of Luo Chen in my mind just can't be erased. The determination to ignore Luo Chen was also being destroyed bit by time. Su Chuyu couldn't help it. She sat up straight and started pressing the keys angrily. First sunny then rainy, what are you doing? The phone remained extremely quiet, with no response. Su Chuyu's already proud chest began to rise and fall violently again, and the feeling of stuffiness in her chest became more intense. First sunny, then rainy, where are the people? Unfortunately, this news fell on deaf ears and there was no response at all. 10 minutes passed. Su Chuyu clenched her little pink fists tightly, and a mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. She knew that she owed Luo Chen too much, but she still felt aggrieved. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Su Chuyu was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic and quickly rushed to the phone. Xiao Luoyu, I just want to take a shower, is there anything wrong? Although the attitude was very cold, it still made Su Chuyu excited. Snort. I knew you weren't ignoring me on purpose. First sunny then rainy, will you go camping this weekend? Luo Chen dried his hair, lay down on the bed, picked up the phone and saw the message. His brows furrowed slightly. Xiao Luoyu, didn't I say last night that I wouldn't go? Su Chuyu was not surprised to see this answer. She clenched her fists and a determined light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Give it a go. She blushed, edited a message and sent it. Beep beep beep. Luo Chen opened his phone and couldn't help but widen his eyes after seeing the message. First sunny then rainy, I want you to go. Luo Chen was confused. What on earth had provoked Su Chuyu? Why did he want him to go so much? Is there a conspiracy? He really didn't understand. Chapter 34 Start making money and selling products. Xiao Luoyu, no, I want to go. Although he didn't know what Su Chuyu wanted to do, he no longer had any interest in it. He put down his phone and turned off the lights. Beep beep beep. The phone beeped. Su Chuyu quickly opened her cell phone with an expectant smile on her face. Only. Soon, the smile froze. She pursed her lips, her heart plummeting. She had already said so, but Luo Chen still. The mist that had just dissipated gathered again in those beautiful eyes, looking aggrieved and pitiful. Stinky Luo Chen. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I will never talk to you again. Must. Su Chuyu threw his phone onto the bed and pulled the quilt over himself. Only. The thick quilt couldn't hide the angry breathing. Hate you. I hate you forever. Early the next morning, Su Chuyu changed into her school uniform and finished dressing up. But that expression, very tired. Last night, I suffered from insomnia again because of Luo Chen. I don't know how long it took me to fall asleep. Luo Chen was in my dreams. In the living room, an elegant middle-aged couple were sitting at the dining table. Good morning, Dad and Mom. Su Chuyu said weakly. The woman looked at him puzzledly and asked, Chuyu, who is Luo Chen? After these words were spoken, Su Chuyu's expression paused. The woman continued, why do you hate him? What did he do to you? I heard you shouting this name for a long time last night. The man's eyes became sharper as he waited for an answer. This. A blush quickly appeared on Su Chuyu's beautiful face, and she was very embarrassed. No. Nothing happened to me. I had a dream. I dreamed that he tore up my test paper. She smiled awkwardly and responded. The woman frowned and asked doubtfully, are you dreaming? Su Chuyu nodded vigorously. Right. Dream. The woman pondered for a while, and then her brows relaxed. Come and eat, then go to school quickly. The driver is waiting for you outside. At the same time, Luo Chen had already arrived at the intersection on his bicycle. He sat on the seat, one leg supporting the ground, his upper body leaning on the handlebars, the smile on his lips completely unsuppressible. For him, this moment was beautiful. Not far away, a graceful figure in school uniform was walking towards the intersection. She was carrying her school bag and lowering her head slightly, but her face was full of an unnatural expression. I was clearly at school, but for some reason, I felt like I was on a date. Soon, we arrived near the intersection. Her heart was still beating like a deer. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, you are here. Quite on time. This. Su Yuner stopped as if by reflex. When I looked up, I saw Luo Chen standing in front of me. But, this isn't the crossroads yet. You, why are you here? She quickly lowered her head and said somewhat unnaturally. Before I was mentally prepared, Luo Chen appeared so suddenly. Luo Chen felt Su Yuner's shyness. He smiled and said, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to find me, so I walked a little over here and came to pick you up. Su Yuner raised her hand and fiddled with her bangs. Ah. She responded, not knowing what to say, and didn't dare to look up and look at Luo Chen. The feeling of dating is getting stronger. Luo Chen knew that the girl had a small face, so he didn't say much. Let's go, it's time to go to school. He pushed his bicycle slowly forward. Su Yuner lowered her head and followed behind, the same way she did last night after school. Cough cough. Luo Chen coughed lightly and said, do you really consider me a friend? This. Su Yuner couldn't help but feel a little anxious when she heard this, and quickly said, yes, yes. Luo Chen shook his head and asked, have you ever seen a friend so far away? Why don't you come and chat with me? I'm bored. This. Su Yuner bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. After what happened after school yesterday, she naturally didn't have any aversion to Luo Chen anymore. Only. She was still immersed in the dating thing. Oh, okay. She then quickened her pace and walked side by side with Luo Chen, but she still kept her head down, with her two little hands hanging in front of her, slightly tangled. He looked very reserved. Is your mother also at work? Luo Chen asked casually, trying to find a topic to talk about. Su Yuner also responded shyly. Time passes. In 15 minutes, the two arrived at the school gate. The two chatted all the way. Halfway through the walk, Su Yuner had already woken up from the awkward feeling. The two had a good chat during the second half of the journey. This also successfully narrowed the distance between them. Oh, I have something to do. You go back first. Outside the school gate, Luo Chen stopped. Su Yuner looked at him puzzledly. After all, it's almost time for morning self-study, what else is there to do? She nodded and walked into the school. Luo Chen watched her leave. Soon, Su Yunar's figure disappeared from sight. Luochen then slowly turned his gaze to a nearby store, touched the bottle of mineral water in his school bag, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. He is looking forward to it. Sister Wang, is Sister Wang here? He entered the store and began shouting. Soon, footsteps were heard from inside. Luochen looked up and saw his boss Wang Wan walking out of the room. Yeah, it's Xiaochen. What are you buying? She said enthusiastically with a smile on her face. Wang Wan is just 28 years old this year. She is pretty, slim and kind-hearted. Luochen had a good impression of her. He smiled and said, Sister Wang, I'm not here to buy anything, I'm here to discuss business with you. I have a product I want to recommend to you, are you interested? Chapter 35, 2 Days of Separation, full of reluctance. Ha! When Wang Wan heard this, her face was instantly filled with confusion and she looked at him in bewilderment. Product? Xiaochen, what do you want to do? She asked puzzledly. Luochen didn't say anything more and took out the mineral water bottle from his school bag. Sister Wang, this is it. I made this myself. It's called handmade lemonade. I want to supply you with goods and sell them here. Do you think you are interested? He handed over the bottle of mineral water and said with a smile. Wang Wan took the mineral water bottle and looked at it carefully, becoming more and more confused. Handmade lemon, water? Is this for drinking? She looked at Luochen and asked seriously. Luochen felt helpless again when he heard this. Otherwise? Yes. Sister Wang, you can have a taste. It is absolutely safe and hygienic. He said with a smile. After all, Wang Wan didn't refuse right away, so he felt there was still some hope. Wang Wan frowned slightly and seemed a little hesitant. She no longer hesitated whether this thing was good or not, but was hesitating about how to reject Luochen. Cough. Wang Wan coughed lightly and said with a smile, Xiaochen, this matter, I have no say in it. And this thing, is it? Her tone was already very tactful. After all, a high school student came in with a bottle of water and asked her to supply it. Isn't this, too unreliable? Luochen naturally understood and said with a smile, it's okay, I just came to ask. The ingredients of this bottle of water are only lemon, honey, and rock sugar. It tastes very good. Since Sister Wang is not interested, I'll go to another store to have a look. This. After hearing this, Wang Wan was stunned. Going to someone else's house? That. Xiaochen, the material is quite clean. Are you sure it will taste good? She was a little worried and asked hurriedly. A smile flashed across Luochen's eyes imperceptibly. He felt that the problem was not serious. If he just keeps selling it, there will definitely be no good results. After all, the lemonade may not be accepted. But if he said to visit someone else's house, that would be different. There are 3 or 4 shops outside the school, and they are naturally in competition with each other. This is what Wang Wan cares about most. Of course it tastes good. Sister Wang, you definitely don't have to worry about safety. If you're interested, you can try it. I made it last night and have been storing it in the refrigerator. He handed over the mineral water in his hand and said with a smile. Wang Wan was a little hesitant. She was a little resistant, but when she saw Luochen's sunny smile, she let down her guard. She opened the bottle and tasted it. Luochen kept smiling and waited for a reaction. Soon, Wang Wan's eyes lit up. This tastes pretty good, Xiaochen, where did you learn this? Wang Wan said in surprise. Luochen smiled and responded, I figured it out myself, Sister Wang, don't worry, as long as this lemonade becomes popular in school, it will definitely boost the sales of your store. These words touched Wang Wan's heart. She is very excited. But, Xiaochen, are you sure this thing is safe? She said hesitantly. Luochen responded with a smile, don't worry, Sister Wang, as long as you are willing to cooperate, I will come to the store to make it on site starting tomorrow. Does this make you feel relieved? Wang Wan's eyes brightened again. Good. So how are you going to sell it? A smile appeared on Luochen's lips. Done. He quickly discussed the price with Wang Wan and completed the pricing and profit distribution smoothly. He had already calculated these things last night. The materials needed for the lemonade plus the packaging, the total cost was about 40 cents. The selling price was set at $1.50. He was responsible for the production and delivery, and gave Wang Wan a commission of 30 cents for each bottle of lemonade sold. Wang Wan agreed readily. After all, she is only responsible for sales, and the profit is already much higher than other products. When Luo Chen returned to the classroom, the first bell rang. Just entered. He felt an angry gaze fixed on him. Luo Chen looked up and saw Su Chuyu sitting in his seat with a slightly cold face and sharp eyes. He didn't take it seriously and walked towards his seat. Snort! Su Chuyu gritted her teeth and looked away. Thinking about what happened last night, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart began to spread uncontrollably. Broken Luo Chen. Stinky Luo Chen. I will never forgive you in my life. Time passes. On this day, Luo Chen and Su Yuner had a lot of communication. The awkward feeling between them gradually faded away and they became more familiar with each other. We eat together at noon and go home together after school. Luo Chen enjoyed it. Su Yuner also gradually adapted to this new friend and talked a lot more than before. Every morning, Luo Chen would go to Wang Wan to make lemonade. But sales are somewhat dismal. These days, we only sell about 10 bottles every day. Luo Chen was not in a hurry. After all, a new thing must take time for people to accept it. In the blink of an eye, it's Friday. It's a bit cloudy today and the air is cold. Luo Chen had lunch with Su Yuner as usual. After a few days of contact, their relationship became much closer. After lunch, I returned to the classroom. Su Yuner was immersed in the knowledge in the textbook. Luo Chen felt a little melancholy. It's almost the weekend. After this week, he has completely adapted to the feeling of being with Su Yuner day and night. But I won't see you for 2 days. Cough cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound was heard in the classroom. This immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Luo Chen glanced at it. It was the student council member Li Yuan, standing at the podium. What is she going to do? Chapter 36 Camping Together? See you again. The students looked on in confusion. Li Yuan said slowly, the college entrance examination is coming soon. In order to ease our tense study atmosphere, our class teacher has agreed to hold a camping activity tomorrow. The location is just outside the western suburbs. If any students want to go, please remember to gather at school tomorrow morning. We will set off together, and our class teacher will also go with us. Voluntary participation, self-funded activity. After saying that, Li Yuan walked towards her seat. A burst of discussion quickly broke out in the class. Su Chuyu subconsciously turned her gaze to Luo Chen, and her little mouth pouted uncontrollably. 3 days. She has ignored Luo Chen for 3 days, but Luo Chen still has no intention of looking for her. Thinking about how he had invited Luo Chen to go camping but was rejected, he became even more furious. Stinky Luo Chen. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and looked away angrily. She had clearly decided that she would never forgive Luo Chen in this life, but she didn't know why she was unhappy. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He turned his head to look at Su Yuner and asked, "Camping, are you interested?" Su Yuner turned her head and looked at Luo Chen. After a few days of contact, she now dares to have some normal communication with Luo Chen. But others still can't do it. No. She shook her head and responded bluntly. Luo Chen's heart was instantly filled with helplessness. But it can be guessed. All right. He nodded slightly and said something. If you don't even go camping, then there's absolutely nothing you can do. Su Yuner was a little confused when she saw this. She vaguely felt that Luo Chen seemed a little disappointed. You want to go? She asked puzzledly. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he said, "If you go, I want to go and have fun too. If you don't want to go, forget it. Although I want to go out and relax, you are my only friend in the class, and I can't play with them." The words fell, pretending to be casual. Su Yuner felt a complicated feeling in her heart when she heard this. For some reason, she suddenly had the thought of not wanting to disappoint Luo Chen. But camping requires money. Even though I got 400 yuan for free in the past 2 days, I still have to live frugally. Luo Chen noticed her dilemma. He continued, "It just so happens that I have everything there. If the two of us want to go, we don't need to buy anything. What a pity, you don't want to go." He shook his head, his face full of regret. This action stimulated Su Yuner again. Seeing Luo Chen's disappointment, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. That. Then, go? An impulsive feeling emerged in her heart. Luo Chen became excited instantly. You want to go? Don't be embarrassed. Don't go just for me. I'm fine. He suppressed the excitement and said lightly. Su Yuner withdrew her gaze, and a hint of warmth appeared on her face. For you. She felt a little strange in her heart and said, No. No, I want to go and relax, too. Her little expression was very unnatural. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard that, and said, Okay, let's meet at the old place tomorrow. Su Yuner turned her head and nodded, her face beginning to turn red. The old place is the intersection. These 3 words were the first ones Luo Chen said, and they made her feel like going on a date even stronger. But she didn't realize that when she saw Luo Chen's disappointment just now, she had already decided to go, and didn't even consider whether it would cost money. Class is starting. It's cloudy outside. Not long after, it began to rain heavily. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go home from school, but the rain outside showed no sign of stopping. The students began to pack their bags. Su Yuner slowly turned her gaze to Luo Chen and said hesitantly, Luo Chen, I can't go back with you tonight. Luo Chen looked at her puzzledly and asked, Why? Su Yuner couldn't help but look away, feeling a little guilty, and said, I made an appointment with my mother this morning. If it rains, she will come to pick me up. I'll go back with her. Luo Chen suddenly realized. That's fine. See you tomorrow morning then. He said with a smile, and there was nothing to worry about. Su Yuner nodded slightly. Only. The feeling of being on a date became even stronger, so strong that she couldn't control her heartbeat. She left quickly. Luo Chen looked at Su Yuner's back and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Good. We'll see you again tomorrow. He was in a good mood and did not rush to pack his school bag. Instead, he wrote down in his notebook what he wanted to buy later. It's time to restock the lemonade. Before long, most of the classmates had left. Su Chuyu had also packed her things. She carried her school bag, looked at Luo Chen angrily again, then turned and walked out of the classroom. Luo Chen didn't pay any attention at all. Not long after, Su Chuyu arrived outside the teaching building. It was raining heavily and the wind was blowing hard outside. Many students were still taking shelter from the rain inside the building. They didn't bring umbrellas and couldn't get out. Su Chuyu took out her umbrella from her school bag and curled her lips slightly. In the past, Luo Chen would definitely escort her out at this time, but today, she is left alone. Wang Miling was also picked up by her parents, but she had already run out. Well. Su Chuyu sighed softly in his heart, and after getting ready, he opened his umbrella and walked outside. The rain outside is getting heavier. By the time Su Chuyu reached the middle of the playground, his trouser legs were already wet by the rain. She walked quickly. Call. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Chapter 37, Sundara Chuyu, are you in trouble? Ah! Su Chuyu suddenly let out a scream, and her slender body was staggered by the strong wind, and the umbrella in her hand was blown over. She didn't catch it and let it go. The umbrella was blown away by the strong wind in an instant. A trace of anxiety suddenly emerged in Su Chuyu's heart, and he hurriedly took a step forward to chase after him. However, my foot slipped. Ouch! Su Chuyu let out a cry and fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her ankle. Hiss! She gasped in pain. The wind was howling. The heavy rain fell madly on Su Chuyu, and she was instantly surrounded by a cold chill. So cold. When she looked up, she found that the umbrella had been blown away. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and tried to stand up, but she felt pain in her ankle again. Ah! An alluring sound came out of her mouth and she fell to the ground again. The wind was blowing hard and the rain was falling heavily. Su Chuyu was completely surrounded by the chill. She pursed her lips, and a feeling of grievance quickly emerged in her heart. Take a look around. Many of her classmates used umbrellas to cover their bodies and walked quickly, so no one noticed her at all. Luo Chen's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Luo Chen! Why haven't you come yet? The feeling of grievance in her heart became stronger and stronger, and under the stimulation of the cold, a hint of moisture appeared in her beautiful eyes. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of feet stepping on rainwater could be heard. This. A hint of surprise instantly emerged in Su Chuyu's heart, and he quickly turned his gaze to the place where the sound came from. It's a boy. But not Luo Chen. The surprised expression on Su Chuyu's face quickly disappeared. Chuyu. Are you okay? I'm here, don't be afraid. I'll help you up. The boy quickly approached and extended his hand to Su Chuyu. This boy was none other than their class's physical education committee member, Lu Hao. Su Chuyu looked at the excited smile on Lu Hao's face, and a trace of resistance instantly emerged in her heart. She said calmly, "No, I can get up by myself." She felt indescribable disgust in her heart. She thought of the former Luo Chen, whose face was always filled with worry every time he picked her up. But this Lu Hao, his face was full of excitement. It seemed as if he was about to grab her hand in excitement, which disgusted her. Lu Hao frowned and said quickly, "Chuyu. It's raining so hard, what are you doing alone? Come, I'll take you out. Why don't you bring an umbrella? Can you walk? Or I'll carry you out?" As soon as he finished speaking, an expression of excitement appeared on his face again. Pity. But Su Chuyu still noticed it. The feeling of disgust in her heart instantly reached its peak. "I said, no need. Do you understand? Take away your broken umbrella. I don't need you to help me," she said coldly. Although she was covered by Lu Hao's umbrella at the moment, the feeling of disgust in her heart made her particularly repulsive. This. Lu Hao frowned and said, "Chuyu, I'm here to help you, okay? I saw you were getting wet in the rain, so I came over with good intentions to hold an umbrella for you and take you out." Why are you talking to me like that?" There was already a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Su Chuyu's pretty face was slightly cold, and she asked coldly, "Did I ask you to help me? Also, did you call Chuyu? You can go now. I don't need it." That look was so cold that it kept people at a distance. Lu Hao clenched his fists. Su Chuyu's coldness and disgust made him feel particularly uncomfortable. He didn't understand why he was so despised for coming to help with good intentions. "Su Chuyu, I like you, but you can't just take advantage of my love for you and do something wrong. I am also a human being. I have dignity too. I'm here to hold an umbrella for you because I feel sorry for you. Why do you talk to me like that?" He couldn't bear the humiliation in his dignity and said in a low voice. These words made Su Chuyu a little dazed. However, the reason for this trance was not Lu Hao, but Luo Chen. "I said, no need. Do you understand? How I talk to you is my business. What does it have to do with you? If you don't like listening to me, don't talk to me," she responded coldly. It was normal for classmates to help each other, but Lu Hao's eager and excited eyes made her feel disgusted from the bottom of her heart, an unbearable disgust. She knew why Lu Hao was so excited, so she felt even more disgusted. Lu Hao gritted his teeth. Su Chuyu's attitude towards him these days made him completely lose his patience. He stared at Su Chuyu angrily and shouted angrily, "Su Chuyu, you are just relying on your own excellence and the love of others to do whatever you want here. I am also a human being. I do like you. Is it wrong to like you? I can't bear to see you get wet in the rain because I like you. Don't take my kindness to you for granted. You have no right to dislike me." These words echoed in Su Chuyu's mind, and she didn't know which nerve they touched. She felt very uncomfortable. But this discomfort has nothing to do with Lu Hao in front of him. She looked up and stared at him, then asked in a cold voice, "If you like me, you should know my temperament. If you really like me so much, would you yell here just because of a few words from me? Do you like my face or my body?" These words froze the angry expression on Lu Hao's face. He opened his mouth, but had no words to refute. Su Chuyu continued to ask, "Since you like me, should I cooperate with you?" That look was extremely cold. The corners of Lu Hao's mouth twitched violently and his eyes were evasive, but he had no idea how to fight back. Seeing this, Su Chuyu felt even more disgusted. "Are you ready to go? I find it disgusting to hit your umbrella," she said coldly. These words made Lu Hao feel that his dignity was being trampled under Su Chuyu's feet. He was completely furious. Chapter 38, Chuyu wakes up and cries. Su Chuyu, you will regret this. Let me tell you, there are many people pursuing me. If you don't cherish me, there will always be someone who will. You don't know how good I am, but someone else knows. I will definitely make you regret it. He clenched his fists and his eyes were extremely determined. Su Chuyu withdrew his gaze, showing no interest in paying any attention. Crunch! A harsh sound came out of Lu Hao's mouth, and he felt more and more aggrieved. He took a deep breath and said with a firm look, "Remember. I will make you regret it." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. After just 2 steps, he turned around again and said with a fake smile, "By the way, people like you deserve to get wet in the rain." Snort! He turned and left. The strong wind stopped and the cold rain poured down on Su Chuyu's head. She was completely surrounded by the cold. But she didn't get up. Lu Hao's words kept echoing in her ears. "I am also a human being. I also have dignity. Su Chuyu, you are just relying on your own excellence and the fact that others like you to do whatever you want here. Don't take my kindness for granted." Luo Chen's figure involuntarily emerged in her mind. Lu Hao has no right to say these words. But Luo Chen does. She suddenly realized that not every suitor was so tolerant of her. In her mind, Lu Hao and Luo Chen formed a sharp contrast at this moment. She only spoke to Lu Hao once with a disdainful tone today, but Lu Hao couldn't bear it anymore. But Luo Chen endured it for 3 years and never treated her coldly. She showed disdain once, and Lu Hao made harsh remarks to her. However, in her memory, the cruelest thing Luo Chen said to her was, "I will never send you an umbrella again." She still clearly remembers Luo Chen's aggrieved expression at that time. Result: the next time it rained, Luo Chen still obediently gave her an umbrella. The most important thing is that Luo Chen knew that she disliked it, so every time he would come to give her an umbrella in the rain, and after handing the umbrella to her, he would leave in the rain again. She bit her teeth lightly, and her nose began to feel sore. The cold rain no longer mattered. Lu Hao represents other suitors, but Luo Chen, no one can replace him. She thought of the happy expression on Lu Hao's face when he rushed over just now. He was happy to help her, and when he said he wanted to carry her out, he was visibly excited. However, every time Luo Chen felt distressed and anxious, he never asked her to hold an umbrella with him, let alone hug her. When she returned the umbrella to Luo Chen the next day, Luo Chen treated it as a treasure. She knew that Luo Chen only had that one umbrella. The key point is, in order for her not to dislike the umbrella, Luo Chen has never used it. Su Chuyu suddenly came to his senses. It was not until this moment that she realized how rare and precious Luo Chen's sincerity and true heart were. She also realized how much she had gone too far in the past, relying on other people's likes to act recklessly. Lu Hao was right in saying this, but the target of her reckless behavior was not Lu Hao, but Luo Chen. She clenched her fists, and the feeling of regret in her heart couldn't be suppressed and burst out. Her beautiful eyes were filled with moisture, flowing down with the rain. She regretted it. Su Chuyu sat on the playground, leaning on her knees, crying. The cold doesn't matter. The appearance of Lu Hao made her realize the truth, and made her understand how rare Luo Chen's persistence was. It also made her see how sincere Luo Chen was and how much he loved her. Only she lost Luo Chen. Now no one carries her school bag, no one saves a seat for her, and no one holds an umbrella for her. She cried uncontrollably. At the same time, Luo Chen also walked out of the teaching building. From a distance, I could see the beautiful figure curled up and crying in the middle of the playground. He recognized it at once. It's Su Chuyu. This figure left a very deep impression on him during his 3 years of high school. It couldn't be more familiar. What he looked at the most was the back. What's wrong with her? Luo Chen walked towards the school gate, his puzzled eyes fixed on the beautiful figure. As he got closer, he could see it clearly. Crying? Luo Chen stopped, feeling confused. He knows Su Chuyu very well. This little girl is very strong, why is she sitting here crying? He hesitated a little. Although Su Chuyu no longer had any relationship with him in his heart, the scene was a bit dazzling. It was pouring rain, and a little girl was sitting on the playground crying. Not to mention being a classmate, even if it was someone he didn't know, Luo Chen couldn't just watch it. The key is, this person is Su Chuyu. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head helplessly. Although I didn't want to care, I couldn't bear the humanitarian condemnation in my heart. He walked towards Su Chuyu's position. Su Chuyu, however, was completely unaware of anything and was still lying on her knees, crying madly. Her heart was full of complexity. The key is that Luo Chen's figure can't be erased from my mind at all. There is remorse, regret, and Su Chuyu himself had not yet figured out that faint thought. She was completely immersed in it and didn't notice anyone approaching. For a long time. Only then did Su Chuyu realize that there was a special sound in his ears, which was the sound of rain falling on the umbrella. She no longer felt the impact of the rain. She was slightly stunned, then quickly calmed herself down and quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I said, I don't need it. She thought Lu Hao had come back and said coldly. She didn't dare look up, not wanting Lu Hao to see her so vulnerable. Just as the words fell, Luo Chen's cold voice sounded, when did you say that? Su Chuyu's eyes were red, and her pretty face was full of coldness. She was about to refute. But before he could finish his words, he realized that the voice was not Lu Hao's. But Su Chuyu suddenly felt a current running through his body. She instinctively raised her head quickly, just in time to meet Luo Chen's cold gaze and expressionless face. Luo Chen. Chapter 39. Luo Chen is here. Chuyu is surprised. Su Chuyu instantly felt the chaos in his heart calm down, but he also felt a bit overwhelmed. She was a little confused. I just thought about it for a long time, but I didn't expect Luo Chen would appear. She opened her red lips and opened her mouth, but she had no idea what to say. Another complex thought instantly began to spread in my mind. There are surprises in guilt. She was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Luo Chen was also filled with doubts. He had never seen Su Chuyu cry before, especially now that her body was soaked by the rain, her black hair stuck to her neck, and her beautiful eyes were red, which made people involuntarily want to protect her. He steadied his thoughts. Although he didn't know what was going on, he didn't want to talk too much. Just a favor. I've used this umbrella before. Would you like to use it? He asked doubtfully. After these words were spoken, Su Chuyu could no longer control the sour feeling in his heart. At this moment, the contrast between Luo Chen and Lu Hao has reached its extreme. She nodded vigorously without hesitation. At the same time, tears were rolling down the corners of my eyes uncontrollably. This sentence really stimulated her. Seeing this, Luo Chen became even more confused. He really had no idea why this girl was crying. Moreover, in the past, I would rather get wet in the rain than use the umbrella he had used. He was too lazy to think about it. Now, he doesn't want to have anything to do with this girl. Okay. Then I'll give it to you. I'm leaving. Luo Chen casually placed the umbrella in his hand next to Su Chuyu, then turned around and walked towards the school gate. Su Chuyu tightly grasped the umbrella, and her beautiful eyes could not leave Luo Chen's back. At the same time, the feeling of guilt has reached its extreme. Turn out to be. It's so cold when it's wet in the rain. Without any hesitation, she called out, Luo Chen. Luo Chen turned around in the rain. Anything else? He asked coldly. This attitude made Su Chuyu feel even more regretful. She suppressed her emotions and said, Let's do it together. Come back soon. Let's go out together. She waved to Luo Chen. Luo Chen frowned slightly, and the feeling of doubt in his heart became stronger. He said calmly, Don't you dislike me? Why do you let me be with you? He really didn't understand why Su Chuyu was acting weird today. Although it was raining, Luo Chen had already gotten used to it and didn't take it seriously at all. Sometimes, I like the feeling of being drenched by the rain. Su Chuyu clenched her fists. Luo Chen's words made her feel even more guilty. She said hurriedly, No. I don't mind it anymore. Let's go out together. The rain, it's raining too hard. She was very unnatural. Luo Chen looked at him strangely, shook his head gently, and said, No need, I'll give you the umbrella. I'm leaving first. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the school. That figure didn't show any hesitation at all. Seeing this, Su Chuyu felt a little anxious again. Luo Chen is too determined. She vaguely felt that if she let Luo Chen go like this, then Luo Chen would be completely lost. Luo Chen. Wait for me. Su Chuyu called out again and made a move to stand up and chase after him. Just got up. Ah! There was a sharp pain in her ankle and she cried out. Soon, the delicate body fell to the ground again. There was a painful expression on that face. Luochen was a little impatient at first, but he stopped when he heard the scream. Turning around to look, Su Chuyu covered her ankle, her beautiful face full of pain. Are you hurt? Luochen felt more helpless when he saw this. I originally wanted to stay away, but this doesn't even give me a chance. He felt a little hesitant again. Su Chuyu was also filled with anxiety, fearing that Luochen would insist on leaving. She rolled her eyes. Ouch, Luochen, I just sprained my ankle. It hurts so much. Can you help me? She quickly turned her gaze to Luochen and said pitifully. Luochen felt even more helpless when he saw this. That beautiful face was filled with a pitiful look, her beautiful eyes were moist, and her mouth was slightly pouting. The impact was truly shocking. The feeling of pity is fully displayed on her. Luochen didn't know what to do. Although I want to stay away from this girl, but I can't just ignore the situation. He pondered for a moment, then walked over. When Su Chuyu saw this, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. He is here. At this moment, Su Chuyu felt an unprecedented surprise in his heart. All the loss just now has been swept away by her at this moment. She didn't know what that felt like. She only knew that if she let Luochen go again this time, she would really lose Luochen completely. Luochen came to Su Chuyu. Sprained your ankle? Su Chuyu pursed her lips and nodded vigorously, that charming feeling radiating wildly. Luochen glanced at it. Can you get up by yourself? Should I hold an umbrella for you or something? He said lightly. That cold attitude made Su Chuyu feel a little pain in her heart. I don't know why. She suddenly began to miss the old Luochen. Can you help me up? I can't get up. She said somewhat unnaturally. Seeing this, Luochen felt a little surprised. Help? During the 3 years of high school in his previous life, he even felt disgusted with sharing an umbrella, let alone touching Su Chuyu. Luochen frowned slightly. Me, help me with my hands? Chapter 40, Heavy rain is pouring, Chuyu feels distressed? This sentence made Su Chuyu confused. What else? She wanted to ask, but quickly responded. During a physical education class some time ago, she was tired and a little hot, so she took off her school uniform and put it on the playground. In the end, she forgot about it when the get out of class was over, and Luochen brought it to her. She was not feeling well those days and was in a bad mood. She scolded and disliked Luochen madly and asked him not to touch her clothes in the future. The feeling of guilt in her heart became stronger. I didn't think much of it at the time and even felt that I was justified. But now I think about it, why did I do such an inhuman thing back then? Can you help me up? Su Chuyu tried hard to force a smile, then raised her fair little hand. Luochen became more and more surprised when he saw this. He really doesn't understand. In her previous life, Su Chuyu would rather go back in the rain alone than share an umbrella with him. Now, help her? He looked at the white little hand, feeling a little dazed. In his previous life, he dreamed of holding her hand. Now that little hand is right in front of him, but he no longer has the heart to think about it. Without thinking too much, he reached out his hand. Even though Su Chuyu opened her little hand, Luochen did not touch it, but grabbed Su Chuyu's wrist through her school uniform. Su Chuyu observed this detail. A sour feeling emerged in her heart, which was very complicated. The contrast between Luochen and Lu Hao was too strong. You used force. Luochen said this and then pulled gently, and Su Chuyu stood up, but he didn't dare to put his right foot on the ground. Give me the umbrella. Can you go? Luochen let go of Su Chuyu's wrist, took the umbrella in his hand, and held it above their heads. Su Chuyu no longer had that tight feeling on her wrist, and she felt inexplicably empty. Although I felt very guilty, but I still felt a little aggrieved. Doesn't he want to help? Wrong. He was just worried that she would dislike it. Thinking of this, the grievance in her heart was quickly swallowed up by the deep guilt. Her face was slightly red, and she said, Can you help me out? As soon as the words fell, a look with a hint of expectation was cast on Luochen's face. Her heartbeat quickened. This is the first time since I was a child that a person of the opposite sex has supported me. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded. He went around to Su Chuyu's right side and raised his arm. Please hold my arm, he said lightly. Although Su Chuyu was very charming, he had no intention of taking advantage of her. He just wanted to completely sever their relationship. There's nothing I can do to help. Su Chuyu pursed her lips when she saw this. Don't take advantage of any bargain. At this moment, she didn't know what to feel in her heart. She raised her hand and pressed Luo Chen's arm to support the weight of her body. She hung her right foot in the air and hopped forward. Luo Chen held an umbrella in his right hand and followed slowly. The rain was still heavy, but fortunately the wind was not as strong. Walking and walking. Luo Chen suddenly felt Su Chuyu's grip on his arm tightened a bit. He glanced sideways. I saw Su Chuyu's delicate body was trembling. Su Chuyu was so troubled by his worries just now that he had no time to think about the cold. Now when he walked, the cold wind blew and the chill was uncontrollable. She was soaked all over. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. He even began to doubt whether he owed this girl in his previous life. Wait. He stopped. Su Chuyu looked at her in confusion. The beautiful face was pale and the lips were a little white. Luo Chen ignored him and took off his school uniform. Seeing this, Su Chuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of expectation emerged in his heart. Is he for me? Before she could think about it, Luo Chen had already put the school uniform on her. Su Chuyu felt his heartbeat speed up slightly. Luo Chen said calmly, "Let's go." He continued to move forward. Su Chuyu followed, but his thoughts were a little dazed. After all, Luo Chen only has a white sweatshirt left on his body, so he must be cold too, right? Without waiting to think about it. Call. Suddenly, there was another crazy downpour, the rain got heavier, and the big trees beside the school wall were swaying wildly in the wind. The whole campus became foggy because of the heavy rain. The umbrella is about to be deformed. Fortunately, Luo Chen had enough strength to adjust the direction of the umbrella to withstand the strong wind and heavy rain. It's still 200 or 300 meters away from the school gate. If we keep taking this long, how long will it take to get there? He is cold too. Another gust of wind blew, and Su Chuyu lost his balance. With a scream, his body fell to Luo Chen's position. She pressed her hands on Luo Chen's shoulders and threw her delicate body on him, only then did she stabilize herself. Luo Chen raised his arms hard to give Su Chuyu enough support. He said helplessly, "Why did you come out? Why don't you wait until the rain stops before leaving?" Su Chuyu leaned on Luo Chen's shoulder, her face slightly flushed. She said faintly, I wasn't this big when I came out." That little expression looks very aggrieved. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. Now the two of them are in the middle of the playground and there is no one around. I could only go out. But with this strong wind, Su Chuyu can't leave at all. He sighed silently. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, also feeling a little anxious. After all, Luo Chen only had a white sweatshirt on him, so he must be very cold. She clenched her fists and struggled with her thoughts. Those beautiful eyes also fell on Luo Chen's profile, and the complicated feeling in her heart became even stronger. Soon, a determined light flashed in those beautiful eyes. "Luo Chen, how about? Or, well, why don't you carry me out?" Chapter 41. The wind and rain are gone, and so is he. After he finished speaking, Su Chuyu couldn't help but lower his head. That beautiful face was already filled with an intoxicating redness, and even though it was extremely cold, there was still a warm feeling on her face. Luo Chen was a little confused. He naturally knew that this method was the best, but this was Su Chuyu. He thought Su Chuyu would never agree, so he didn't even mention it. Unexpectedly, Su Chuyu brought it up on her own initiative? Is this still the Su Chuyu he knows? Luo Chen looked at him with confusion, and felt that Su Chuyu was a little weird. Okay. Then come up. He didn't refuse either, because he really didn't want to waste time here. It's too cold. Su Chuyu's face became even redder, and she held Luo Chen's shoulders and walked behind him. Luo Chen also bent down. Su Chuyu blushed, jumped hard, and fell directly on Luo Chen's back. Her legs naturally clamped around Luo Chen's waist. This moment, Su Chuyu's little face was already so red that it looked like blood could be squeezed out of it. She was so shy that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Luo Chen's heartbeat was also accelerating. Although Su Chuyu has been dug out of my heart now, but this does not affect the fact that Su Chuyu is a stunning beauty. What's more, she has such a good figure. The moment Su Chuyu rushed up, the squeezing feeling on his back made his heart almost jump out. That kind of beauty is indescribable. His body was a little stiff, and he stood there, his mind blank. Su Chuyu rested her head on Luo Chen's shoulder. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't react, the feeling of shyness and nervousness had reached its extreme. The intoxicating redness has spread from the face to the neck. She muttered softly, why don't you leave? Luo Chen woke up as if from a dream. He quickly calmed himself down and was also a little embarrassed. Walk. The umbrella is with you. He pretended to be calm and spoke lightly. Su Chuyu took the umbrella in her hand, and Luo Chen also put his hands on Su Chuyu's beautiful legs. The moment of contact. The two of them trembled at the same time, as if an electric current ran through them. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, feeling full of shyness. Luo Chen wasn't feeling well either. It was so cold, but it couldn't suppress the restlessness in my heart. Although he was already in his 30s in his previous life, he had only 2 romantic relationships. One is about having a secret crush on Su Chuyu. The other period is the ambiguous period with Su Yuner. Unfortunately, before the window paper between the two of them could be broken, Su Yuner had already passed away. After all, he had never had any contact with girls. Call. He adjusted his breathing, diverted his attention, and then strode towards the school gate. It's just this bumping and the feeling on my back. Luo Chen is no longer cold. His whole body was filled with a burning sensation. Su Chuyu was also extremely shy. She tried her best to straighten her body, but she couldn't avoid the contact again and again. She wasn't cold anymore. It's not that my body is hot, but I'm too shy to even think about the cold. Time passes. The two people rushed to the school gate in the heavy rain. It was only 200 or 300 meters, but to Luo Chen and Su Chuyu, it seemed as long as a century. Finally, we arrived at the school gate. Luo Chen saw a black Mercedes parked outside the school, and also saw a sturdy man in a suit waiting outside with an umbrella. That was Su Chuyu's driver, and he couldn't enter the school. Under the surprised gaze of the security guard, Luo Chen rushed out through the small door. Miss. You are. The driver quickly stepped forward and cast an unfriendly look at Luo Chen. Su Chuyu suppressed the shyness in her heart. Open the car door. She urged without responding. The driver quickly opened the door. Luo Chen turned around and let Su Chuyu slowly sit on the seat before he let go of his hands. Call. He took a deep breath. I'm quite tired after running all the way. He turned his gaze to the driver and said calmly, Your young lady sprained her ankle, and I just carried her out on my back. The driver was stunned for a moment and then smiled. I see. Thank you, young man. I can't get in, so I can only worry. He smiled politely. Su Chuyu couldn't help but pursed her lips when she heard that. I haven't explained anything yet, why are you in such a hurry to explain? Snort. She moved a little further inside and patted the spot next to her. Luo Chen, get in the car quickly. I'll take you back. She waited. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, becoming even more surprised. This attitude is not bad. At least compared to before, this was the kindest thing I had done to him. He smiled and said, It's not easy to hear these words from you. It's not in vain that I helped you. I appreciate your kindness, but I won't take the car. I'm leaving. These words made Su Chuyu feel guilty again. She didn't want to think too much, and said anxiously, It's raining so hard, why are you riding a bicycle back? Hurry up and get on the bike. It's on the way, I'll take you back. Luo Chen picked up the umbrella on the ground, glanced at the luxurious interior of the car, and a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No, I'm dirty. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. As soon as these words came out, Su Chuyu felt his heart tremble violently. The body is dirty. That is right, this is what she once said to Luo Chen. Luo Chen. Come back and get in the car. Luo Chen. She quickly leaned on the car door and shouted at Luo Chen's back. Unfortunately, there was no response. She stared at Luo Chen's back, her beautiful eyes already filled with moisture. She is in so much pain. She suddenly had the urge to slap herself. Why did she say such words to Luo Chen in the first place? But the driver is here. She tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes, but her heart ached so much. The driver came over. Miss, please sit back down quickly. It's too cold. You'll catch a cold if you keep going like this. He pressed the car door and said worriedly. Su Chuyu clenched her fists and suddenly felt the urge to get out of the car and chase Luo Chen. But when she stuck her head out again, she found that Luo Chen was no longer around. She turned around and got into the car. His eyes were slightly dull, his thoughts were confused, and he didn't know what to do. Bang! The car door is closed. The noisy sounds of wind and rain outside disappeared instantly, and the place became warmer. She felt empty inside. The cold wind and rain are gone, and Luo Chen, who loved her, is gone too. This moment. She felt indescribable sadness in her heart. Chapter 42, No reply? Shu Yu is worried. The Mercedes drove away. The wind and rain were still strong, and Luo Chen certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to ride his bike back in the rain. Sister Wan, I'm here to take shelter from the rain. Just in time to make tomorrow's lemonade. He entered Wang Wan's supermarket, put the umbrella aside, and shouted inside. Xiaochen is here. Good. Just keep busy. Call me if you need anything. Wang Wan's shouting voice rang out. After a few days of contact, the two became much more familiar with each other. Luo Chen also started to get busy. He had already stockpiled a lot of raw materials here, which was enough to sustain for a while. In a blink of an eye, Luo Chen finished his work. It has turned into a drizzle outside. Luo Chen followed the sound to the kitchen and found Wang Wan busying herself in an apron. He leaned against the doorframe and said with a smile, Sister Wan, you are such a big boss, why do you still do all these jobs yourself? This supermarket also sells some baked goods, which Wang Wan is currently making. She shook her head and smiled bitterly, saying, Xiaochen, please don't make fun of your sister Wan. It's just a small supermarket. There's no such thing as a boss. I thought about hiring someone before. But the profit is not much to begin with. If I spend too much, it won't be worth it. If I spend less, people won't want to come. It's not that easy to balance. Luo Chen nodded slightly. That's true. After all, there isn't much work to begin with, so hiring people isn't really cost-effective. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. That's right. Su Yuner's mother. A hint of surprise appeared in his heart. If this job is given to Su Yuner's mother, wouldn't it be just right? It's safe and not tiring, the only drawback is that the money is a little less. But money is nothing now. Sister Wan, if you want to hire someone, don't look for someone yet. I have a suitable candidate. I'll ask some other day. He said with a smile. Wang Wan raised her head and said with a smile, okay. Then I'll wait for your news. When Luo Chen returned home, it was already dark. Luo Shubua and Bai Jing were not worried. Luo Chen had been independent-minded since he was young and often came back very late after playing. They had long been accustomed to it. At the dinner table, Luo Chen ate voraciously. These past few days, he had asked Bai Jing to make different specialties of hers. Luo Chen had been craving for this in his previous life. Bai Jing looked at Luo Chen's eating and couldn't help but said, slow down, no one is trying to snatch it from you, why are you in such a hurry? Luo Chen shoveled the last mouthful of rice in the bowl into his mouth and said vaguely, I'll go study after eating. Bai Jing widened her eyes. What? Study? You? Are you in a hurry to study? That expression was as if he had seen an alien. Their family has always adopted a free-range model. These past few nights, they only knew that Luo Chen locked himself in the bedroom, but they didn't know what Luo Chen was doing. The chopsticks in Luo Shubua's hand also paused. Luo Chen wiped his mouth and said with a smile, I'm done eating. I'm going to study. He walked towards his bedroom. Oh, by the way, Mom and Dad, I have to go out tomorrow. Our class is organizing a camping trip. Help me make something to eat tomorrow morning. After saying that, he went into his bedroom. Bai Jing and Luo Shubua looked at them in astonishment, not thinking about camping at all. What has stirred up your son? The college entrance exam is coming up soon, why are you suddenly working so hard to get into it? Bai Jing asked doubtfully. Luo Shubua continued to eat and said with a smile, no matter what the reason is, learning is a good thing. Whispering sound. Bai Jing pouted and said, what's the point of cramming at the last minute? How can you jump up from the second to last in the whole year group? Luo Shubua smiled indifferently and said, you have to believe in your son. What if he gets admitted to a university? Snort. Bai Jing rolled her eyes at him and said accusingly, it's all your fault. You let him roam free and ended up with him being the last in the group. With grades like this, do you still expect him to get into college? This university is owned by your family. Luo Shubua shook his head and chuckled, without responding. However, the two did not notice that Luo Chen's bedroom door was not closed tightly. Although the conversation was not loud, Luo Chen still heard it. A smile appeared on his lips, and he murmured, I disappointed you in my previous life. This time, don't worry. I will definitely make you proud. His face was full of determination. Soon, I devoted myself to studying again. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock. Luo Chen yawned, rubbed his swollen temples, and then put the book away. I was already very sleepy, but when I thought about going camping with Su Yuner tomorrow, the sleepiness disappeared instantly. He opened the cabinet of the desk and took out a small iron box. Inside this is the New Year's money he has saved since he was a child. He counted the money and found it was a total of more than 450 yuan, which was a huge sum of money for him now. He took out a $100 bill, put it in his pocket, and then lay down on the bed. Beep beep beep. A faint reminder sound was heard. Luo Chen then remembered that he had put his cell phone under his pillow in the morning. He took out his cell phone and opened QQ. The first thing that catches your eye is the contact at the top, which is sunny at first and then rainy. Luo Chen couldn't help but sit up straight, feeling a little dazzled. How many messages have you sent him? Luo Chen quickly clicked in. Sunny at first, then rainy, where are the people? Speak. Sunny then rainy, Luo Chen. Have you arrived home? Where are you? Sunny at first, then rainy, if you don't say anything, I'll call the police. Seeing this, Luo Chen's mouth twitched violently. What is this girl doing crazy again? He tapped his fingertips on his phone and replied to the message. Inside the villa. Su Chuyu was wearing cute pajamas, with her fair little feet wrapped in several bandages, resting on the edge of the bed. She held her cell phone tightly, her beautiful face full of worry. Why is there no news yet? She regretted very much why she didn't have Luo Chen's mobile phone number and could only send messages on QQ. She clenched her fists. She started asking about Luo Chen since she got home. At first she thought Luo Chen had not come home yet, but the longer time went by, the more she felt something was wrong. At this moment, she felt her heart was in her throat. In just a few hours, she had already imagined hundreds of ways that Luo Chen could get into an accident. She gritted her teeth. No. Can't wait any longer. The dial-up interface just sent out. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang. An excited smile instantly appeared on Su Chuyu's face, and she quickly returned to the QQ page. Xiao Xiao Luoyu, I'm home and I didn't check my phone. What happened? Call. Su Chuyu took a deep breath and his tense heartstrings finally relaxed. She looked at Luo Chen's online name and pouted. If you don't know, tell me. Do you know how long I have been worried? Chapter 43 Luo Chen is disappointed? Yuna is here. Although she felt resentful, she couldn't send these words of blame to Luo Chen now. She pulled the big bear next to the bed and rubbed its face hard. I feel relieved. She picked up the phone again, and a smile quickly appeared on her beautiful face. She began to recover. First sunny then rainy, it's okay, I'll be home. Luo Chen looked at his phone, feeling confused. What does this mean? I sent so many messages just to know whether he has arrived home or not. Analyzing from the surface, Luo Chen might think that the other party was just worried about his safety, but unfortunately, the other party was Su Chuyu, so Luo Chen naturally would not be narcissistic enough to think that Su Chuyu was worried about him. He didn't respond. Su Chuyu's little hands on the other side kept typing on the phone, typing and deleting, deleting, and typing again. I wanted to find a topic, but I had no idea what to talk about. Even though she has now gained enlightenment, she still feels a little reluctant to let go when facing Luo Chen. For a long time. Su Chuyu finally pressed the send button. First sunny, then rainy, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to stay in the playground in the rain for so long. Luo Chen looked at his phone with surprise on his face. Thank you to me? This is completely different from the impression he had of Su Chuyu. He didn't take it seriously. Beep beep beep. Su Chuyu quickly picked up his mobile phone and looked at the screen with a smile on his face. This moment. She was already filled with anticipation. It was the first time in her life that she showed such an expression in front of her mobile phone. Xiao Xiao Luoyu, you're welcome. Su Chuyu has so many suitors. Even if I'm not there, there will definitely be someone else to help. There is something sarcastic about this statement. But not much. Su Chuyu looked at the message in a daze, and the scene of Lu Hao wanting to help her emerged involuntarily in her mind. Even now, when she thought of Lu Hao's excited expression, she still felt a deep disgust in her heart. Just in time. Luo Chen formed a sharp contrast with Lu Hao. It was not until now that she realized that what she had previously thought to be Luo Chen's flattering smile was actually so sincere. That smile was so pure and came from the heart. Just happiness, without any desires. Only. Su Chuyu hadn't seen this smile for several days. She pursed her lips. She originally wanted to have a good chat with Luo Chen, but when faced with this topic, she didn't know how to respond. It's late, time to go to bed. Luo Chen set an alarm, stuffed his phone under his pillow, closed his eyes and fell asleep. This sleep was especially sweet. Thinking of seeing Su Yuner again tomorrow morning, a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Only. Su Chuyu in the villa couldn't laugh at all. She sat on the bed, her lips slightly pouting, her beautiful face filled with resentment. Snort. Stinky Luo Chen, I sent you more than 40 messages. Just reply to me with these 2 sentences. Do you take me seriously? She deleted the words goodnight she had typed, threw her phone aside, and lay down on the bed. I have taken the initiative to find you, and you. Snort. Not understanding romance. Pooh. No, that's not right. What do you mean by unromantic? It's impolite. Yes, that's rude. Su Chuyu lay on the bed, muttering to herself, with an angry expression on her face. She mumbled for a long time before closing her eyes. But whenever the eyes fell into darkness, Luo Chen's figure would involuntarily appear in my mind. The figure of Luo Chen answering questions, the figure of Luo Chen on the court. And the scene of Luo Chen carrying her on his back and walking out of the school today. Su Chuyu's face began to warm up unconsciously. The memory of that touch was still fresh in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a little shy in her heart. Oops. Su Chuyu shook his head vigorously. What are you thinking about, Su Chuyu? What's wrong with you? Sleep. She said to herself angrily, but her thoughts were still out of control. Suddenly. She sat up straight in bed, her pretty face full of anxiety. Broken. Forgot to ask him to go camping tomorrow. She pondered for a long time before lying down on the bed again, pursing her lips. Luo Chen. In the past, you always took the initiative to find me and wanted to go with me. This time, are you really not going? She sighed softly. Before she knew it, her heart was already filled with a feeling of loss. The next morning. After having breakfast, Luo Chen rode his bike to the intersection. There was no school today, so he wore his own clothes. After all, it was camping, so he still carried his backpack, which was filled with various things needed for camping. Along the way, Luo Chen drove at lightning speed. Although they hadn't seen each other for just one night, Luo Chen could no longer control the feeling of missing her. I didn't cherish it in my previous life, but in this life. Luo Chen doesn't want to miss any opportunity. Not long after, Luo Chen arrived at the place where he was waiting for her yesterday. Today he was wearing a pair of jeans, a pure white t-shirt, and a black jacket. His family is at a stage where they are not as good as the rich but better than the poor. Luo Shubo works within the system, and Bai Jing rents a small stall in a shopping mall, selling cosmetics, toiletries and other items. His family's income is considered decent. Whether in his past life or this life, Luo Chen had no requirements for clothes. As long as it's clean and wearable, it's fine. Time passes. But there was no sign of Su Yuner in the distance. Luo Chen frowned slightly. He glanced at the cheap watch on his wrist. It was already 8:20, and a full 20 minutes had passed since the time they had agreed to meet. Why haven't you come yet? You won't not come, will you? A faint feeling of loss emerged in Luo Chen's heart. After all, it's been a long time since the deadline. He continued to wait, his eyes also looking towards the direction where Su Yuner appeared. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. Well. Luo Chen sighed silently in his heart, feeling very disappointed. He probably won't come, right? Su Yuner didn't have a cell phone, and he didn't know Su Yuner's mother's phone number, so there was no way to contact her. He shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Bai was excited. Just about to leave on my bike. Luo Chen. Suddenly, a panting voice was heard. Luo Chen's movements paused for a moment, and a glimmer of surprise appeared in his eyes. This voice, Su Yuner. Coming? He quickly turned his gaze to the location where the sound came from, and just saw Su Yuner running towards him from a distance. It's just that it's in another direction. Chapter 44. Is Yuna shy? Has a stomachache? Luo Chen rode his bicycle to meet him. Su Yuner was leaning against a roadside electric pole, breathing rapidly, her face flushed. Yes. I'm sorry, I'm late. You've been waiting for a long time, right? She said while panting. I thought I was definitely late, but I didn't expect. Luo Chen was still waiting here. She was also surprised the moment she saw Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked at her gently and said, "What's there to be sorry about? Just catch your breath first. There's no rush. I didn't wait long." Su Yuner looked at him with some guilt. Luo Chen has always been punctual, how could it be that he hasn't been here for long? But besides feeling guilty, she was also a little touched. Luo Chen asked in confusion, "How did you get from there?" Su Yuner lowered her head slightly and said, Today is too cold, I gave my mother a piece of clothing." Delayed. She didn't dare to look Luo Chen in the eye, feeling very guilty. She also didn't tell Luo Chen that she lied to get out. If it was voluntary, her mother would not let her go, so she said that the teacher required her to attend. This was the first time she told a lie in her life. She had no interest in this kind of activity, but she didn't want to disappoint Luo Chen. Only then did Luo Chen realize that Su Yuner was still wearing her school uniform. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, which were very clean, but her school uniform pants were obviously worn out, and the edges of the shoes were a little yellowed. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel heartbroken. This girl's childhood was so miserable. Then let's go. We still have time. It's just camping. There's no set time limit, he said with a faint smile. Su Yuner nodded slightly. Luo Chen pushed his bicycle towards the agreed location, and Su Yuner walked side by side with him. The two were chatting. This kind of chat is already a pleasure for Luo Chen. As for camping, he didn't care at all. Time passes. In more than half an hour, the two arrived at the camping site. This place is not far from the school. It is a willow forest next to the river and the scenery here is very nice. Luo Chen raised his hand and pointed, saying, "That's where we're going to camp today." It seems like most of the students have arrived. There weren't many people who volunteered to participate. There were only about 13 or 14 people there, including the class teacher Lu Yun. Su Yuner looked up and nodded slightly. It's just that expression somewhat unnatural. Luo Chen noticed it and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Su Yuner was a little nervous. "No. Nothing. She shook her head and quickly looked away. Luo Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This little girl's lies are not just a simple matter of showing them on her face, this is too obvious. He said calmly, "Are you not considering me a friend again? Don't tell me something sad." Su Yuner's face turned slightly red, and she said anxiously, I'm really fine, nothing happened, I didn't tell you." Luo Chen frowned slightly when he saw this. This reaction. Cough. He coughed lightly and asked, "You have a stomachache? If you have a stomachache, let's not participate. Don't catch a cold again." Su Yuner paused and looked at Luo Chen in surprise. The next moment, that delicate face instantly turned rosy like a ripe apple, so beautiful and tempting. She quickly turned her head away and whispered, No, I didn't. I just want to go to the bathroom." Her two little hands were tangled together, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She was just shy and didn't want to tell a boy about going to the toilet, but she didn't expect Luo Chen would misunderstand her about that kind of thing. Luo Chen suddenly realized and felt a little embarrassed. He said unhappily, "What's there to be embarrassed about when you go to the toilet? That's the public toilet over there. Do you dare to go by yourself? If not, I will accompany you." Su Yuner became even more shy after hearing this. "Dare," she said weakly, you go first, I'll be back after I go to the toilet." As soon as he finished speaking, he trotted away quickly. Luo Chen sat in the car seat, looking at Su Yuner's quickly receding figure, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Youth is so great. That kind of ignorant feeling is irreplaceable after growing up. Su Yuner ran far away, and then he slowed down. She secretly turned her head and found that Luo Chen was still looking at her. She looked away quickly, her heart beating faster. How come he even understands this? That's quite thoughtful. She couldn't help but mumble out loud, but soon her little heart beat faster and faster. Luo Chen also rode his bicycle towards the crowd in front. There were already several bicycles parked on the side of the road, and a black Mercedes was parked in the distance. No need to think, it must be Su Chuyu's family. Only then did he remember that Su Chuyu had also come to participate in this camping trip and had called him several times. Luo Chen ignored him, stopped his bike and walked towards the crowd. He took a glance. The most eye-catching person among the crowd was naturally Su Chuyu. Even though he had watched it for 3 years, Luo Chen still felt amazed today. She was wearing a dark gray long skirt which was very stylish and looked very valuable. She was also wearing an exquisite black outer garment and marten boots. She still has her hair tied in a ponytail today, and her beautiful face is full of coolness. The whole person exudes a sense of cool beauty. Cool girl. Luo Chen couldn't help but look at her a few more times. It seemed like a physiological reaction and he couldn't take his eyes off her. He shook his head and chuckled. Su Chuyu is really beautiful, both pretty and elegant. Unfortunately, I'm not destined to be with her. Su Chuyu was chatting with Wang Meiling and Li Yuan by the river. Other students also gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Luo Chen also saw Lu Hao in the crowd. He is here too? Luo Chen ignored it. The head teacher Lu Yun was sitting on the blanket in the middle, looking at the students with a smile on her face. Luo Chen walked over and said, "Teacher, I'm here." Lu Yun looked at it with some surprise. But soon, her eyes fell on Su Chuyu by the river. It has been like this in the past few years. Wherever Su Chuyu is, Luo Chen will definitely be there. She nodded and responded, showing no interest in paying attention. She was not optimistic about Luo Chen. Luo Chen naturally didn't want to bother himself, so he found a place and started packing his things. At the same time, Wang Meiling also discovered him. Whispering sound. Here comes the follower again. I'm so annoyed. I thought he had made it big, but I didn't expect. It's still the same behavior. Chapter 45, Careful Analysis, Chuyu breaks the defense. After saying that, he picked up a stone with a look of disgust and threw it into the water with force. Su Chuyu's cold expression froze slightly. A follower? He is the only one in Class 5, Grade 3 who can be described like this by Wang Meiling. He is coming? Su Chuyu's heart, which had been somewhat lost, suddenly showed a hint of excitement, and he looked back. Soon, she found Luo Chen squatting there organizing his school bag. A faint smile appeared on that cold face involuntarily. Snort! Didn't you say you couldn't come? If you have the guts, don't come. She thought proudly. Although I thought so, the feeling of loss just now was swept away instantly. Li Yuan asked in confusion, a follower? Luo Chen? Snort. Wang Meiling snorted coldly and said, who else could it be but him? He pretends to be so serious every day and ignores us Chuyu. Look, it's coming again. I've seen through him a long time ago. I know Chuyu would never agree to his pursuit and play hard to get. Childish. There was unspeakable disgust between his brows. The smile on Su Chuyu's lips disappeared and he looked at Wang Meiling with dissatisfaction. It's none of your business whether he comes or not. What are you worried about? Hearing Wang Meiling's words, she couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Wang Meiling's action of throwing the stone froze instantly. She looked at Su Chuyu in disbelief and said, Chuyu, I am annoying him for you. Now that she is here, you must be unhappy again. Su Chuyu suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. If it were in the past, what Wang Miling said was indeed right, but now, it is not the same as before. She didn't say much, and her mind was no longer here. She suddenly had an urge to go to Luochen, but what reason should she use? Li Yuanyuan glanced at Luochen and said, Miling, Luochen is not as bad as you say. I think he's fine. She only began to change her mind after Luochen asked her for photos. Su Chuyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Good. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Wang Miling's eyes widened. Good? You said Luochen is good? What's good about him? Yuan, are you crazy? You actually said he is good. She asked in disbelief. Li Yuan said slowly, what's wrong with him? She used to be a poor student, but now she's studying hard. She solved that math problem. Do you know how proud she is of our class? Our math teacher always praises our class first when he goes to any class. We have become a positive example. He speaks English so well, and he plays basketball. You saw him the other day, too. He's so handsome. Su Chuyu listened silently and felt his heartbeat begin to speed up. She had thought about these things too. I don't know why, but she loves hearing these words from other people. Wang Miling looked at her in disbelief. Crazy. Yuan, you are absolutely crazy. Yes, he studied and he can play basketball, but so what? Chuyu just doesn't like him, and he has the audacity to pester Chuyu every day. How annoying is it that such a person has no bottom line? She continued in disgust. The smile on Su Chuyu's lips disappeared. Li Yuan disagreed and shook her head, saying, I don't think so. He does like Chuyu. Chuyu is so outstanding, it's normal for her to be liked by others. Who in the class doesn't know that Luochen likes Chuyu? What's wrong with him liking Chuyu? If I were a boy, I would also like Chuyu and pursue her madly. Su Chuyu's heart moved when he heard this. What's wrong with liking her? Yeah, what's wrong? She thought of what she said to Luochen when she came out of the hotel that day. I don't like you, what's wrong with me? I don't know why. Su Chuyu felt a slight pain in his heart. Wang Miling still had an expression of disbelief on her face, and said, it's true that he likes me, but he has no limits. Chuyu is so annoyed with him, but he still keeps pestering me. Li Yuan curled her lips slightly. She hugged her shoulders and said, if I remember correctly. Luochen never pestered Chuyu, right? I saw it too. He only appears when Chuyu needs him. Carrying school bags, reserving seats, and bringing umbrellas, etc., when Chuyu didn't need them, Luochen never pestered her. When did you see Luochen pestering Chuyu after class? No, did you? He was just lying on his seat and looking at Chuyu silently. What a passionate boy, how could he be so unbearable in your words? Su Chuyu couldn't help but clench her fists. The more Li Yuan talked, the more her heart ached. Wang Miling widened her eyes, looked at him in confusion, and wanted to refute, but found that she couldn't refute at all. What Li Yuan said is right. And there is one more important point. Li Yuan's voice rang out again. Wang Miling watched quietly. Su Chuyu couldn't help but prick up his ears and listen carefully. Li Yuan glanced at Luochen and said, since being rejected by Chuyu last time, when have you seen Luochen pestering Chuyu again? Not even once. Although Chuyu disliked him in the past, she never explicitly said that she would never be with him. He held on to hope and longed for Chuyu to agree one day. It's normal for him to always take care of Chuyu. But after being rejected, he knew it was impossible, and the other party also gave up. Why is there no limit? This. The corners of Wang Miling's mouth twitched. She wanted to speak, but found that she couldn't refute a word. Su Chuyu clenched her teeth. Li Yuan's words made her feel particularly depressed and she felt like she couldn't breathe. Yes. What did Luochen do wrong? He did not do anything wrong from beginning to end. On the contrary? Her rejection dealt a heavy blow to Luochen. Li Yuan turned her gaze to Luochen, sighed, and said, what an infatuated boy. If a boy pursues me like this in the future, I will definitely agree. If you miss this kind of boy, I'm afraid he will never appear again in your life. This sentence dealt a critical blow to Su Chuyu. If you miss it, it will never come back. Her nose felt sore and her beautiful eyes became moist. She quickly shifted her gaze elsewhere and suppressed the tears that were about to flow out. Soon, that little look began to become firm. She was still thinking of a reason to go find Luo Chen, but now, she doesn't need a reason anymore. She wants to go over there. She wants to find Luo Chen. Chapter 46 Camping and Cooking? Can Luo Chen do it? Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly, turned around, and walked towards Luo Chen's position. Just taking a step. Her gaze froze slightly. Because there was another figure beside Luo Chen, it was Su Yuner. The two were packing their school bags together, talking and laughing. Su Chuyu stood there in a daze, looking at the gentle smile on Luo Chen's face. She felt her heart ached again. An indescribable emotion quickly rose in my heart. She couldn't help it. The tears that had been lingering for a long time finally flowed down the corners of her eyes. She didn't know what was wrong with her, she just knew that she felt very uncomfortable and her heart was particularly depressed. She wiped away her tears, at a loss. Luo Chen naturally didn't notice it. After spreading out the mat, he placed the prepared fruits on it. Luo Chen bought a lot of things for this camping trip. Naturally, he couldn't miss such a good opportunity to provide Su Yuner with nutrition. The two of them chatted intermittently. None of them felt embarrassed, but instead felt extremely relaxed. Luo Chen glanced to the right and saw two groups of people over there. One of them was Lu Hao. Two female classmates were sitting next to him, talking and laughing. Laughing very loudly. The key point is that every time Lu Hao finished laughing, he would look towards Su Chuyu's position. Pity. Su Chuyu didn't notice him at all. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Lu Yin put down the book in her hand, stood up, and said with a smile, "In order to make our camping trip more interesting, I decided to hold a group competition. We have a total of 14 students this time, so let's divide them into 3 groups. I have prepared some ingredients for your lunch in the car. After we are divided into groups, you can choose and make your own lunch. I'll give you all the scores then, and we'll see which group has the highest score, okay?" She was in high spirits and smiling. The students responded positively. Good. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Grouping. He originally just wanted to be with Su Yuner, and he had prepared a lot of things, but he didn't expect that he would have to squeeze in other people. Some students are happy while others are sad. Many of those who can cook have already revealed a triumphant smile, while those who can't cook are looking at each other in confusion. Lu Yin continued, "Okay, is there any student who is confident? Let's find 3 students to be group leaders. Then the other students will choose their own team leaders to enter." Is there? Her eyes scanned the crowd. Teacher, I. As soon as the words fell, an excited voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Hao in the crowd standing up, holding his hand with a smug expression on his face. Lu Hao. I remember he said he has been cooking since he was a child. Is he a chef? I've eaten it. Lu Hao is an amazing cook. Oh my god, I have to hold on to this thigh. I want to be in a group with him. In an instant, several students started discussing. Lu Hao became even more proud after hearing this. His gaze also fell on Su Chuyu's position, with a gleam in his eyes. The embarrassing thing is, Su Chuyu was still sitting there with her knees hugged in a daze, not even bothering to look at him. Snort! Lu Hao snorted coldly. Wait. Today, let you feel what regret is. Lu Yin smiled and said, "Okay, Lu Hao counts as 1, are there any others?" She glanced at everyone. Li Yuan and Wang Miling looked at each other and curled their lips. None of them can cook. Teacher, I can do that too. Suddenly, another slightly guilty voice sounded. Luo Chen took a look. It was a girl wearing glasses, very gentle and well-mannered. He had some impression of her. She was not competitive and had a very good personality. Lu Yin smiled and said, okay, then Wang Nan is one of them. Anything else? Her eyes continued to scan. But the other students didn't have the courage to stand up. They can't cook. The key point is, there is no open flame here, so what can we use to cook? They just don't understand. Su Yuner couldn't help but look at Luo Chen's profile. Can you cook? She asked puzzledly. Luo Chen smiled and said, You can cook, why don't you raise your hand? Su Yuner's face turned slightly red. She shook her head vigorously and said, I don't. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled. He knew that Su Yuner's cooking was delicious, but Su Yuner's personality would definitely not allow her to do such a thing. Su Yuner frowned slightly, feeling vaguely that something was wrong. Soon, a gleam of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. That's right. How did he know I could cook? Did I tell him? Without waiting to think about it. Teacher, if there is no one here, then I will do it. Luo Chen's voice has already sounded beside my ears. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. All eyes were focused on Luo Chen, looking very confused. No. How dare you confess? He can cook? For people to eat? Is this edible? Oh my god, he dares to be the team leader? Who would go? I won't go. I'd rather starve to death. Soon, the sound of discussion was heard again around. Luo Chen heard it but didn't take it seriously. Su Yuner pursed her lips. She looked up at the people who were talking about Luo Chen, and a fierce expression appeared on her little face. So annoying. Of course, no one can see this little expression. When Su Chuyu heard Luo Chen's voice, she raised her head unconsciously. Lu Yun also frowned and said, Luo Chen, think about it carefully. As a team leader, you have to be responsible for the lunch of the team members. Can you do this? Just a simple sentence made Luo Chen the object of everyone's ridicule in an instant. A sneer appeared on Lu Hao's lips. Luo Chen. I will return the shame of the past 2 days today. The people around looked on in mockery. Luo Chen felt Lu Yun's contempt and was too lazy to pay attention to her. If it wasn't for the opportunity to cook a delicious meal for Su Yuner personally, he wouldn't be willing to take the initiative. He smiled and replied, I can do it. Lu Yun's brows were still frowning. She glanced around, intending to wait for another person to come forward. Pity. No one else knew how to cook, so no one stood up. She felt a little melancholy. Lu Hao sensed Lu Yun's emotions and sneered. He stepped forward and said, Teacher, since we are dividing into groups, then, if no student chooses him, will this group no longer exist? The other students looked at each other and sneered. Who will choose him? I don't choose anyway. Chapter 47 Team Leader Luo Chen? Will anyone choose him? Lu Yun's eyes lit up, and she said slowly, Okay, then let's see if there are any students willing to form a group with Luo Chen. Everyone showed mocking smiles on their faces. Lu Hao asked with a sarcastic look on his face, Luo Chen, don't you know what kind of person you are in our class? Why are you the team leader? I'm really worried about you. How can that fake smile on his face indicate that he cares at all? Su Yuner clenched her fists, pouted her lips slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. This person is so annoying. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously and responded casually, I haven't chosen yet. What if someone chooses me? Then you're worrying for nothing? Chi. There was a burst of sneering sounds all around. Lu Hao did not hide the sarcasm on his face at all. He smiled and said, What if? That's too much of a what if. Who do you think will choose you? Oh, by the way, you are a real fan of our school beauty. Do you think our school beauty will choose you? When he said this, he couldn't help wanting to laugh. Puff. The other students couldn't help themselves and burst into laughter. There was a playful gleam in their eyes, and they kept laughing. Su Chuyu's heart moved slightly. True love fans. These 3 words brought together all the complicated emotions she had felt over the past few days. There were so many things she had done to let Luo Chen down. True love. These 2 words touched her deeply, and the light in her beautiful eyes became more determined. Okay. Lu Yun waved her hand and said, Then the students please express your opinions first. If someone chooses Luo Chen, then he will be the team leader. If no one chooses, then someone else will be chosen. Did anyone choose him? Lu Hao hugged his shoulders, the mocking expression on his face reaching its peak. The others also sneered. Who will choose? The other students were also looking around, but no one stood up. Lu Hao laughed unabashedly, Luo Chen, your chance of success didn't show up, why didn't anyone choose you? Ah. The other students' sarcastic smiles also became more intense. Luo Chen glanced at him calmly and was about to speak. Suddenly, a soft and sticky voice sounded beside my ear, who said there is no one to choose? I choose him. When Luo Chen heard this, he suddenly felt a little surprised. At this moment, Su Yuner was very confident. Her voice has increased a lot, and her delicate face has also been completely lifted up. The mocking smiles on the other students' faces froze. Is there really a candidate? However, the moment they saw Su Yuner's face clearly, their eyes widened. After so many days, it was the first time for the classmates to see Su Yuner's face clearly. That face is incredibly delicate. Although she is not as glamorous as Su Chuyu, but in terms of appearance, her delicate face is not much worse than Su Chuyu. Is Su Yuner so pretty? But soon, they began to feel unhappy. Such a pretty girl chose Luo Chen? Lu Hao looked gloomy and felt his face burning. New classmate, think carefully. If you choose him, I'm afraid you will starve, he said in a heavy tone. Su Yuner raised her little face and responded coldly, my hunger has nothing to do with you, I just want to choose him. She didn't know what was wrong with her. If it were an ordinary day, I wouldn't even dare to raise my head when there are so many people around. But just now. For some reason, when she saw others ridiculing Luo Chen, a stubborn thought suddenly emerged in her heart. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard that. The old feeling is back. In his previous life, no matter what decision he made, Su Yuner would always support him unconditionally. Now, it has that flavor. The corners of Lu Hao's mouth twitched violently, and his expression became even more gloomy. The other students were equally unhappy. Luo Chen said with a smile, look, you've been worrying for nothing, haven't you? His tone was very calm. However, to Lu Hao, this was a naked provocation. He took a deep breath and said, teacher, this new student has just arrived and doesn't know much about the character of our classmates yet. I think, she doesn't count, right? Lu Yun hesitated. Although I looked down on Luo Chen, isn't it a bit too unfair? She glanced around and asked, are there any other students who want to join Luo Chen's group? Snort! Lu Hao snorted coldly and showed his arrogant expression again. He cast a mocking look at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, you can only deceive the new students. Who among our old classmates would choose you? How did you get by in the past 3 years? His words were sharp and his eyes were mocking. The other students also resumed their sarcastic expressions, even more fiercely than before. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously. In his heart, having Su Yuner is enough. Lu Hao showed a playful expression on his face and said, Luo Chen, you are a true fan of our school beauty, why don't you invite her? What if the school beauty agrees? Give it a try? The expressions on the others' faces were even more amused. Whispering sound. Wang Miling also uttered a disdainful sound. Everyone's extremely mocking gazes were focused on Luo Chen. Su Yuner clenched her fists and her face was puffed up with anger. That's too much. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled, just about to speak. Suddenly, a cold and pleasant voice sounded, don't try. Such a nice and recognizable voice, it's Su Chuyu. Puff. Lu Hao immediately burst out laughing, holding his stomach while laughing. This is the effect he wanted. Just wanted to mock. Su Chuyu's cold voice continued to ring out, I choose Luo Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved her charming long legs and walked directly towards Luo Chen's position. This. Lu Hao's sarcastic laughter stopped abruptly, and he was stunned. The expressions on the other students' faces also froze, and they looked at the scene in front of them in great confusion. No. What's going on? Are you crazy? Go to Luo Chen's group? Chapter 48 I'm cold? He doesn't like it? Wang Miling widened her eyes and looked at it in disbelief. Luo Chen was also a little surprised. He felt more and more that something was wrong with Su Chuyu these past 2 days. Should he choose him? Lu Hao came to his senses. No. Student Su Chuyu, you don't have to feel so sorry for him, right? We can't go back until the evening. You don't want to eat? He said it without hesitation. Su Chuyu stood beside Luo Chen and responded coldly, does it have anything to do with you? With just one sentence, Lu Hao's face turned red in an instant. He clenched his fists instantly. He doesn't understand. I originally wanted to humiliate Luo Chen, but I didn't expect Su Chuyu actually chose him. The other students were equally confused. The key point is the current situation, 2 school beauties are on Luo Chen's side. Why did you confess this? Then I choose Luo Chen too. Suddenly, another figure walked towards Luo Chen's position. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. It's Li Yuan. Lu Hao clenched his back teeth, The anger in his heart could no longer be described in words. He hates it. Soon, we were divided into groups. Wang Miling didn't understand Li Yuanyuan and Su Chuyu's behavior, so she joined Wang Nan's group. Both Wang Nan and Lu Hao's groups had 5 people. Now that we've been divided into groups, let the team leaders pick out the food. It's all in the car. I've divided it among you. Each person can only choose 3. Do your best, everyone. I'm supervising you, and I'll give you grades later. Lu Yun waved and pointed to the location of her car. Snort. Lu Hao snorted coldly and said with a gloomy smile, "No problem, it's time for me to show my skills. Some people just wait and regret it." He walked directly to the car. Luo Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Yun to prepare something for him. Wouldn't all his preparations be in vain? "Teacher, can I use the things I brought with me?" He stood up and asked. The others looked at Luo Chen in confusion. Lu Yun was also stunned for a moment, and said, "Yes, yes." He didn't understand what Luo Chen meant either. Luo Chen didn't think much about it and walked towards the car with Wang Nan. Soon, I saw the various ingredients and props prepared by Lu Yun. Quite comprehensive. There is a basketball-sized gas tank with a small frying pan, which also contains various bottles and jars of oil, salt and seasonings, 3 sets in total. Obviously, this is a group. There was also rice and steamed buns, with the words "free to choose" labeled on them, obviously indicating that they were supplied to everyone. The rest are various meats and vegetables. Soon, the 3 of them brought the things they had chosen to their respective groups' locations. Things are laid out. Those speechless gazes also gathered on Luo Chen. Wang Nan and Lu Hao both chose cookware, but Luo Chen chose a lot of meat and vegetables but didn't choose a gas tank. The word disdain was already printed on everyone's face. Lu Hao kept laughing. Cough, cough. Lu Yun coughed lightly and said, "Luo Chen, what do you used to cook? You don't want to choose a gas tank?" Luo Chen smiled and responded, "No choice." The corners of the people's mouths twitched violently again. A genius, a rare genius in a century. Fortunately, I'm not in the same group with him. I am dying of laughter. Is he out of his mind? I feel so sorry for our school beauty. Why is she in the same group with him? There were bursts of discussion all around. Li Yuanyuan's expression froze slightly. No. Don't choose? Su Chuyu was originally a little curious, but was speechless when he saw this operation. Never mind. Anyway, I just want to be in the same group with him and consider it as a way to lose weight. Only Su Yuner looked on with anticipation. Lu Yun took a deep breath and said, "Okay, let's start cooking. Be careful." As soon as the words fell, everyone started to get busy. Lu Hao began to show off with a proud look on his face. Every group was busy and having fun, and they would take the time to look at Luo Chen in a mocking manner from time to time. Luo Chen began to pack the ingredients. Su Yuner came over and asked, "How can I help you?" Luo Chen raised his chin and pointed, saying, "Help me wash the lettuce." Su Yuner nodded obediently. "Oh, okay." She also started to get busy. Li Yuanyuan and Su Chuyu sat on the mat and looked at each other with helplessness on their faces. "Are you hungry?" Li Yuanyuan asked. Su Chuyu curled her lips and said, "Not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach began to growl. She was a little embarrassed. Li Yuanyuan said helplessly, "I was careless. I thought Luo Chen was different after seeing his performances in class twice before." There was no expression on Su Chuyu's pretty face. "I've already made my choice, so I'll just consider it as losing weight." She slowly shifted her gaze to Luo Chen and Su Yuner, who were busy together. For some reason, her mind was no longer on the meal. She felt sour in her heart. Soon, Su Chuyu stood up, walked to Luo Chen's side and squatted down. "What can I do for you?" she said somewhat unnaturally. Taking the initiative to talk to Luo Chen would have been impossible in the past. Luo Chen looked at it in surprise. He glanced around and said slowly, "Nothing else, just wait and eat." Su Chuyu glanced at Su Yuner, who was busy, and the uncomfortable feeling became stronger. The key is Luo Chen's attitude, which is too cold. Although she wanted to communicate with Luo Chen, it was obvious that she couldn't continue the topic. She turned her gaze to Su Yuner. "Hello, your name is Su Yuner, right? Let me help you." She squatted beside Su Yuner and said coldly. Su Yuner clenched her small hand holding the greens and responded, "No. No need, I can do it myself." Every time in front of Su Chuyu, the feeling of inferiority in her heart would reach its peak. The key is that Su Chuyu's cold appearance made her even more nervous. Luo Chen felt it. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, that's just her personality. She's cold to everyone, but it's not directed at you. If she can, let her help you." Su Yuner then nodded weakly. "Okay, then, let's go together." She still felt a little unnatural. Su Chuyu pursed her lips secretly, and the sour feeling became even stronger. Luo Chen's attitude towards her and Su Yuner is completely different. Am I cold? Doesn't he like me being cold? Chapter 49, Backing Off Despite the Difficulties? Chuyu is unwilling to do so. This thought made Su Chuyu fall into deep thought. Before long, the whole forest was filled with the aroma of food. The other two groups have already started eating. There were bursts of exclamations from the crowd from time to time, and many people looked at Luo Chen with mocking eyes from time to time. Especially Lu Hao. He felt extremely inflated after listening to the compliments from his teammates. Su Chuyu, just go and regret it. He wanted to show off, but found that Su Chuyu never looked at him from beginning to end. Li Yuanyuan couldn't help but complain. "I say, Luo Chen, is it possible? I trust you so much, please don't embarrass me like this." She could hardly bear the sarcastic looks. Luo Chen said calmly, "I didn't ask you to choose me." This. Li Yuanyuan widened her eyes and said, "Luo Chen, can you please have a little sense of responsibility?" "You, what are you talking about?" Su Chuyu also frowned slightly. Luo Chen smiled faintly and said, "I haven't finished yet. I didn't ask you to choose me, but since I chose me, how could I embarrass you?" It's just a simple sentence, but it reveals strong confidence. Su Chuyu couldn't help but look up. There was a faint smile on that handsome face, his eyes were calm and indifferent, but his confidence was exceptionally strong. This is so crazy. But for some reason, it doesn't sound offensive when it comes out of Luo Chen's mouth. He is really different now. Luo Chen stood up. "Okay, let's get ready to eat." He took out a lot of things from his school bag. A hint of surprise appeared on Su Chuyu's pretty face. "Is that charcoal?" Soon, Luo Chen took out the baking tray and rack one after another, and then put the charcoal in them. The other students stopped using their chopsticks. "This is?" They all looked at it in confusion. There was a gleam of light in Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes. She asked in surprise, "Are you going to barbecue?" Luo Chen nodded slightly. "Right." Although barbecue still existed in this era, it was far less popular. Originally, he also wanted to make barbecue for Su Yuner. This was his specialty and it was an indispensable project in the company's team building. What's more, the taste of barbecue 20 years later is far from that of this era. This was something he prepared specially for Su Yuner. Although it is necessary to supplement nutrition, taste still comes first. He brushed the baking tray with the oil he had prepared, then took out the various ingredients. The small ingredients are ready. He put the slices of meat on the baking tray. Sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of oil boiling, the marinated meat slices immediately gave off a fragrant aroma. Gurgle. Su Yuner and Su Chuyu's stomachs began to protest at the same time. Li Yuanyuan widened her eyes with disbelief. She never thought that Luo Chen would actually do this. Luo Chen raised his head and said, "It's time for dinner." A smile appeared on Su Yuner's face and she came closer. She looked at the surprised expressions of other classmates and felt very happy in her heart, even prouder than if she had made it herself. Su Chuyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. She picked up a piece of meat with great anticipation, dipped it in the condiment, slightly opened her cherry lips, and chewed gently. The aroma gave her taste buds great satisfaction. Her eyes lit up. "It's delicious," she said in amazement, and the expression on her face was even more interesting. Luo Chen didn't look up and responded, "If it tastes good, eat more." Li Yuanyuan couldn't wait to start eating. "Wow! Luo Chen, this is so delicious, isn't it? How did you make it? Where did you learn it from? Can you teach me?" She took a bite and exclaimed in amazement as well. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Okay." The other students stared closely, and the ridicule from before disappeared. The point is, after smelling that fragrance, the food in their hands suddenly lost its fragrance. They all watched eagerly. Gulp. Wang Miling swallowed hard, and suddenly felt a little regretful. If I had known, she would have gone too. Lu Hao clenched his fists. He didn't expect that he would be overshadowed by Luo Chen in something he was good at. Luo Chen ignored the reactions of the people around him. He wrapped the meat and other things in lettuce leaves and handed it to Su Yuner. "Try this, it's delicious," he said with a smile. Su Chuyu's expression slightly froze when he saw this. She looked at the gentle smile on Luo Chen's face, and felt the depressed feeling in her heart reappear. Her lips were slightly pouted and her eyes were sour. Su Yuner took it in her hand and quickly put it into her mouth. Those beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Luo Chen asked, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Su Yuner nodded vigorously. "Tasty." Luo Chen withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, with a smile on his lips all the time. Su Chuyu looked at the smile on Luo Chen's face, and the feeling of regret and pain from last night came back to her mind. Her intuition told her that she could not let go of her own face. Otherwise, she calmed herself down and asked softly, "Luo Chen, I want to eat too. Can you make one for me?" The cold voice softened a little. Lu Hao heard it. The look in his eyes when he looked at Luo Chen was almost spitting out flames. This kid, why? Su Yuner looked up slightly, then continued eating. Luo Chen looked at him in confusion. He really couldn't understand Su Chuyu now. He said calmly, "Just put the meat and other small ingredients into the lettuce leaves. It's very simple." Su Chuyu suddenly felt a sore nose. Really? She tried to calm herself down and nodded. Good. She rolled one for herself and ate it with an expressionless face. It was originally delicious, but at this moment her heart was filled with bitterness. Luo Chen and Su Yuner were talking in a low voice. She looked at the gentle smile on Luo Chen's face and felt a pang in her heart. She didn't know what to do. In the past, Luo Chen only had eyes for her, but now, it has become Su Yuner. Even though it was bitter, he knew it was all her fault. Should we give up when we encountered difficulties? As soon as this thought came to her mind, a feeling of unwillingness quickly surged in her heart. She didn't know how she felt about Luo Chen. She only knew that Luo Chen once belonged to her, but she lost him. Now she wanted to get Luo Chen back. Snort! Her beautiful eyes fell on Su Yuner. It's really beautiful and pure. But, apart from her face, how else can I compare to her? Why is Luo Chen so gentle to her? The idea sprouted in her mind. Chapter 50, Hugging Each Other? Yuna is shy. Soon, she became determined. Time passes. After Lu Yun tasted the food from Wang Nan's group and Lu Hao's group, she started eating from Luo Chen's group and couldn't stop. The highest score naturally belongs to the Luo Chen group. Not to mention anything else, the smell alone was enough to overwhelm Lu Hao and Wang Nan. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk and the camping was over. After the teacher gave some instructions, the students dispersed on their own. Su Chuyu fixed her beautiful eyes on Luo Chen. The light in her eyes was exceptionally firm. Just wanted to speak. But Luo Chen had already picked up his school bag and said, let's go back too." Su Chuyu was choked by his words. Luo Chen was talking to Su Yuner. She pursed her lips, and the sour light in her eyes was particularly strong. At this moment, she really hoped that Luo Chen was saying this to her, but after thinking about it, it seemed that she had never given Luo Chen the opportunity to say such words before. In the past, would she go with Luo Chen? Won't. She felt sad and regretful again. Su Yuner nodded obediently. Okay. Luo Chen didn't even look at Su Chuyu, and turned to walk towards the bicycle. Su Yuner followed beside him. Su Chuyu looked at him with envy, and his eyes became more determined. She doesn't like this feeling. I'm leaving. After she said this in a cold voice, she walked towards the location of the black Mercedes-Benz. Li Yuan waved her hand and stared at Su Chuyu's back in confusion. Why is Chuyu acting so weird today? At the same time, Luo Chen had already taken Su Yuner out of the campsite and walked along the road towards the intersection. The sky is still overcast and the sun hasn't been seen all day. How was it? Did you have fun today? Luo Chen asked while pushing his bicycle. Su Yuner nodded vigorously. Happy. I enjoyed the food. The voice was already at the volume of normal communication, and there was a smile in the words. Luo Chen enjoyed this very much. If you like it, I'll make it for you sometime later. Although barbecue is not that healthy, it tastes good and contains balanced nutrients. Su Yuner nodded vigorously. Okay. It's just, I probably won't camp anymore. There won't be much chance. She pursed her lips and felt a sense of loss in her heart. I finally have this friend, but unfortunately, we are about to part ways. Luochen smiled and said, it's not like you have to go camping to eat. There are plenty of opportunities. Su Yuner hesitated for a moment and did not respond. Any chance? Luochen sensed her emotions and didn't say much. Opportunities are created. The two walked side by side, neither of them spoke. Luochen enjoyed it very much. However, he did not notice that a black Mercedes was following him silently not far behind. Su Chuyu sat in the back row, her beautiful eyes fixed on Luochen's back. That look was still sour. She pouted her lips slightly and muttered to herself, what a great conversation. There are so many topics to talk about. Snort. She really didn't want to watch the scene, but she was worried that she would lose Luochen. The sky grew darker. Su Yuner looked up, feeling a little worried. It's still far from home. Luochen suddenly had an idea and said, it's going to rain. Get in the car so we can get back faster. I was unfamiliar with it before and was too embarrassed to speak up. Now, there is a reason. Su Yuner raised her head, and a charming blush appeared on her pretty face. Ah. This you. She didn't know what to say and was very shy. Luochen felt helpless. This little girl is quite conservative. He deliberately asked, why? Are you afraid that others will see you riding my bike? Do you dislike me so much? Su Yuner's beautiful eyes widened a little. She quickly shook her head and waved her hands, saying, no, that's not what I meant. I just was afraid that you'd be tired. She made up an excuse, her heart beating faster. A smile appeared on Luochen's lips. It's okay, come up. Not tired. He suddenly realized that Su Yuner was easier to deal with than he had imagined. After changing my mind, I felt relieved. After all, Su Yuner now is more immature and innocent than when he knew her in his previous life. In that case, Luochen couldn't help but let a wicked smile appear on his face. There's no need to be so subtle about taking care of her. He stretched out his legs and sat on the seat. Seeing this, Su Chuyu in the Mercedes-Benz's eyes narrowed slightly and her pink fists clenched involuntarily. What are they going to do? Su Yuner blushed and sat astride the back, putting a pair of worn-out white shoes on the stepping stone. Okay. She didn't know where to put her little hands and spoke shyly. This was the first time in her life that she had such close contact with a boy, and her face was filled with an intoxicating blush. Luochen said slowly, where are your hands? Hold on to me, what if I fall down? He has the right in righteousness. Su Yuner lowered her head slightly, her little heart already beating wildly. Oh. She responded weakly, then tucked her two little hands into the sleeves of her school uniform, and then placed her hands on Luochen's waist in a very unnatural manner. Seeing this, Su Chuyu widened her eyes, pouted her lips, and her breathing became faster. How could they do this? This is so ambiguous. She was already starting to get anxious, feeling completely out of control. Luochen was a little disappointed. But this progress is already very good. Hold on tight, let's go. Su Yuner nodded shyly and said him in a low voice. Luochen began to exert force and the bicycle moved forward quickly. The breeze is very cool. Luochen enjoyed this moment immensely and suddenly wished that this road could be longer. Su Yuner was immersed in her own little emotions. The rapid heartbeat never stopped. Her beautiful eyes fell on Luochen's broad back, and she felt surrounded by security again. She gradually adapted. Suddenly, the bicycle jolted violently. Su Yuner's delicate body shook. Ah! She screamed and instinctively pushed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Luochen's waist, with her upper body completely lying on Luochen's back. That face fits so tightly. Chapter 51 Giving Shoes to a Girl? Yuna is sad. Luochen smiled with satisfaction. Okay, just hold on like this, the road here is uneven. He said slowly. Only then did Su Yuner realize the awkward posture of the two, and her face looked like a ripe apple. Only. The scent of Luochen penetrated into her nostrils, and the sense of security reached its peak at this moment. That fulfilling feeling. Su Yuner inexplicably felt a sense of enjoyment. She didn't respond, nor did she let go. But this scene made Su Chuyu in the Mercedes-Benz almost explode with anger. Her face was full of anger, her proud chest was heaving violently, and her silver teeth were almost broken. Shameless. No. Shameless. She gritted her teeth and shouted. This startled the driver, and he asked in confusion, Miss, what's wrong with me? Su Chuyu shouted angrily, I didn't say you. The driver looked away awkwardly. Su Chuyu stared at the pair of figures with angry eyes, and the determination in his heart had reached its extreme at this moment. Snort! Luochen, just wait, I must get you back. She hugged her shoulders and looked away, with a very sad expression on her face. Luochen was completely immersed in the beauty of this moment and did not notice it. Time passes. Not long after, a breeze blew, and a little coolness fell on Su Yuner's head. It's raining? Su Yuner sat up straight, only to realize that she had only traveled halfway. She was a little anxious. Before I thought much, a drizzle began to fall. The cold wind made the rain especially cold. Luochen's voice rang out, it's raining heavily, lean towards me, I'll block it for you. Su Yuner tightened her clothes and leaned closer to Luochen's back again. Although it was cold, the face was very warm. Su Chuyu looked at the raindrops on the windshield and said angrily, Humph! Even God can't stand it. Shame on you. But the tone was still sour. The rain is getting heavier. Luochen was also blown by the wind and rain and could hardly open his eyes. Let's find a place to get out of the rain. He changed direction and rode towards the commercial street on the right. Get out of the car and let's go in. Luochen's voice sounded again. Su Yuner hurriedly got out of the car. Before she could figure out where she was, she felt her wrist had been grabbed by Luochen. Her face became increasingly hot. But before he had time to think about it, Luochen pulled him forward. Soon, we entered the main gate. Su Yuner then broke free from her arms like a frightened little white rabbit, lowered her head slightly, and her pretty face was full of redness. Luochen noticed it and pretended nothing happened. Let's take shelter here and leave after the rain stops, he said slowly. Su Yuner blushed and nodded. Only then did she realize that she had entered a large shopping mall. There were quite a few people inside, and the first floor was a place selling all kinds of gold jewelry. Luochen raised a smile and said, Since we are here, let's go shopping. Visit? Su Yuner became reserved. This was her first time in a shopping mall of this size. Well, she responded weakly. Luochen looked down at the yellowed little white shoes on her feet and walked towards the escalator. Su Yuner followed nervously behind. She lowered her head slightly, looking at Luochen's heels, not daring to raise her head. Luochen smiled and said, Be more confident. You are so beautiful, why are you afraid of others seeing you? Su Yuner's heart trembled when she heard this. I look good? She looked down at her school uniform and worn-out shoes and just couldn't muster up any confidence. She shook her head. I'm not afraid. But the tone is still very hollow. Luochen looked at him with heartache. He also understood that these subconscious habits could not be changed overnight. He is not in a hurry. If he hadn't seen Su Yuner exchanging a few words with Lu Hao for him today, he wouldn't have had this idea. We have to make her confident. The two came to the third floor, where clothes, shoes, and hats were sold. Luochen glanced around and finally fixed his sight on a women's shoe store. He glanced at Su Yuner. Although he doesn't have to worry so much about taking care of her, he still has to consider matters of dignity. He didn't want Su Yuner to think that he was giving her alms. A light bulb went off in his head. Got it. Let's go check this one out. He walked towards the women's shoe store. Su Yuner didn't look up and followed silently. There were people all around her, making her feel extremely awkward. She is very nervous. Welcome, feel free to pick any shoes you like and try them on. The waiter's mechanical voice sounded. Su Yuner then secretly raised her head, an expression of surprise appearing on her pretty face. Women's shoes? I didn't wait to think about it. I want to buy a pair of shoes for a girl, but I don't know what kind to buy. How about you help me pick a pair? Luochen's casual voice has already sounded. The expression on Su Yuner's face froze slightly, and her eyes became a little straight. Give it to a girl? Her little hands couldn't help but clench a little, not knowing what it felt like. The contact with Luo Chen these days made her feel a feeling she had never experienced before. At the same time, she also developed a special feeling for Luo Chen. She was sure that the feeling was not love, but it seemed a little different from friendship. What an old girl," she asked unnaturally. Luo Chen tried hard to suppress the smile in his heart. "Much like you," he said casually. Su Yuner lowered her head, and the light in her eyes dimmed a little. "What am I sad about?" She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "I don't know how to choose, so you should choose it yourself." Luo Chen smiled and said, "I believe in your vision. Please help me. That girl is very important to me. I have to pick one she likes." Very important. Su Yuner felt that her breathing was becoming slightly irregular. She is very sad. As for why, she herself didn't know. She lowered her head and adjusted her mentality. He just treats me as a friend. Isn't it normal for him to have someone he likes? Why should I be sad? She nodded slightly. Good. She raised her head and scanned the shelves. There are too many styles. These shoes look great on her and are her dream shoes. She turned around. Soon, my eyes were attracted by a pair of shoes in the middle of the shelf. It was also a pair of small white shoes with thick soles and some decorations on the laces. They were very cute. She looked at him quietly, her eyes brightening up. Such beautiful shoes. But after seeing the price, Su Yuner instinctively shifted her gaze elsewhere. So expensive. Although the action was subtle, Luo Chen still noticed it. He turned his gaze to the little white shoes, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Like it? Chapter 52. With such a change, Yuna cried. Luo Chen said to the waiter, "Hello, please help me pack this, it's size 36. He remembered this code number very clearly. In her previous life, Su Yuner said that her shoe size has not changed since high school. Su Yuner pursed her lips. Such expensive shoes, but you bought them without even looking at them? You even remember the shoe size so clearly. That girl must be very important." At this moment, she couldn't help but feel envious. Soon, it was wrapped. Luo Chen paid the money, picked up the bag and walked out. Su Yuner followed silently behind. But at this moment her interest was not very high. Luo Chen took Su Yuner to the top floor again. This floor is the dining area, where various fast foods are sold. Luo Chen took a deliberate walk around and discovered that they only sold bottled drinks, and no freshly made cold drinks. He also determined the viability of his own lemonade. Soon, he bought a lot of snacks. "I'm done shopping. Let's go out and see if the rain has stopped," Luo Chen said with a smile. Su Yuner nodded slightly without saying anything, feeling depressed. She thought Luo Chen was going to take her out for dinner, but she didn't expect that Luo Chen didn't ask her a single question from beginning to end and just left after buying things. Well. She sighed silently in her heart. But she also understood that she had been spoiled by Luo Chen in the past few days. After all, there was no reason for Luo Chen to buy her food. She understood the truth, but there was still a little disappointment in her heart. The rain has stopped. Luo Chen walked towards the bicycle. Su Yuner pursed her lips, still immersed in the little feeling of loss. She wanted to be willful and not ride Luo Chen's bike. However, after Luo Chen hung the things on the handlebars, he immediately wiped the rain off the back seat with his sleeves. He stepped onto the bicycle. This action touched Su Yuner's heart again. Except for her mother, no one has ever taken her seriously. Luo Chen cares about her very much. "Get in the car, it's getting dark," he urged. Su Yuner suppressed her willful thoughts. "Good," she murmured in response and sat in the back seat. Luo Chen ignored him and rode forward. It had just rained and the air was still filled with a cold feeling. Luo Chen said slowly, "If you feel cold, just lie on me." Su Yuner pouted and responded, "Okay." But this time she didn't lie down. Because she realized that this warmth did not belong to her, but to the important girl in Luo Chen's heart. Time passes. Su Yuner also remained silent. Before long, they arrived at the intersection where the two met every day. Luo Chen didn't stop and continued to move forward. Su Yuner asked in confusion, why doesn't it stop?" Luo Chen said slowly, "I'll take you home." This. Su Yuner quickly said, "No. No need, I can go back by myself. Luo Chen still paused with a frown on his face. It's getting dark. I'm worried about you leaving by yourself, and if you go back late, your mother will scold you, right? He said slowly. These words made Su Yuna realize that it was already very late. He is so careful. Pity. Never mind. There's nothing to regret. Shouldn't I be happy to have such a good friend? She kept telling herself this in her heart. But the feeling of loss was still out of control. What qualifications does she have? Su Yuna lowered her head, a bitter smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Time passes. Stop over there. I can go back by myself. Su Yuna pointed to a big tree not far away. Luo Chen glanced at it. This is already the northern edge of the city. There is a village ahead, which should be the Shirbei New Village. He knew that Su Yuna must be worried about being seen by others. Good. Then be careful. Luo Chen nodded slightly and said. Su Yuna got out of the car and waved to Luo Chen. Then, see you the day after tomorrow. She forced a smile on her face. Luo Chen clearly felt the loss in her heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily. He certainly did it on purpose. As he was about to graduate from high school, he felt it necessary to remind Su Yuna and let her know what position he should hold in her heart. Otherwise, according to this silly girl's personality, she doesn't have to wait until the end of time. The silence along the way is a good proof. He didn't respond. Su Yuna lowered her head, turned around, and was about to leave. Luo Chen smiled and said, Why didn't you take your things? Su Yuna stopped. Her thoughts were already a little confused, so she instinctively went back and searched in the back seat for a long time. I didn't leave anything behind. She looked at Luo Chen with doubt. Without waiting to think about it, Luo Chen took the bag containing the shoebox from the handlebar and handed it over. These shoes are yours, you forgot to take them. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, very sunny and charming. These words made Su Yuna's delicate body tremble violently. Her mind went blank. Mine? She widened her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion. The little face was also completely lifted up and looked at Luo Chen. She was shocked. Luo Chen nodded gently and said, Yes, I bought it for you. Otherwise, why would I ask you to help me choose? Take it. He grabbed Su Yuna's wrist and put the bag in her hand. It was not until this moment that Su Yuna finally came to her senses. Bought it for me? That important girl he was talking about, is it me? She suddenly felt her heart, which had been lost all the way, rise to heaven. But that's not right. She quickly returned the shoes and said, I don't want them. Why did you buy shoes for me? Luo Chen had anticipated this result long ago. Su Yuna is very inferior and sensitive, so she will definitely not accept this pair of shoes easily. He had already thought of a reason. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I won't be able to attend your birthday this year. This pair of shoes is your birthday gift. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to give it to you in the future. He kept smiling and spoke slowly. This sentence made Su Yuna completely stunned. Birthday gift? You. How do you know my birthday is after the college entrance examination? She asked confusedly. She already felt a sour feeling in her nose. No one has ever cared about her so much. Luo Chen smiled casually and said, I guessed. Su Yuna sobered up a little. Her eyes were already slightly moist, but she was still trying hard to hold back the tears. No, I can't have it. This is too valuable, you should take it back. That voice already had a hint of crying in it. She herself was confused. Is this touching? Chapter 53, The relationship progresses, Yuna is moved. Luo Chen shook his head and chuckled, saying, Why should I take it back? This is your shoe size, and I can't wear it. Why, you refuse all birthday presents? Do you consider me a friend? This sentence left Su Yuna speechless for a moment. Dang. My little hands kept waving in the air, I was at a loss and couldn't say anything. She was very anxious. The sudden surprise disrupted her thoughts. Luo Chen grabbed her wrist and put the bag in her hand again. I bought this for you. It's a birthday present. Either you accept it, or you secretly throw it away after I leave. Aren't you being too disrespectful to me by rejecting me directly? I looked at her with a faint smile and said. Su Yuner's beautiful eyes widened a little, and she said, I won't throw it away. Why would I throw it away? Luo Chen was very satisfied with the little boy's flustered and bewildered look. Birthday presents are just a random excuse. His main purpose was to instill this idea into Su Yuner. He didn't want to have to take such a detour every time he sent something in the future. Anyway, we are friends, you have to accept the gift I give you. As for whether you throw it away or not, that has nothing to do with me. Luo Chen said with a smile. This. Su Yuner's beautiful eyes were filled with moisture as she stared at Luo Chen eagerly. She was completely disheveled. She knew clearly that this was a gift from Luo Chen, but Luo Chen spoke of it as if it was legitimate. But she didn't know from which angle to refute Luo Chen. She hesitated to speak. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, Okay, go back. Your mother will be worried if you go back late. Su Yuner stared at Luo Chen quietly, feeling mixed emotions. She pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. Good. Thank you, Luo Chen. Although it's not my birthday yet, this is the best birthday present I have ever received. She said this very seriously and couldn't help but hold the bag in her arms. She really likes those shoes. Luo Chen nodded gently and smiled, as long as you like it. Don't be so shy when I give you something next time, okay? If you feel bad about it, just give it back to me later. Su Yuner lowered her head while holding the bag and said, I don't have any money. Luo Chen said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter, you just don't have money now. You study so well and work so hard, you will definitely get into a good university and find a good job. When you make more money, won't you give it to me if you want? Su Yuner's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. For the first time, someone praised her so directly and it touched her heart. She believes that the only thing that is good about her is hard work. The key was that Luo Chen's expression was so sincere that she couldn't even muster any emotion to refute. Luo Chen said jokingly, And if I can't afford to eat after I graduate from college, I might have to rely on you to support me. After hearing these words, Su Yuner's heart started beating fast. Who will support you? She lowered her head and said angrily. Luo Chen didn't take it seriously and said, That's your business. Anyway, don't be shy when I give you something in the future. Do you hear me? Otherwise I'll be unhappy. Su Yuner pursed her lips. What kind of logic is this? Although she didn't understand, she nodded obediently. Yes. Her voice was soft and sweet, and she sounded especially well behaved. Luo Chen instantly had the urge to rub her head twice, but it was a bit presumptuous. He also took the food hanging on the handlebars and handed it over. And this, I bought it for you. It's too late to take you to the mall to eat. You can take it home and eat it with your mother. He maintained a faint smile on his face, very gentle and sunny. This. Su Yuner's delicate body trembled again. It turns out, these things were also bought for her. She just. Su Yuner bit her teeth lightly and suddenly felt ashamed to face Luo Chen. No need, you can keep it for yourself. She didn't dare to look Luo Chen in the eye, and kept shaking her head while speaking, but was interrupted by Luo Chen. You come again? Didn't you just take the gift I promised you? If you don't take it, how can I let you support me in the future? Luo Chen's smile faded and he said with dissatisfaction. The slightly reprimanding attitude made Su Yuner nervous. Then I want it. She stretched out her little hand and took the full plastic bag of food. It was heavy and smelled fragrant. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. Maybe it was because of Luo Chen's sincerity, but she didn't feel any pity at all. On the contrary, she was very happy. Luo Chen was very satisfied with this reaction. This way, it will be more and more convenient to take care of her in the future. Okay, let's go back. See you the day after tomorrow. He waved his hand, a familiar smile appearing on his face. Su Yuner gazed at that sunny face, felt the heavy gift in her hand, and thought of the emotion that had just risen from hell to heaven. For some reason, she suddenly felt an urge to throw herself into Luo Chen's arms. She held back. Then, goodbye. She raised her little hand holding the shoes and waved gently, suddenly feeling reluctant to leave. Luo Chen frowned and said, Don't say goodbye, change the words. Su Yuner felt an inexplicable tightness in her heart. She quickly raised her hand that she had just put down and said in a hurried tone, after that. I'm leaving. Her face turned red and she quickly turned around and walked towards the entrance of the village. Luo Chen's brows relaxed and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. This feeling is so good. He leaned against his bicycle, staring quietly at the thin figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Su Yun'er was carrying 2 bags, unable to suppress her joy. Because she is very important in Luo Chen's heart. She didn't understand what that feeling was, but she was very happy. We're almost at the corner. She subconsciously looked back and found that Luo Chen was still looking at her. Su Yun'er's pretty face turned red. She raised the hand holding the shoebox and waved it gently twice before continuing to move forward. Only. How did he know I wore a size 36? A puzzled expression appeared on Su Yun'er's delicate face, and she was very confused. Luo Chen rode his bicycle towards home. He was very happy this Saturday. At this moment he was very curious, how would Su Yun'er explain to her mother when she returned home? After all, she never lies. However, Luo Chen didn't know that Su Yun'er had already panicked with her mother because of him this morning. It was completely dark. The sky was still gloomy and heavy rain could come at any time. Luo Chen also sped up. Soon, he returned to the crossroads where he and Su Yun'er had always agreed to meet. From a distance, Luo Chen spotted a pretty figure standing under the streetlight at the intersection. Looks familiar. Chapter 54. Can you take me home? Luo Chen frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. Why is she here? That pretty figure was none other than Su Chuyu. I saw Su Chuyu squatting under the streetlight, hugging his knees and leaning lightly against the lamp pole. Under the dim light of the street lamp, the figure looked particularly lonely. Su Chuyu seemed to have telepathy. He turned his head and saw a dark figure riding a bicycle coming from the distance. Her body trembled. His originally dim eyes suddenly brightened up, and he quickly stood up and stood in the middle of the road. That pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at Luo Chen. The shadow was getting closer. She also saw Luo Chen's face clearly, and her heart was filled with joy. Waiting for him. Although he tried hard to restrain himself, a charming smile still appeared on his cold face. Luo Chen slowed down and stopped in front of Su Chuyu. He asked in confusion, Su Chuyu? Why are you here? This title made the smile disappear from Su Chuyu's face. She felt very uncomfortable. Thinking about the barbecue Luo Chen made for Su Yun'er today, thinking about the scene of Luo Chen riding a bicycle with Su Yun'er, thinking about the recent events. She became more determined. Luo Chen, I can't go home, can you help me? She looked up and stared at Luo Chen with burning eyes. Ha! Luo Chen was instantly stunned when he heard this. Can't go back home? He glanced around and asked, where's your Mercedes-Benz? An embarrassed expression appeared on Su Chuyu's pretty face, and she raised her hand to fiddle with her bangs. It's broken. It's broken. The driver went to repair the car. She responded unnaturally. She certainly didn't lie. When Luo Chen and Su Yun'er entered the mall just now, she was sitting in the car the whole time. But when Luo Chen left, the car still couldn't start and would not ignite. The driver said the car was broken and needed to be repaired. She was furious and anxious. She ignored the driver's advice, got off the car and ran after Luo Chen's bicycle. But if we chase him here, we can't find Luo Chen. She guessed that Luo Chen must have gone to see Su Yun'er off and would definitely go home from this road, so she waited here. I didn't expect that it would finally come true. Luo Chen looked at it in confusion, feeling vaguely that something was wrong. The car broke down halfway? The driver was fixing the car and didn't pay attention to you? You can take a taxi back or call your parents. He said incomprehensibly. Su Chuyu felt her little heart being hit again and again. If it was before. Forget it, let us not talk about the past. Now Luo Chen's doubtful attitude and puzzled expression made her feel that she no longer had any status in Luo Chen's heart. She calmed herself down and explained, I had something urgent to do, so I asked him to fix the car himself. I was in such a hurry to get off the car that I left my wallet and phone inside. I had no money to take a taxi. Urgent matter? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly and said, you are really in a hurry. You forgot everything. Su Chuyu secretly curled his lips. It's not just to chase you. Luo Chen took out his cell phone and said, "Do you know your parents' phone number? Give them a call and ask them to pick you up." He held the phone tightly, waiting for Su Chuyu's response. Su Chuyu looked embarrassed and said, "My parents are on a business trip, they are not at home." Ha! Luo Chen looked up in confusion. No, what a coincidence. He seriously doubted whether Su Chuyu did it on purpose, but it didn't seem to make sense. There was no way Su Chuyu knew he would appear here. Is this really a coincidence? He said helplessly, "I really don't know if I owed you in my previous life. Why do I always catch up with you when you are in trouble?" Su Chuyu pouted her lips. Others want to catch up but can't, only you, humph. She could only think about these words in her heart. That. Just as she was about to speak, she found that Luo Chen had taken out a $10 bill from his pocket and handed it to her. "Take a taxi back, and remember to return it to me tomorrow," Luo Chen said casually. Su Chuyu paused. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "No, I'll take a taxi, it's too dangerous. I'm so pretty, what if I get captured by bad guys?" Luo Chen looked on speechlessly. "Su Chuyu, are you suffering from paranoia? What's so dangerous about taking a taxi?" he said helplessly. Su Chuyu felt a little guilty and retorted, What kind of paranoia? I've never heard of it. Recently, many young girls have been, while riding in taxis late at night. I was kidnapped by bad guys, and so on. I don't want to take a taxi. My parents won't let me take a taxi either. It's too dangerous." After hearing this, Luo Chen's feeling of helplessness had reached its peak. Rich people are just different. Ordinary students like them couldn't afford to take a taxi, and Su Chuyu's parents wouldn't let her. He put away the 10 yuan and asked, "Why don't you call your driver and ask him to pick you up?" Su Chuyu clenched her fists. Wasn't he, Luo Chen, very stupid before? How come he can think of all kinds of ideas now? She said faintly, "The car hasn't been repaired yet, and I don't know the driver's phone number." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head, feeling guilty. In the past, she would never have dared to think of using so many excuses to pester a boy. Although these reasons are true, but, after all, she was waiting here for Luo Chen on purpose. If she wanted to go home, she would have gone back long ago. Luo Chen sighed. He doesn't want to care, but he's just soft-hearted. He asked helplessly, "Then what do you want to do?" Su Chuyu's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. No other solution? Very good. She raised her head and asked nervously, Can you take me home?" There was a hint of guilt on that beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. I feel pity for him when I see that look. Luo Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Su Chuyu, look up. The sky is so overcast. It's going to rain soon. Your home is still 5 or 6 kilometers away from here. I send you? We'll both be soaked to the skin. It's so cold, it's killing me." Su Chuyu was slightly stunned. She was only thinking about Luo Chen and ignored this question. "Then, what should we do then? How about, you send me off first, and talk after it rains?" she asked tentatively. Luo Chen looked at the nervous Su Chuyu in front of him and felt equally unfamiliar. He couldn't understand why Su Chuyu became like this. But he doesn't want to send it. If this goes on, when will things between me and Su Chuyu be completely over? Luo Chen fell into deep thought. Su Chuyu couldn't help but clench her fists and her heartbeat began to accelerate. She is very nervous. Chapter 55. Luo Chen confessed she was heartbroken? Soon, Luo Chen raised his head. Su Chuyu became more and more nervous, waiting for Luo Chen's words. Or, shall I call the police for you? Luo Chen pondered for a moment and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Su Chuyu's face suddenly froze. Call the police? She was confused. It's such a small matter, no. It's not necessary to trouble the police, right? Can't you just send me off? Su Chuyu said in astonishment. Luo Chen said, as a matter of course, if I send you off, we will both get wet. It's going to rain soon. This. Su Chuyu pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. She was rejected? You. If you really don't want to send me off, just say so. Why are you beating around the bush? She clenched her fists, feeling aggrieved. The tone was extremely resentful. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he smiled and said, "Then I don't want to send you off. You figure it out yourself." Su Chuyu was dumbfounded. She was just saying it out of anger, but she didn't expect Luo Chen really didn't want to send her off. This time it was confirmed that she was rejected. Su Chuyu's beautiful eyes were already moist, and the feeling of grievance was extremely strong. She had already done so much just to spend some time alone with Luo Chen and have a good chat with him. But Luo Chen, her already uncomfortable mood, coupled with the stimulation of grievance, made it impossible for her to suppress her emotions. "If you don't want to send it, then don't send it. Do you think I can't live without you? Luo Chen, I hate you." She clenched her fists and gave a tender shout to Luo Chen. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Luo Chen's face was full of helplessness. This little girl is like a time bomb, she will explode at any time. But he was also curious, what was wrong with this little girl? Why did she take the initiative to look for him recently? He stared at the charming figure quietly, thinking silently. Su Chuyu walked forward angrily. But after taking a few steps, the raging emotions calmed down a lot. "That's not right. I came here to talk to him. If this goes on, there will be no chance of getting Luo Chen back, right? But he rejected me. When have I ever been rejected? I gave him the opportunity, but he didn't cherish it. Why should I snatch it from him?" She slowed down her pace, two thoughts struggling madly in her mind. Finally, she stopped where she was. Although Luo Chen's rejection made her very unhappy, she owed Luo Chen too much after all. What's more, she really didn't want to experience the pain of sleepless nights again. She calmed herself down and turned around. Luo Chen was still standing there looking at her, with no intention of stopping her. She was very sad. But she also understood that all this was caused by herself. Luo Chen looked at it in confusion. Why did it stop again? Su Chuyu's lips were slightly pouted, and her beautiful eyes were filled with intoxicating moisture. That little expression is so charming. Seeing this, Luo Chen felt helpless. Here we go again. Su Chuyu already possessed a peerless beauty, and now with this expression, no man, let alone Luo Chen, would be able to resist. You really don't care about me. What if I get captured? Would you be willing to do that? Su Chuyu pursed her lips and spoke weakly. That feeling of pity has reached its peak at this moment. Luo Chen felt that his vision and hearing were under a double impact. This woman is invincible. Cough cough. Luo Chen coughed lightly, trying hard to suppress the desire to protect that was about to burst out in his heart. He smiled indifferently, no. Besides, why should I be reluctant? Didn't you say that we have no relationship, just classmates? This. After these words were spoken, the uncomfortable feeling in Su Chuyu's heart subsided a little. She felt more and more guilty. If it were in the past, you would have given it to me. She lowered her head and murmured to herself. She really wanted to confess to Luo Chen and have a good talk with him, but she didn't have the courage. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Chen's lips. Before. I was so stupid before. I stared at you, the white swan, and always thought I could eat swan meat. That's unrealistic. Thank you for your rejection that day, otherwise I would never wake up in my life. There was no resentment in his words, they came from the heart. Even if he put Su Yuner aside and lived his life over again, Luo Chen would not choose to continue pursuing this white swan. In his previous life, he was too naive. Later, he realized that even if he really succeeded in wooing Su Chuyu, what would it matter? Their family backgrounds were very different. In this conservative era, the hurdle that Su Chuyu's parents pose is an insurmountable obstacle. Su Chuyu bit her teeth lightly. These words made her heart hurt. Sure enough, it's because of this. For some reason, she suddenly felt a trace of regret. But if she could do it again, would she agree? She couldn't think of an answer. She only knew that when she heard Luo Chen's words, her nose felt sore and tears began to gather in her eyes. That look made her even more delicate and pitiful. She avoided the topic, lowered her head, and said aggrievedly, "But you always send Su Yuner back home, why can't you send me back? You sent her off, and you got caught in the rain, too." Her voice became smaller and smaller, and she felt more and more guilty, but the sour feeling in her heart became stronger and stronger. Luo Chen frowned and asked, "How do you know?" Su Chuyu still kept her head down, raised her hand to tidy up her bangs, and did not respond. obviously, still waiting for the answer. Luo Chen looked at him strangely. He was increasingly confused about what this little girl was thinking. Regret it? It just doesn't make sense. He hesitated for a moment and said, "She is my friend. It is not normal to send her off." Su Chuyu's heart tightened. Friends? She's only been here a few days. Have you become friends? She asked, slightly confused. Luo Chen frowned slightly. This sentence touched a nerve in him, causing him to feel a little irritated. He said calmly, "Isn't that abnormal? That's how fate works. Some people hit it off right away and become close friends, while some people treat her well for her whole life, but in her eyes, they are just licking dogs. Right?" His cold gaze fell on Su Chuyu. As soon as these words came out, Su Chuyu's heart beat violently twice. She felt increasingly upset. Luo Chen took a serious look and said frankly, "Su Chuyu, I don't know why you have been looking for me these 2 days. If you feel guilty and want to apologize to me, then forget it. It's not your fault. I was just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You don't need to feel guilty. If you are sad because you lost a dog and want to get it back, then that's even better. That dog is dead." Chapter 56. Luo Chen is here. Chuyu is surprised? These two sentences made Su Chuyu's breathing quicken. She was messy. She didn't know what she wanted to do with Luo Chen. She only knew that if she didn't find Luo Chen, she would regret it for the rest of her life. She looked at Luo Chen anxiously, very anxiously, but had no idea what to say. The tears began to slide down the corners of his eyes. That look, so pitiful. Seeing this, Luo Chen's anger subsided a little. It seems like that was too harsh. In the final analysis, Su Chuyu really did nothing wrong. It was he who was ignorant of the consequences and had to pester others. His tone calmed down a bit and he said, "Okay, it's going to rain soon. You can go back." This change in emotion made Su Chuyu completely collapse. She pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth trembling, trying hard not to sob, but her tears flowed wildly like a dam bursting. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Luo Chen was very fierce, but the reason she cried was not because of Luo Chen's attitude, but because of Luo Chen's words. But at this moment, she can no longer tell the difference. Su Chuyu raised her little hand to wipe away her tears, her mind going blank. She looked at Luo Chen again with a dull expression, turned around silently, and walked across the street. Luo Chen felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. They are not destined to be together. If you are not ruthless, you will end up dragging both of them down. Well. Luo Chen sighed silently. Su Chuyu was already crossing the road, and he was also preparing to ride his bike to take another route back. Squeak! Suddenly, there was a sound of sudden brakes. Luo Chen frowned slightly. Looking closely, she discovered that a car had suddenly stopped in front of Su Chuyu and almost hit her. The driver rolled down the window and shouted angrily, "Don't you have eyes when you drive? You ran a red light, don't you know that?" Su Chuyu looked at him blankly and continued walking. The driver cursed a few words and then continued driving. Luo Chen took a deep breath and was completely speechless. What is Su Chuyu doing? Why does it seem like she's in a bad mental state? Is there anything wrong with what he just said? I wanted to just leave, but Luo Chen was really worried about her condition. What if something happened to him? Well. What did I owe you in my previous life? Luo Chen finally softened his heart and followed Su Chuyu silently on his bike. Su Chuyu lowered his head and walked along the road aimlessly. Her heart was still in a mess. She didn't know what Luo Chen said that caused her to break down, but in short, she felt very depressed. Luo Chen's attitude towards her made her feel that Luo Chen was completely lost. The kind that can't be taken back. She was also thinking about the two sentences Luo Chen had just said and why she came to find Luo Chen. Do you want to apologize? She was sure it wasn't. So, do you want to bring Luo Chen back and continue to be his bootlicker? She wanted to deny it out of hand, but if it wasn't this, what else could it be? She couldn't find a reason. Time passes. The sky became increasingly gloomy and the wind started to blow. It's going to rain. Luo Chen didn't bring an umbrella today. He happened to pass by a store, so he went in and bought an umbrella, and then rode his bike and followed silently behind. He became more and more confused. What happened to Su Chuyu? Why didn't she find a car to go home? This is going to get poured with water. The wind is getting stronger and stronger, and it is very cold at night. Su Chuyu was completely immersed in his own emotions, not paying any attention at all, and walking aimlessly. She only knew that her heart was aching and Luo Chen's figure could not be erased from her mind. Finally, a drizzle of rain began to fall. The coolness on his face made Su Chuyu sober up a little. He looked up and saw an unfamiliar darkness in front of him. There were only dim street lights and the endless road. The rain left traces under the light, accompanied by gusts of cold wind. This moment, Su Chuyu was completely surrounded by a sad atmosphere. The rain is getting heavier. Only then did Su Chuyu realize the seriousness of the matter. She began to feel cold and panic. But she couldn't contact anyone anymore. Looking around, there was not even a place to hide from the rain. Wow, wow, wow. The rain got heavier and Su Chuyu felt colder. The physical coldness, mental pain and helplessness caused Su Chuyu to completely collapse emotionally. Woo woo woo. She squatted on the ground, hugged her knees, and cried loudly. She didn't understand why things turned out like this, nor did she understand why she became like this. That kind of confusion made her extremely painful. The rain was getting heavier and her crying was getting louder. This scene is very tragic. Well, Luo Chen, who was holding an umbrella in the distance, sighed silently when he saw this. He rushed over on his bicycle. Su Chuyu was surrounded by sadness and entangled in confusion. Her heart was depressed to the extreme. No matter how much I cry or scream, I can't vent. Suddenly, the impact of the rain disappeared, and the sound of raindrops falling on the umbrella came to my ears. Su Chuyu stopped crying. She was in a trance. How familiar is this scene? It just happened yesterday, but will the person holding an umbrella for her today be the same person from yesterday? She raised her head slowly. Jeans, black jacket. Su Chuyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Could it be that? She quickly turned her gaze to Luo Chen's face, and the moment she saw it clearly, her heart full of grief was instantly half-healed. It's Luo Chen. At this moment, she was extremely surprised. When Luo Chen saw this scene, he didn't know what to feel. His eyes were red from crying and his face was full of watermarks. It was hard to tell whether they were rain or tears. He squatted there, looking so pitiful. But what does she want? Su Chuyu came to her senses from her surprise, quickly wiped the water off her face and turned her head away. She pursed her lips and said resentfully, You don't care about me, so why, are you still here to help me? The voice was choked with sobs and full of tears. Luo Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then I'm leaving. He just wanted to scare her, but who knew? Su Chuyu stood up like lightning and grabbed Luo Chen's wrist. Don't. Luo Chen looked at Su Chuyu's hand, feeling strange. Su Chuyu also quickly withdrew her hand, feeling a little embarrassed. But at this moment, I was filled with joy, and the confusion and pain that had lingered in my heart just now disappeared without a trace. She also woke up. The reason why she was so sad was that Luo Chen cared about Su Yuner but not her. But she hasn't found the answer to the question Luo Chen asked. Luo Chen watched helplessly, really not understanding what Su Chuyu was trying to do. Okay. I left my bike here. Let's take a taxi to take you home. Is this okay? He said lightly. When Su Chuyu heard this, a light suddenly appeared in her ruddy eyes. She nodded vigorously. Okay. Chapter 57, No one is at home, want to come in and sit down? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. You were crying so hard just now, but now, you're okay? Here. He handed over the umbrella. Su Chuyu instinctively took the umbrella in his hand. Luo Chen turned around and put the bicycle on the side of the road and locked it. Su Chuyu moved his body to stand next to Luo Chen, holding an umbrella. This made Luo Chen even more confused. Look closely. There were traces of tears on that beautiful face, her eyes were red, and her expression was complicated. He ignored it and turned his eyes to the road. Itself just that this place is quite remote and there are very few cars on the road, let alone taxis. Luo Chen is looking at the car. Su Chuyu was looking at Luo Chen. For some reason, the moment Luo Chen appeared beside her, her extremely depressed mood seemed to be healed instantly. Time passes. The rain wasn't heavy, but the cold wind was still blowing. The rain just now had soaked Su Chuyu's clothes. Under the influence of the cold wind, her delicate body began to tremble slightly. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on Luo Chen. Luo Chen, I'm cold. Those little white teeth were trembling. Luo Chen glanced at her and frowned slightly. Waiting like this was not a solution. He was cold, let alone Su Chuyu who was soaked. Let's go back first and wait until we find a taxi, he said lightly. Su Chuyu nodded slightly, her body tensed, her delicate body still trembling. Luo Chen identified the direction and pushed his bicycle forward. Su Chuyu followed beside. Because she was holding an umbrella for Luo Chen, she was very close to him, and Su Chuyu's shoulder kept hitting Luo Chen's arm. This also caused a strange chemical reaction in her heart, which was very weird. She looked at the back seat of the bicycle and couldn't help but think of the scene where Su Yuner was holding Luo Chen. She pursed her lips. Why, don't you ride? She asked in a low voice. Luo Chen didn't look back and responded casually, what if I ride you? Can you keep up? Su Chuyu pouted slightly and said as a matter of course, I'll sit in the back. Why, you can only take friends in the back seat. The tone was sour and the expression was very subtle. Luo Chen didn't notice it. He looked at Su Chuyu in surprise and asked, bicycle, are you going to sit on it? In his impression, Su Chuyu is very pretentious. Su Chuyu said faintly, why can't I sit down? Luo Chen said helplessly, why didn't you say it earlier? Come up. He stretched out his legs and sat on the bicycle. Su Chuyu muttered softly, you didn't ask me. She did not sit astride it, but put her legs on the same side, holding the umbrella with her left hand, but her right hand was nowhere to be found. Her eyes fell on Luo Chen's waist. She wanted to put her hands on him, but felt shy. Hold on tight, I'm riding. Luo Chen's voice sounded. Su Chuyu clenched her fists, made up her mind, and placed her little hand directly on Luo Chen's waist to support him gently. The moment they touched, their bodies trembled at the same time. Luo Chen felt strange. Su Chuyu's fair little face quickly turned red, and she felt very shy. Luo Chen calmed himself down and started riding. Su Chuyu was immersed in the shy mood at first, but not long after, she began to shiver due to the biting cold wind. She is still holding an umbrella. Her little hand that was holding Luo Chen's waist began to exert force unconsciously. Luo Chen also felt the trembling of that little hand. Well. He sighed silently in his heart. In the past, Su Chuyu hoped that he would never appear in her sight, but now he found that it seemed quite difficult to completely cut off all ties with a woman. He slowly stopped. Su Chuyu raised her head in confusion and asked in a trembling voice, what happened? Luo Chen took off his coat and handed it over. Disgusted? He asked. This. Su Chuyu suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken, and the feeling of surprise emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. This action made her vaguely see a glimpse of the shadow of the former Luo Chen. Luo Chen, who treated her well with all his heart. No. I don't mind. Still, you should wear it. You are in the wind in front and it's very cold. She calmed herself down and said. Luo Chen asked doubtfully, you really don't mind? Su Chuyu shook his head vigorously. I don't mind. Luo Chen's words made the feeling of guilt quietly emerge in her heart. Even in this situation, Luo Chen was still asking her if she disliked it or not. How many stupid things had she done in the past? How could such a good boy? She was a little annoyed. Luo Chen didn't say much. He just put his coat on her and turned away. There was no chance for Su Chuyu to refuse. Su Chuyu clutched the clothes she was wearing tightly, and the biting cold wind was instantly blocked out. She didn't know what to feel. Especially when she saw Luo Chen, who only had a sweatshirt left, she suddenly felt distressed. Her beautiful eyes just stared quietly at Luo Chen's back. Very cold, very cool. However, she inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Time passes. By the time they met a taxi, they were not far from Su Chuyu's home. Luo Chen was too lazy to spend that money. Soon, they entered the villa area and Luo Chen rode his bicycle to the outside of the compound with ease. But after it stopped, there was no movement behind it. Arrive. What are you looking at? Luo Chen asked doubtfully. Only then did Su Chuyu regain her consciousness from Luo Chen, her pretty face slightly reddened. Ah. We're here, then. She stood up, wanting to say something but stopping herself, her whole body revealing a conflicted emotion. Luo Chen looked at her in confusion. These days, Su Chuyu seems like a different person. Go back and give me the umbrella. He stretched out his hand and said lightly. Su Chuyu pursed her lips. She mustered up her courage and said, well, my parents are not at home, can you come in and sit for a while? Luo Chen's heart beat wildly twice when he heard this. He knew that Su Chuyu emphasized that his parents were not at home just because she was afraid that he would be embarrassed, but this statement was too ambiguous. Cough. He coughed lightly and said, no, I'm going home. Give me the umbrella. This. Su Chuyu tasted the taste of rejection again. She didn't want to think about it anymore, and said anxiously, how are you going to get home like this? You should go inside quickly, it's too cold. You're soaking wet. Although I was holding an umbrella, the rain came from the front when I was riding my bike. His sweatshirt was already soaked. Luo Chen reluctantly snatched the umbrella from Su Chuyu's hand and said, okay, let's go back quickly. I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he sat on the bicycle. Sending her back was already a helpless thing. He didn't want to have too much interaction with Su Chuyu. Su Chuyu clenched her teeth. She raised her head, and a stubborn light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Luo Chen held an umbrella in his right hand and was about to ride. Suddenly, a small white hand grabbed his left arm. No! You have to come in with me today. Chapter 58. This pajamas is so cute. Luo Chen was slightly stunned when he saw this. Looking sideways, Su Chuyu was looking at him with a firm gaze. Luo Chen became more and more helpless. Su Chuyu, what on earth do you want to do? I can't even go home? He really couldn't understand why Su Chuyu became so strange. Su Chuyu grabbed Luo Chen's arm and said, I don't want to do anything. I just want you to wait until the rain stops before going home. But facing Luo Chen's helpless expression, she felt a little guilty. She lowered her head. I don't care. You will definitely catch a cold if you go back like this. You have to come in with me. Or we'll just stay here. She no longer dared to look Luo Chen in the eye. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. A gust of cold wind blew, and Su Chuyu's delicate body trembled again. Luo Chen also shivered from the cold. He slowly turned his gaze towards the luxurious villa and said, okay, I'll wait until the rain stops before leaving. Su Chuyu was immediately delighted. Then let's go. Luo Chen got off the bicycle and walked into the villa with his school bag on his back. He had been to this place many times, but had never been inside. As soon as he entered, Luo Chen felt a warmth coming towards him, and the coldness suddenly subsided a lot. Luo Chen took a quick look around and found that the living room was decorated very luxuriously. I didn't have much contact with Su Chuyu's father in my previous life, but to be able to own such a luxurious villa in this era, there is no need to say much about his strength. Auntie Wang, I'm back. Please help me make 2 bowls of ginger soup. Su Chuyu shouted inside while changing her shoes. Okay. A woman's voice came from the kitchen. It was the nanny here. Luo Chen was not surprised. Su Chuyu put the slippers next to Luo Chen. Luo Chen changed it. Come on, follow me upstairs first. Su Chuyu moved her long legs and walked upstairs. Luo Chen was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Su Chuyu couldn't help but said angrily, you are already here, why are you still hesitating? Let's go. Luo Chen nodded. This luxurious decoration was nothing to him, but when he thought that this was Su Chuyu's home, he felt indescribably uncomfortable. He felt a little regretful. But now that he was already here, he was too lazy to think about it. If I go back in the rain, I will definitely get seriously ill. He followed Su Chuyu upstairs. Aunt Wang, who was busy in the kitchen, did not notice that someone had come back with Su Chuyu. Soon, we reached the 2nd floor. Su Chuyu pushed open the door of the last room and turned on the light. She turned around and said, this is the guest room. Please sit for a while. I'll be there soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly trotted towards his room. Luo Chen felt inexplicably unnatural. He entered the room. His body was soaked, and his pants were wet too, but he didn't sit down. He lay on the windowsill and quietly looked at the rainy night outside. He was also a little confused. Didn't he want to completely cut off all contact with Su Chuyu? Why did he come to her house for no apparent reason? Destiny. He shook his head and sighed silently. Why don't you sit down? Su Chuyu's voice sounded behind him. Luo Chen turned around and saw Su Chuyu holding a bag in her hand, staring at him in confusion. Her body was wet and her hair stuck to her face, which gave her a unique beauty. "No, I'm dirty." Luo Chen didn't think much about it and said casually. However, these words made Su Chuyu's heart ache slightly. She had said this to Luo Chen. She fiddled with her bangs a little unnaturally and said, You should go take a hot bath first. I'll find some dry clothes for you to change into later. There's a guest bathroom outside. You go now." Luo Chen glanced at the bag in his hand and nodded slightly. Good. The rain outside showed no signs of stopping, and he really couldn't leave for a while. He took the bag from Su Chuyu and walked to the bathroom outside. Su Chuyu curled up a charming smile at the corner of her mouth and turned back to her room. Luo Chen took a shower, and she also wanted to take a shower. Both of their clothes were soaked, so Luo Chen also rinsed his clothes with clean water, wrung them dry and hung them in the bathroom. Not long after, Luo Chen finished washing. Only then did he open the bag Su Chuyu gave him and take out the clothes inside. But the moment he held it in his hand, Luo Chen felt numb. He stared with wide eyes, almost popping out of his head, at the set of cute pink pajamas in his hands. What is this? The color is okay, but the key point is, it's small. No. He looked outside the bathroom, confused. But my clothes have already been washed, and I can't wear them even if I don't wash them because they are too wet. Now I want to ask Su Chuyu to change clothes, but there is no way. He had no choice but to put on his pajamas. Luo Chen walked out. Fortunately, there was no one in the corridor, and he quickly returned to the room. Before I could think about it, I heard footsteps outside. Luo Chen became inexplicably nervous and wanted to pull the quilt to cover his body, but unfortunately, it was too late. Have you finished your shower? You're still cold. Su Chuyu walked in from outside holding a big bowl. Before she could finish her words, she noticed the slightly embarrassed pink kawaii Luo Chen. Her words stopped abruptly. Puff. Soon, the silver bell-like laughter echoed in the room. Luo Chen was filled with helplessness. But don't say. Su Chuyu looks really beautiful when she smiles. She also took a shower and changed into a conservative pair of pajamas, which were also pink and very similar to the ones Luo Chen was wearing. Don't you have any other pajamas? These are too small to wear. Luo Chen asked doubtfully. Su Chuyu suppressed her smile, put the ginger soup on the bedside table, and said, No more, this is my biggest pajamas. After the words were spoken, her face turned slightly red. That was her pajamas, but it was worn by Luo Chen. She also felt a strange feeling in her heart. Luo Chen looked at it in astonishment. Hers? This. Chapter 59, Back to the Past? Chuyu regrets? Luo Chen was confused. She thought of many possibilities, but she didn't expect that the pajamas actually belonged to Su Chuyu. She is such a cool girl, why is she wearing this kind of pajamas? Su Chuyu looked him up and down. Her originally loose clothes looked extra tight on Luo Chen. Soon, Su Chuyu's gaze moved to his pants. She didn't know what she saw, her face suddenly turned red, and she quickly looked away. Luo Chen also pulled the quilt over to cover his thighs unnaturally. That ginger soup, you should drink it, otherwise you will definitely catch a cold. She pointed to the location of the ginger soup, feeling a little unnatural. Luo Chen coughed and said, Okay. He picked up the bowl and started drinking. It tasted good, but when he put the bowl down, he found Su Chuyu was already sitting at the end of the bed. Do you have anything else to do? He asked doubtfully. These words froze the faint smile on Su Chuyu's lips. She lowered her head slightly. While taking a shower just now, she had sorted out her thoughts and figured out what to say. She mustered up her courage and became more resolute. Luo Chen. Su Chuyu raised her head and looked at Luo Chen and said, Can we go back to the way we were before? As the words fell, those beautiful eyes were filled with sincerity. Back to the past? Luo Chen was slightly stunned and shocked when he heard this. He really didn't expect Su Chuyu to say such words. Is this still the Su Chuyu he remembered? But soon, he came to his senses. Back to the past. Luo Chen smiled bitterly and asked, Will you let me continue to be your licking dog? And continue to be despised and humiliated by you? Su Chuyu, are you crazy or am I crazy? This. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chuyu's heart suddenly tightened. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, Luo-chen, that's not what I meant." Luo-chen smiled and asked, "What does that mean? What else was there in the past besides these?" A trace of anxiety appeared on Su Chuyu's face. But she didn't know what to say. There was a very strong feeling in her heart supporting her idea and making her refute it. Only. She couldn't describe the feeling, nor could she find the reason that supported her to take Luo-chen back. She was very anxious, but she was at a loss as to what to do. She was so anxious that she almost cried. At this moment, she really wanted to tell Luo-chen the reason in her heart. But she couldn't find it. "Luo-chen, I really didn't mean that. I just. She couldn't describe the reason that supported her. But, absolutely. She was anxious, but it didn't help. Luo-chen shook his head and chuckled, saying, "Classmate Su Chuyu, we are from two different worlds. Since the moment you rejected me, all the relations between us have been severed completely. To be honest, I shouldn't have cared about you these 2 times. I have lived for you for 3 years. Now, it's time for me to live for myself. I've been annoying you for 3 years. You should be glad that I made this decision. You can live your life in peace now. As for the things you miss, don't worry, when you go to college, you will have a new group of suitors. They will do the same things I did before." Su Chuyu's breathing began to quicken. She really wanted to tell Luo-chen that this was not what she wanted. But what did she want? She couldn't say it. Until now she still doesn't understand why she wants to get Luo-chen back. She only knows that if she doesn't do something, Luo-chen will be lost forever. As for why she was afraid of losing Luo-chen, she didn't know. "Luo-chen, Su Chuyu was still speaking anxiously, but nothing came out. Luo-chen leaned against the head of the bed and said, "Okay, I want to rest for a while. You should go back and rest too." He didn't want to talk about it anymore. Mainly, he didn't want to face his old self anymore, he hated his old self. Su Chuyu lowered his head. "Your beautiful eyes are filled with moisture again." She feels aggrieved and wronged, but she can never describe the reason. Then, you should rest early," she whispered, hiding her slightly choked up state. Luo-chen nodded slightly. Su Chuyu looked at Luo-chen again, then stood up and walked outside. She doesn't want to leave. But she had no way to convince Luo-chen now. She wanted to sort out her thoughts and find out the reason that made her want to take Luo-chen back. Bang! The door opened. Luo-chen looked quietly at the direction where Su Chuyu left, shook his head and smiled bitterly. What's wrong with her? How did it become like this? Luo-chen didn't understand. It was still raining outside, and it was obviously impossible for him to go back today. He called his parents and told them he was staying at a classmate's house. He turned off the lights, closed his eyes, and prepared to go to sleep. Su Chuyu returned to her room and lay on the bed, with a look of deep sadness on her beautiful face. She thought hard but still couldn't dig out the reason. She was immersed in that sad mood. She didn't know how long it had been before she fell asleep in her thoughts. The next day. The dazzling sunlight woke Su Chuyu from her sleep, and she opened her eyes in a daze. Soon, she seemed to realize something and suddenly sat up from the bed. Look closely. It's 10 o'clock? Su Chuyu didn't care about her image, rushed out of the room and ran to the outside of Luo-chen's room. The door was ajar. Su Chuyu's heart tightened and she slowly pushed the door open. The room was empty. The quilt had been folded and placed neatly at the head of the bed, and the pink pajamas had also been folded and placed at the foot of the bed. She leaned against the doorframe as if she had lost all her strength. The little mouth pursed up. She was very upset, wondering why she had just woken up. "Miss, are you awake?" Aunt Wan's voice came from the corridor. Su Chuyu hurriedly asked, "Aunt Wan, where is Luo-chen?" Aunt Wan was slightly stunned. "Ah. You mean the young man who came last night? He's gone now." "Miss, is that your classmate? That handsome boy is really nice and very polite," she responded and said with a smile. "Gone? He left." Chapter 60, Results Announced? Luo-chen is looking forward to it. Su Chuyu nodded dejectedly. Aunt Wang noticed Su Chuyu's unusual mood and the smile on her face gradually faded. "Miss, breakfast is ready. Eat?" she asked. Su Chuyu nodded again. After Luo Chen left, she felt empty inside. She spent the whole night thinking about the reason but couldn't come up with it. Well. In the end, Su Chuyu could only sigh softly. At the same time, Luo Chen had already returned home and had breakfast. Today was Sunday and he was busy. I started working on the lemonade in the afternoon and prepared all the raw materials for a week and sent them all to Wang Wan. Due to poor sales, Luo Chen changed his strategy and made a small package. $1 a bottle, $1 and $5 for 2 bottles. In the evening, Luo Chen started studying as usual. Su Chuyu also sent a message to Luo Chen on time at 2300 hours. Luo Chen simply responded and went to sleep. Monday morning. Luo Chen arrived at the intersection early as usual. His gaze moved toward Su Yuner's house, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. It was just one day, but it felt especially long to Luo Chen. Not long after, a pretty figure in school uniform appeared in the field of vision. The smile on Luo Chen's face became even more radiant. Su Yuner also saw Luo Chen from a distance, and a charming smile also appeared on her delicate face. She couldn't help but quicken her pace. Good morning. Su Yuner smiled and waved at Luo Chen. Luo Chen's eyes immediately fell on Su Yuner's feet. The pair of brand new white shoes was very dazzling. A blush also appeared on Su Yuner's face. She hesitated for a long time before she mustered up the courage to lift her feet and asked with a smile, "Does it look good?" Luo Chen nodded. Nice. The smile on Su Yuner's face became more obvious, and she responded shyly, I like it too. This one sentence made Luo Chen's heart extremely satisfied. He smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. Let's go. We're going to be late. Su Yuner smiled and nodded. Okay. Her eyes curved when she smiled, which was very contagious. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to move forward. Luo Chen patted his back seat and asked with a smile, Are you coming up? When Su Yuner heard this, a gleam of eagerness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Okay. She smiled sweetly and quickly sat on the back seat of the bicycle. The little hands hesitated for a moment, but still placed on Luo Chen's waist. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. He rode his bike to school and he enjoyed the journey very much. Unfortunately, happy times are always short. Time passes. Luo Chen and Su Yuner's relationship became closer and closer, and they became more and more familiar with each other. It seemed that having lunch together had become a habit for them. Although daily life is repetitive, Luo Chen enjoys it. Because there is Su Yuner. During this period, Su Chuyu also looked for him several times, but Luo Chen's attitude was still as cold as ever. This made Su Chuyu sad. She thought that after Luo Chen stayed at her house for one night, their relationship would definitely change. Unexpectedly, there was no change. She seemed to be possessed, and her thoughts were immersed in Luo Chen every day. When she sees Luo Chen performing well in class, she smiles happily. When she saw Luo Chen having lunch with Su Yuner, she would feel envious and jealous, and always felt sour in her heart. She has also been looking for reasons to get Luo Chen back. Only. The reason was so vague and elusive that she couldn't grasp it. In the blink of an eye, it is early April. It was Wednesday. The head teacher Lu Yun was standing on the podium, and all the students were watching in silence. Some were expecting, some were nervous, and some bowed their heads deeply. Because today is the day when the results of the second mock exam will be announced. Cough cough. Lu Yun coughed lightly and her face did not look very good. She raised her head and glanced at Luo Chen and Su Yuner, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Okay, let's announce the test results now. She said lightly. All the students fell silent and watched nervously. Su Chuyu was particularly nervous. After the exam, she already expected that her grades would not be very good. During this period of time, all my thoughts were on Luo Chen, and I didn't have the time to think about my grades at all. The results will be sent out later. Let me announce the top 10 in our class. 10th place, Li Yuan, 48th in the full year group. 9th place. The students in the audience were listening nervously, and occasionally exclaimed in surprise. Soon, the third person finished speaking. Lu Yun's expression became even more serious, and she said, 2nd place, Su Yuner, 8th in the whole year group. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of people gasping in shock in the class. Everyone's shocked gaze was on Su Yuner. No one expected that Su Yuner, who usually had no sense of existence, would have such good academic performance. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. He turned his head to look at Su Yuner and smiled. Great. When Lu Yun said this, Su Yuner didn't react much, but when she heard Luo Chen's words, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth involuntarily. She shrugged her nose at Luo Chen and said nothing. That look is very cute. After a month of contact, the two have become very familiar with each other. Lu Yun continued, first place. Having said this, she hesitated for a moment, and her expression became even uglier. Everyone's attention quickly focused on Su Chuyu. Many people showed envious expressions. Su Chuyu is the best, no doubt about it. During the 3 years of high school, Su Chuyu had completely monopolized the top spot. Seeing this, Su Yuner couldn't help but look at Su Chuyu in surprise. She had a complicated feeling in her heart. She has a good family background, is so pretty, and is also good at studying. How could she not be envious? Only Su Chuyu frowned slightly, with a feeling of surprise in her heart. After the exam, she knew that her score would not be good. Can you still get first place even if you didn't do well in the exam?